The Blast full group's back in action, and yesterday the sweet taste of revenge for NIP. Redemption versus Complexity in a Marathon 3-mapper teased them up today versus the behemoths of Vitality. Na'Vi also sealing a spot in their group grand final, which comes at the cost, unfortunately, of big. Ime stood tall alongside a star-studded Simple to close out Mirage in round number 30, which now tees them up against Heroic in the battle for a spot at the Royal Arena. Joining myself, Freya Spears, to dive into all the Counter-Strike action today. I've got Pimp, I've got Matthew. Gentlemen, we've been treated to some fantastic Counter-Strike, and I don't see that stopping today.
No, I don't think so. I think it's been great so far. The teams have slowly but surely moved into the tournament, and the intensity of the game is wrapping up as well. So I'm happy, and I think the teams are happy, and I look at this face, and there's a smile going on over here, so I think he's happy too.
What is happening? Do you have temperature? Let me just check. No, you're good. He's good. He doesn't have fever.
For once,
he's been so nice. He's giving me a compliment. I don't know how to handle it. Jacob giving me a compliment. Listen, we've been seeing great Counter-Strike. We've learned about new teams and new rosters. That's great. But what I do like is that today we're qualifying teams.
Yeah.
It means something. Something comes out of the game.
Maybe Vitality, maybe NIP. I don't know.
Maybe
one of the two.
I've already booked tickets for all of them.
And
booked everything.
Got your black and yellow jersey.
I'm moonlighting as a manager.
Yeah. Let's talk about yesterday's games though, because that qualified NIP in the spot of their group grand final, and that was a hell of a long game versus Complexity. We come to that third map, it goes to double overtime. Complexity had 5 chances of sealing that one. It slipped through their fingers.
It was a marathon. It was a marathon of a game, and you're right, Complexity probably should have won that game. I think Elise and the rest of the guys felt very, very sorry for the fact they couldn't close out a 15-10 lead on Nuke. NIP, though, they found a way, and I think that's the positive when you talk NIP. A win is a win, but the way they're playing Counter-Strike right now, the way they conduct themselves on the server, I'm personally not too satisfied, and I don't think NIP feels comfortable about the way they got the win yesterday. Look, they got it, but it's not good.
And that was a choke from Complexity.
Oh,
End of story. That was a choke. That was a good old Liquid-style choke. Now that they have Elise, somehow maybe brought that with him. This is not sugarcoated. It was really rough to watch. A whole lot of frustration, a whole lot of emotions coming out of POVs when we were watching the players. And look, I understand you get frustrated. You lose a game you shouldn't be losing, but it's really early. You're supposed to be in that quote-unquote honeymoon period. So maybe, just maybe, a little bit of a better vibe as you moving into this project with Elise, with you. I didn't like what I was seeing on the cams.
No, neither did I. Just to give context, when it was 20-20 yesterday in that game, NIP won a 5v2 and a 5v3. You know, playing from behind, Complexity should have won that game. So when you're saying choke, I fully agree with it.
I know that you were happy to be, you know, stamping down on NIP, Jacob. That's kind of been the theme of every single segment about them. But I do want to bring, you know, one shining light. Well, actually 2. First of all, Mirage. The first time we've seen a consistent face of NIP. Everybody chiming in. Second has to be Hedrick as well, because he's been looking good. Yeah,
that was a good look. Mirage, the way they played it, it was great to see NIP play some solid Counter-Strike. I think everyone was activated on Mirage as well. You saw Config, you saw Hedrick. Hampus had a good series overall as well. So there was a lot of positives to drag out of that one. But in reality, if you're NIP, you look at the lineups, you look at the budgets, you're supposed to beat Complexity quite easily, or at least not going into a fashion where you're supposed to lose. So yes, the win is a win, but I'm not satisfied just yet.
Let's move on to our second game of the day, because that was Na'Vi taking on the big boys from the big clan. Na'Vi managing to do it in 2. Things got a little bit dicey towards the tail end of their Mirage, and it came down to some spectacular game sense from Simple to make sure they closed out in regulation.
Yeah, we'll give it to Big to create some semblance of tension in that series towards the later half of Mirage. It's true, we had a moment where we were all on the edge of our seats. We were waiting for the overtime to happen. The few last rounds are decided on a microsecond, a micro decision, a bomb dropping down. We've had multiple of examples, so that in itself was great. I appreciated the show on Mirage. I will say the ancient pick from Big was a bit of a mistake. It was an attempt at a punish when we could see that they themselves were not that great at the map, and Ime found a very welcome breath of fresh air, had just a lot of good times on that map, and put up crazy numbers.
That's the main takeaway for me. We've been pounding down on Emma a little bit. We haven't been satisfied with his debut within Na'Vi, and for good reason, because we saw how good he were in Gamer Legion. We saw how well he was playing during the major, and his start to Na'Vi was a little bit strugglesome. That game against Big yesterday, that showed us that exact potential. That's what we expect from Emma coming into this team and coming in to help Na'Vi to become a better roster. So I was satisfied with that.
And we got our answer to the ancient question as well. Obviously, Astralis used that as a punish pick earlier on in the tournament. Ime literally said in the post-game interview with Banks that they've been practicing that map a lot more. So I think there's probably, less potential for teams to use it as a punish against them.
I'm not going to say you're wrong. Potentially, if you're Na'Vi, you can only get better.
Yeah.
If you hadn't played a map, you take a bit of a moment to at least like have setups, couple of retakes and whatnot. Yes, their level is overall better. I accept that. But the truth is, Big was playing way worse than Astralis were. Like the quality of the pushes. How many times did we see Big lose the entry kills in the first 20 seconds, be 5v3 because they didn't really have the util they needed to, not the good flash, not the good pacing or trading. So the level of opposition was lower, and Na'Vi just took the opportunity.
Gentlemen, let's check in with our CS Money Play of the Day, because yesterday it was the day of aces. So who's been ranked the third best ace of the day?
Well, we got the first ace coming in. This time it's from our very own Hampus, who did a good job yesterday, playing with the M4A1S right here, shutting down the door area, and he's doing it in overtime. It's 16-15, so it's highly, highly impactful what Hampus is pulling off right here.
Second coming up, we have Mantu, who had a good first map. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough for Big to go through the finish line, but another example here, we see the scoreline 8-13. He was trying to put his best foot forward with a whole lot of movement around the map with the AWP. That's a great pickup onto Simple with just a little bit of a head, passing through, closing it beautifully from Mantu.
Best mullet in the game, best up in the game. Mr. Holzerg was stepping up on Vertigo, getting another ace coming into this one. Gets a couple of peeks, re-peeks into it. Again, the level of opposition right here is NIP, so not a bad team. And the way he's just re-peeking and showing confidence and hitting this shot, not easy at all for Mr. Holzerg. So he was putting up a good showing yesterday, and he's been, you know, trending upwards.
You heard it here first, yeah.
Best AWP in the game, not even the best AWP on the server. Like, what are we talking about?
Not even best AWP of the year, just best AWP of the game, period.
Got a problem with that?
That's a big
You know, we've
statement to start
got
a day.
James in Simple's corner, yourself in Zywo's corner.
You
We've
won
got to have
player of the
somebody in
day.
Halzer's
Best
corner,
AWP of the
right?
game,
No,
player
it's
of the
true.
day.
Yeah, has Zywo or Simple ever won player of the day? I don't know.
Not
I'll let
yesterday,
you guys
obviously,
do the maths. Yeah, I think we should check in with what we've got in store today, because plenty more Counter-Strike on the cards. We've got 2 more best of 3s coming your way. Of course, qualification games as well that are going to be going forward. We've got NIP rather, taking on Vitality later on today. Question for you two gentlemen, though. What do FaZe and G2 both have in common?
What do they have in common? They haven't made a roster change in the summer.
That's true. What else do they have in common, Jacob?
They're pretty good at Counter-Strike.
They are pretty good at Counter-Strike.
That doesn't count. That's not a qualifying answer. I'm sorry.
Yeah. They're not good enough, though, to beat Liquid, because they both lost to them, which is pretty handy, because we're going to be discussing them in Rostermania.
We've got a new team, Liquid, European core. Can you talk about the decision to go European?
First things first, yes, you would want to try to keep the NA RMR spot, right? But there is so little amount of players that are reasonably good. We knew we were changing Elish, and for a player caliber like Elish, you need a really strong player. And we honestly had like 3 options in NA, which would be Grim, Automatic, and Swisher. It's really hard to find room for improvement when you would want to stay NA. And because of that, we started looking at many different options. As European players, we looked over maybe 15 or 20 players. Alex Rainwaker was one of those players who stood out the most, who we watched a couple of his demos. We were like, okay, he's good.
Patsy made sense to me. For a Liege, even more aggressive. Now you two are the duo in the T-side aggression, different parts of each map.
One of the main reasons why we picked Robert was specifically his voice. And Robert is doing a really good job of microing and mid-rounding, explaining his ideas, how he wants people to play around him. The slight difference would be maybe Robert's English is not necessarily perfect. When I first met him, I thought that could be a problem. But then in the game, his in-game slang is so good.
It's all the FPLs.
Yeah,
FPLC.
Probably. His in-game slang is so good that he doesn't hesitate when he wants to do something.
Right.
And that's what really allowed me to like breathe it out, right? After the first scrim or whatever that we played, where I understood, okay, it's not gonna be a problem.
That was really interesting to get some more insight from you, Kinder, there, because alongside Vitality, Liquid, best debuts.
Yeah,
right,
listen, there's something that doesn't sit well with me in that interview. Like when we have Yakinder talk about Patsy's English being limited, but the slang in-game is beautiful, that's after day 1. Vitality used that for a year. Like, What?
They
So that's good
just-
enough now?
They don't want to piss you off, man. Like,
Did they lie to us?
Yeah.
What happened? Communication is good after a day?
One thing is practice, another one is sitting inside an arena when there's 12,000
I
people
know.
screaming at you, and then he has to make the call. So
make
I
it
think they're in for a tough learning experience, but everything we've seen so far has been positive. We
Yeah.
can't really take anything away from Team Liquid. They are in by far the hardest group. They've taken down G2, they've taken down FaZe. So what are we left with right here besides positive analogies?
Yeah, let's dive into the newer players on the roster, obviously highlighted over on the right side of your screen. We've got Rainwaker and we've got Patsy as well. Gentlemen, tell me your learning so far from the two series that we've seen them, because I feel like they fit in, pretty seamlessly to Liquid.
For me, I think obviously the players themselves have come in and obtained a different role than they had before. Patsy coming in being the aggressive element, even more aggressive than Elise, as they said right here. Wayne Walker coming in and being Wayne Waker. God damn it.
It's
You'll
okay.
get that
Once a
one day,
day.
man. You'll get it.
Jesus, coming in and being the more supportive element. It's freed up OC, it's freed up Nafly, and I think that's the main takeaway for me. The fact that those two players are coming in, slotting into the roles, but they're also making the rest of the players around them even more comfortable. So it does seem like a unit right now where these players, in particular Wayne Waker as well, has freed up Nafly. You could say the same for Patsy. He's so aggressive that it leaves more space for OC. So overall, it's just been a very good way of signing players into specific roles that elevates the team.
Yeah, and individually, I think they've done pretty much what we wanted from them, even more.
better.
Honestly, I mean, Patsy is obviously, he's got a huge voice and he has to maintain that direction. We heard from Yakinder, it's important that he keeps on organizing what's happening around him. He has a lot of responsibility from some of these bomb sites as well, where he's playing aggressive. That's not easy to do when you just show up on a team. And Ren Waker, on his hand, he's pretty much left on an island on a couple of rounds where he's just, listen, good luck to you, buddy. We're not going to help you too much. You have to handle your own bomb sites. And we've seen players crumble in these positions many, many times in the history of the game. And what he's been able to do against a decent caliber as well. We're talking FaZe, we're talking G2. Very good signs at the beginning.
I want to go back to your point, Jacob, about how the two new players have kind of elevated the squad that already existed around them in Liquid, because it hasn't been the traditional honeymoon in the sense of maybe how we've seen FlameZ integrate into Vitality. It's been a case of OC and Naf actually being the highest rated players for the side of Liquid, and that is what we love to see.
And you'd love it, right? You'd love it if this guy on the screen right here would live up to the expectations we had when he was first signed when in Liquid. I don't think it's an easy place to be an AWP player, especially with the iteration where Elise was also part of the team. He requires a lot of space. He's a big voice within the team. I think OC feels slightly more comfortable now. It's still very early on, but 1.10 rating against two of the best teams in the world in the group stage in his first showing with the new roster, it's good signs.
I mean, listen, he's been having an impact, right? I think in the previous roster, you could count on your hand the amount of series, very important series, where OC took over and we were just left flabbergasted. It hasn't happened a whole lot. It's happening more and more. Another player that has been shining, but I won't take it as a surprise because I hold him in such high regard, is Naf. He's doing even more than he was before. Like a player that has been, in my book, criminally underrated his entire career. Never the actual point of conversation. Never treated as a star, but a player that can plug in any damn position and always bring up with the output, always bring up with the performance. But he's never the belle of the ball because there's someone else in the team that's taking all the spotlight. So thank God we can actually give flowers to Naf because he deserves like the whole bouquet.
I'd put him in a similar regard to kind of how you summarize Dupree as a player that you always want to be around, right? You know he's going to be incredibly malleable in whatever situation.
He's just fantastic. He's a guy who doesn't cause any trouble. He's a guy that doesn't make too many mistakes. And as Matthew said, he's been criminally underrated for a very long time. He has a great output on the server, and I think he's going to be golden for Liquid in the future.
Well, we will be seeing Liquid later on in the tournament, but not before we find them an opponent. It's a clash of G2 and FaZe in the lower bracket final after this.
one word which describes our team would be family.
They've stuck to their guns, the original 5-man lineup.
This is like a second family to us.
I feel like they were a little bit burnt out towards the end of the season itself.
We're very free-flowing. Carrigan is also very loose in the way he calls.
There's a lot of tactics that go on, and if the tactics don't go right, then we focus on aim.
One thing we do know about FaZe is this 5-man roster has been tried and tested.
I think our wild card in our team would be Rain.
If he has a good game, he can do everything himself.
When he's feeling on, he takes over the game single-handedly.
You got Twist, for my money, one of the absolute best riflers in the world.
Twist gonna destroy everyone this year.
The tools are there and they're sharper than ever. It feels like this team can recover from the slump they found themselves in, and we know this can be a #1 team in the world. Where to begin? So many choices.
One word that best describes my team.
I would go with Ravener. I think after the Paris major, was hungry to show their potential, to show that this team can be picking up championships consistently.
Everyone on the team is working very hard. I think that we have lots of firepower on our team.
With m0NESY on the AWP as well, I think he's one of the most exciting AWPers.
m0NESY is definitely the most dangerous player in our team.
I think from our team, one player teams look out for should be Nico for sure.
For my money, the best rifler CSGO has ever seen.
Because this guy can buy the eagle. You know what you'll get.
They can find the firepower. They can find the morale to hold it all together. This team is deadly on their day.
FaZe versus G2. Both teams coming into this new season with no changes inside the server and both following along the same path so far. That is a loss to Liquid, unfortunately, but a win versus OG, and now battling for a place in their group grand final. And it is imperative for both of these teams to take the smoothest road possible to the Royal Arena, because as much as this stage doesn't spell elimination, when we get into the gauntlet, Matthew, things get a little bit more complicated.
Yeah, listen, we'll put a little bit of drama and pressure onto this game, and you will allow me to spring into the future just a little bit. The loser of this game is very likely going to fight for a spot at the Royal Arena against the loser of Heroic versus Na'Vi. This is the type of setup that we're putting up. If you win this, you make sure to kind of go away from that possibility. Nobody wants to be playing against Heroic or Na'Vi, for that matter, in a best-of-3. This is not the easiest way to get into Royal Arena.
Is your assumption that EG can't beat?
Yes, that's my assumption. I'm just sorry. I'm just gonna
needed to clarify.
Yeah, I'm very clear about it.
Okay. Yeah, well, we know where Matthew's Preds are heading, if and when that does happen. But the matter at hand is G2 taking on FaZe, obviously both finding themselves here with that loss to Liquid, which was a surprise for our money. G2, though, rebounding quite handily against OG. That was a convincing series, right?
It was very convincing. It was good to see for G2. You saw some of the individual powers come out. Of course, m0NESY having a field day in that game. I think G2 overall is a team that do rely more on their individuals than necessarily on their system or team play and synergy. Sometimes those individuals have to bail them out of uncomfortable situations, and when you're starting a season and you're maybe not on top of your gameplay, you'll see less of that from Nico, you'll see less of that from m0NESY, and that's when you need to have a system in place. And I'm not gonna lie, it feels like HooXi came into G2, he gave them an identity, but it hasn't evolved, it hasn't, radically changed over time, and that's why I'm looking towards G2 right now. Is the bottom level sort of good enough that I count on them showing up every single time? The answer is no, and that's my issue.
I know. Listen, I was... we should bring the Pam GIF from The Office, and we should put the two pictures of FaZe and G2, and we should say, find the differences. Yeah. Corporate wants you to find the differences because they're the same picture. Honestly, you'll find more similarities than you find contrast between these two teams when you think about it. We're talking about a roster that didn't make a change in the offset. We're talking about relying heavily on individual. Same result here in Copenhagen. We're talking about a team that can be a little bit down when they're losing, that relies heavily on people taking over. Maybe they're the same team.
Maybe they are. Maybe we've just cloned them, and maybe the studio is a mirror. I don't know. Maybe m0NESY can give us a few words as to what he thinks of this series.
m0NESY, I'm going to start by looking at this Ancient game versus OG. This was absolute dominance for you. Did you feel like you were just in one of these untouchable games?
I mean, I'm gonna say that it's only the beginning of the season, right? And I already told in the previous interview that maybe on the first game, maybe we will play bad or not play better, but obviously, like, you know, it's only the beginning of the season and everyone can play their best CS, you know, or the worst CS or something like that. And yeah, just mentioned, like, had some couple of good rounds.
Now, Liquid were certainly surprising, both you and FaZe. Now we get to see you guys go head-to-head against each other. Do you think this is the clash of the teams that at least will understand each other better? And has it been an interesting one to prepare for?
Us against FaZe, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, like I think we had a lot of fights against FaZe, and obviously, like, they're the best team before. They won like a lot of good tournaments, and also major included, and we understand them well, and I think they understand us well as well. And sometimes it's pretty tough to play against them because, like I already said, like, they understand us, and we as well. So I don't know. We will see in the game on the server, you know.
Is this a game where you get a chance to make some more plays, make some moves if you wanted to try and throw FaZe off a little bit, you know, to not be so predictable?
Maybe, yeah. Maybe I'll have some couple of like good tricks or, you know, like some good moves that I like to do. And yeah, I think we'll surprise them as well. Okay. And we also had a good preparation against them, so yeah.
Had some hot moments in that last series, currently sitting at the third highest rated player in terms of those entries, and particularly versus OG, it was very apparent that he was in the zone.
And that's the biggest difference when you compare m0NESY to Broky. Broky is the sort of AWP player who can be explosive in the middle of the round or to the later stages. We see him clutches all the time. Whereas for m0NESY, he's way more involved in the beginning. You see the opening kill and the duels right here, the differences between the two. Broky is to be labeled as a very passive AWP player in the beginning of the rounds, but then he has this ability to explode. I'd argue m0NESY has both, which is why he's better.
I think I've lost my ability to be objective with m0NESY because I know what he can do on a good day. So I'm like eternally frustrated about what I don't see it. You know, it's like the NES treatment where you know what he can do at a time, and you're just poking him with a stick. Like, come on, like, where's the 35 kills?
Yeah,
he
it will happen.
Games here and there that just throw all of the rules of Counter-Strike up in the air. So let's just see if today's a day like this.
I'm going to add another similarity to your never-ending pile, Matthew, between FaZe and G2. Obviously, the in-game leaders, both Danish, but we're both looking at them as, you know, not the most impactful members of the squads.
No, I think from an individual standpoint, the output they have on the server is always under question. I think Karrigan has raised some flag for performing less good than he's supposed to. I think HooXi has been under the scope for that ever since he joined G2. He's surrounded by 4 fraggers, and he stands out as the one guy who doesn't frag. Now, they come in with a style that is very loose, and I think that's been said in a lot of interviews. I think m0NESY even said it himself, and I'm not sure if I like that. I would like these two players to keep developing on their identity within their recent squads, because I don't see any change within FaZe. I don't see any change within G2, and I think if you're the in-game leader, sure, staying on top is one thing, but you got to develop for the future, and I don't think they've done that properly enough as of late.
I mean, what they need to have is the ability to can open a round on a good idea. That is what we want from them. You're not looking at Karrigan or HooXi to get you 25 kills and have multi-kills on top of multi-kills, close out rounds. No, what you want is a couple of impactful entry, and you want to have good ideas. You want to have a vision. You want to be able to stir the ship back into where it belongs. And so far, neither of them really have given us that. We've seen Karrigan running out of solutions in games. Again, against Liquid, that was a little bit bleak at times. T-side just banging your head against the wall time and time again. And we've seen HooXi drop that comeback as well in their first series where they could have closed it. So both these have to give us solutions and openings towards these high moments or high pressure moments, which they haven't so far.
For the context of that, right, FaZe in this tournament have the second worst T-side out of all the teams, only outdone by EG, which in itself is not a surprise. So for FaZe Clan to be in that position for FaZe right now is not bueno. It's not good enough. We saw G2 as well doing the major. The T-side was working. Doing this tournament, it's the CT side. It's up in the air. I'm having a tough time feeling the identity of these two teams. Compare them to Heroic. Compare them to a team that we know who they are just by watching them play. We even remove the nameplates. I don't have the same feeling with G2 and FaZe, and I think that's something they have to work on for the future.
And they need to get the fires lit beneath their feet, because if we're being blunt, Cologne is just around the corner, right? And we heard Karrigan literally saying it, you know, they want to make their road as simple here as possible, so they have more time to prepare for Cologne.
That could be the last ever CSGO tournament. We don't know for sure, but I think Cologne will be the last tier 1 major big CSGO tournament. So of course they want to finish in style.
Gentlemen, let's check in with our unicorn predictions, because I'm intrigued as to where you've sided on this one.
We
actually did it again?
We've done it again. again.
No!
Everyone looked at this
When
first
will
game and
we
thought,
learn?
ooh, can that be FaZe? Would that be G2? And then we all thought about a game against Liquid and we're like, oh, but look at how...
Is that actually right?
55-45% in my book.
The T side is what scared me off of picking FaZe. But
it's great. I'm just looking forward to that CS Unfortunate moment. It's just, you have to laugh about yourself.
Yeah, clip it, CS Unfortunate, because we're coming at you. But maybe not. Maybe G2 will prove us right in that sense. I don't know. We've got Nuke, we've got Mirage, and we've got Inferno if we do so need it to decide this one. And I feel like this is going to go the full distance. So let's get this game underway.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the action here at Blast Premier. Full groups, day 7 is upon us, Anders, and we have got an absolute banger of a matchup. FaZe Clan taking on G2 might be the game of the tournament going into this best of 3.
It very well could be. Everyone sided with G2, including the fantasy, the odds there, just slightly favoring G2. I feel bad now. I feel people now are underestimating FaZe a little bit because they are still a really strong team. I know they had a little bit of a hiccup, but still.
A little bit of a hiccup, Anders.
A little bit.
I don't know, their T sides have been pretty underwhelming, I have to say. Like, bear in mind, these are 2 of the rosters at this tournament that haven't made any changes here.
True.
But they're also starting a little bit of the slowest as well. It's FaZe especially. The way they lost to Team Liquid, it just felt like they couldn't get going whatsoever. And only getting 3 rounds on their T side of Mirage was quite shocking. It was quite a close game in the end. It actually went to 16-14, but the fact they made it so difficult for themselves was surprising to say the least. But both of these teams going down to Team Liquid, I don't take too much away from that, Anders. It's a new tournament, fresh out of the break, and you're playing against a team you have no information on. Of course, they're going to have the upper hand. They've got great players within there. I don't think those results mean too much, but worth noting, I suppose.
Yeah, and an unknown entity in the European Team Liquid, just no one knows what they're capable of.
It's a good point.
They do look very good, obviously, so I think it's a great story. I'm really curious about this one. It looks like everyone is so, just completely sure that G2's... I'm not at all sure. This very much feels like a coin flip. I could see FaZe showing up. We know they have the caliber of players that could do it, and some of them haven't really shown us that yet, but I'm quite excited for this game. I think it's fantastic, and we start on Nuke, so it's my favorite map.
Your favorite map? I saw you posting a little one-way smoke on Nuke last night.
Yeah.
It seemed like it's quite a popular one. I have to say, out of all your kind of mad scientist ideas, that's one of the better ones. It's actually quite a viable one-way. But ladies and gentlemen, it sounds like we are ready to get going. The Group C consolidation final. Losing team goes to the knockout stages. It's a big matchup as FaZe take on G2. We'll start here on the map D Nuke, as Anders said, and it's G2's pick. So we'd assume FaZe will be on the CT side here. And as I mentioned, game of the tournament potential here. A star-studded affair. And we'll get into the action right here, right now.
Yeah, see how this plays out. Ooh, shot from Nico early on will take down Rain. That's what you like to see. It's already off to a hot start. Brokey in return will take down Hunter, and it's a quick 4 versus 4 here. Still plenty of time on the clock, obviously, as G2 were pretty quick to try and set something up. They try and get down the vent now. They do successfully do it. The bomb, though, it rolls forward this time. So G2 will have to come back and try and pick it up. It's a quick 2-on-2 right here. And actually coming back out the vent is JKS. Yeah, they had to do that because the bomb just slowly escaped towards that A-bomb side.
Absolute pandemonium ensuing here in the pistol round. 2-on-2 for now. FaZe Clan very aware of what's about to go down as they drop down the vents with the bomb, but they're not fast committing towards the plant here, Anders. It's going to be Robs trying to deny everything here. He'll be dropped by Monacy, and Carrigan will need a captain's performance here to step up as they go for the plant. They don't want to rush the situation. They swing him together, and it will be quite a convincing finish there for G2. A chaotic round, to say the very least, trying to make their way out of the squeaky door. Bomb gets dropped in no man's land. The recovery mission goes very, very well indeed, though, for G2 as they pick up the T-side pistol.
Yeah, that feel when you want to plant a B, but the bomb really wants to go to A. It's not a good time, is it? But overall, I would say, well played. I think Monacy at the end ended up with a triple here. And Carrigan probably with a very, very tough task in his hands, no matter what in that 1 versus 2. So they're going to be buying straight into this round, obviously. 3 Galils, 2 MAC-10s, which is quite interesting. And some force up on the other side, too, for FaZe, including the scout on Brokey. It's the kind of player that could wield it.
He certainly is. It's a powerful weapon on maps like Nuke. Go for those tags, enable the 5-7s and Deagles to convert the frags, ideally. As we'll see G2 just slow this one right down. They've got a couple of MAC-10s, no AKs. Galils from Odyssey, Hunter, and Nico. First frag might be coming through as Carrigan tucks himself in towards the hub position. 5-7. Pretty difficult spot to deal with, but with the MAC-10 should be fine.
Go, flash around the corner. It's close enough range. It'll take down one, and Carrigan gets that one. Twist actually got the first one. Rain with a headshot. Henry, what on earth is going on? How did they just lose 3 players out of nowhere?
Yeah, well, apparently that hub position a little bit harder than I thought. There's going to be 2 frags found and 3 in total as we go into a 5-on-2. G2 planting towards lower. I guess it's still possible for them to win this one. Not a complete write-off. Need to find quick kills here, though, but Robs might have sealed the deal, swinging out of the double doors. We'll find the penultimate frag, and Monacy now with an ace required. He'll get the first, but the defuse starting to come through.
Yeah, they're tapping in, and they take him down right through. They didn't know exactly where he was. Smoke didn't help him at all there, so FaZe with an instant bit of revenge as they just take the second round. That will get people fired up. You know what? For a good best of 3, this is great, right? Obviously, G2, they're going to be clapping and high-fiving once they win the pistol. But then FaZe, where it means both teams are going to be really engaged right out the start. I'm sure G2 will want revenge for this round as soon as they can.
Well, this is where Nuke gets super fun. When the Force by Wars commence, neither team can find subsequent rounds. And for now, it's FaZe to defend against the Desert Eagles, a Tech9, and a Scout of Monacy this time. So at the 4-on-1. They'll be heading towards outside.
By the upgrade as well, they actually upgrade into 3 Galeals that they get to steal.
So they'll be feeling pretty good about their prospects going into round number 3 here. FaZe Clan with an MP9 towards Garage. That's in the hands of Rain right now, just trying to get information towards outside. It's been Morty bargained for, taking a little bit of damage en route. We've got a bit of a boost coming in here as well.
Yeah, you might as well, but I respect the fact that FaZe are trying to play it somewhat carefully here. I think Rain is realizing if he keeps re-peeking either into the Scout or a Deagle out there, all he could really probably do is give his life up, and there's no reason to. They don't have to defend this position whatsoever. 3rd round, and it's been real slow. I think G2, they're just praying that someone will be a bit aggressive, but I mean,
yeah,
again, the kind of experience on FaZe, they're probably not going to make that mistake.
It's quite an open round. Like, interesting positioning here from the CTs. They've got no one in towards ramp whatsoever, Anders. They've actually left it open for now.
Ooh.
So that's where G2 are going to start heading.
Hold on.
Now, you have to bear in mind, it's not a bomb site, right?
Look at Carrigan. He's just sneaking right in there. He should walk right past them. That's going to be a free kill on Monacy, but JKS is right there. Spins around for the headshot. Still, chaos as they were trying to set up for something. They probably were going to find, you're right, that empty ramp, but Carrigan has made them think twice.
Well, that is absolutely massive from Carrigan. Twit's up next here, defending towards the squeaky door. Nothing he can do about that beautiful shot coming in from JKS. This round is back on.
10 seconds. They need to move so fast. Oh, they get the kill. Hunter keeps it going. And they can't even get the bomb plant because JKS is going to get the kills instead with almost no time left. Panic on FaZe. They were trying to stop the bomb, and they end up all of them going down.
It was looking so good for FaZe after the Carrigan inquiry towards the lobby position. JKS, though, with this Desert Eagle, a magnificent sequence, manages to get 2 opening frags, and you're right, the time was dangerously low there. 7 seconds when JKS gets that final kill, but the Force by Wars continue. 2-1 for G2 now as we go to round number 4. Money actually not too bad for the CTs. Bear in mind, they won their Force before, upgraded to his Galils, as you mentioned. So they actually have a pretty decent array of weaponry, but it's Hooksy towards that heart this time, coming out on top as the in-game leaders clash.
Yeah, no head armor, I think, on Carrigan, so he got popped immediately. Same is true for Twist and Rain in this one. It's always very exciting and hard to predict when a game starts like this, where it's just so much back and forth, and Twist is going to be taking out JKS, so it's right back into a 4 versus 4. They still have another rifle on Rain that nobody knows about yet, another M4 to play around with. They're going to be making their way outside.
Well, CT presence focusing towards lower right now. You can see them coordinating themselves towards Secret. It's going to be Twist and Brokey. They've got a Desert Eagle leading the charge here. Twist behind him with the M4. Or they predict the possibility of 2 players here on the other side. Twist will find one. Doing a great job here. Lighting them up as he gets the hat trick. Saving the round here. And it looks like the Force Buy will be successful once again. Hooksy with an impossible task here, but he does get the first frag.
Stops the ace from Twist. He actually had the quad kill. He was hunting for it. It's going to be Rain to take on over, but there's nothing more delightful than watching Mr. Van Dalken show up with that kind of mechanics. It's what he's known for. It's what he does time and time again so well. This is so crisp.
Yeah. Really enjoyable precision and just movement. Everything
little
was
duck
perfect
down
there.
to minimize his model.
Yeah.
All of it is so sick. Okay, well, we keep it going.
Oh, we certainly do, Anders. It will be G2 now. Their opportunity to answer back. A couple of AKs, 3 pistols as well. As we go 2-2, ramp to be tested this time. It's going to be Rob to defend. Bit of a legend of the ramp from Bahunter. Best in this time. And that's going to be the cue to just pounce down towards the lower bomb side. Might just go for the straight up smoke either side, plant the bomb. There are the smokes and Rain. I don't think he can push it.
I doubt it as well. It's so risky to try and do that, and he's going to get taken down. They were well aware Brokey will fall next, and they still have JKS with the Tech9 who was playing on this position, so even if things spiral out of control, he could have flanked him, he could have done something, but Carrigan and Twist are already making their way out. So G2 will steal around back again. Back we go.
I can't believe that. And it's such a clean round as well. They barely take any damage. You could see there wasn't a ton of utility thrown at the start towards ramp. They were relatively open to push through. And the problem is, if you give a kill away that quickly, like the first 15 seconds of the round, if they pounce down towards lower, really difficult to recover from that one. You can see the smokes going down quickly. They've got all their utility, and the CTs have the choice. So I push through a smoke, try and steal a kill away, at least delay them. Rain went for that, doesn't work out from the solo door. And that will be G2 answering back once more, 3-2. No one can find consecutive rounds here in the first half of the best of 3.
What do you think is the longest back and forth there's ever been? I don't think I've ever seen one that goes 10 rounds. Like, you know,
I think
like,
I've got to like at least 8 rounds before, and it's normally on Nuke, but like this is the kind of map that lends itself to that. But now this is where it gets a little bit more difficult because G2 had such a clean round beforehand. They've now got 5 rifles. They've got 3 M4A4s and a couple of AK-47s. So the thought of FaZe Clan winning this particular round, in my head, outside the realms of possibility. This is the one where G2 should find a comfortable lead.
They should. I don't disagree. There is the M4 that they saved. It was 2 MP9s, a deal, and a scout.
Right.
So, couple of ways you could slip up if you end up getting tagged too much outside to the scout. That's obviously a concern. Or if you're a little bit too quick on the trigger and you push into a huge stack, that's maybe the other way to go. But G2, they have it all lined up for them in this round. It should be a comfortable round here.
He's feeling brave.
Yes, he is right in front. Robs with the spray. It's a double with the bomb on the ground, and they're not ready. There's a second player here in Twist, and actually a third one as well, trying to distract them. They just don't even check, but Twist, he can't find the shot. He needed to. He had every advantage.
Yeah, a rare miss there from Twist. I would say he had the advantage on the duel as well, but bested by m0NESY this time. Ramperum open for business once again. They do have some vision towards that position. Carrigan holding from hell with the scouts. Not an ideal setup by any stretch. Huge advantage for G2 with a minute on the clock. m0NESY is low, but they still have 3 smokes, flashes, molotovs. And looking at FaZe Clan, just a single flash. They do have the kit on Carrigan, though.
Look at the freeze they've called here, G2. They're so sure that somebody from FaZe is going to come looking.
Yeah.
So they don't mind spending 20, maybe even 30 seconds just waiting around for that. And they're not wrong. There has been a bit of aggression you could see moving forward there into that forward position on the other side of the squeak door is Rain. And if you're a little bit off when you turn this corner, he might just shoot you right in the face. And if you don't check him at all, then he could be there for a pretty quick flank. But it feels like they found the right spot here, G2. There's no one down below. Carrigan just getting tested a little bit, but they should be able to get the bomb plant here. Broky's going to be there with the deagle, but I think he's the only one that's nearby.
Time is the most concerning factor here.
True.
If the bomb is denied, they're in a lot of trouble here. But look, oh, there it is! 10 seconds remaining, and Broky finds it through the smoke. The round time, the collapse of G2. How does that happen? How does he find the shot? And that's going to be it. Nico can find the kill. It's all he likes. But the round is stolen away. The 3-on-3, you said it. They can just bide their time. They can run the clock down, wait for the CT mistakes to come through, but they never did, Anders. And down towards lower, they went through all the protocols. They deployed the smokes. They had people covering the positions, but they didn't anticipate the smoke shot. That is remarkable.
How does he even know that lineup? I feel like that's such a strange lineup to know. Obviously, you could see the benefit of being able to do it, but I would have assumed that nobody had really practiced that. That is so sick, and the Forced by Wars continue. We're still going at it. We'll see G2 can make it back once again.
How has he done that? I'm sure that's what G2 are asking themselves right now. Broky. The only way he can win the round is like that as well. That is wild.
100%, and it's only because m0NESY's low on health. I think if it's a 100% health player, he probably doesn't keep spamming the same spot. He's just shooting all over the place, so he might tag him and never kill him, and the bomb goes down. Oh my god.
We are yet to have a full gun round. It's just back and forth. 4 spies. G2, though, quite a strong one, it has to be said. 3 AKs, a Galil for Hunter. Hooksy on the MAC-10.
Broky's back in CT spawn, but not with an AWP like you sometimes see. He's there with the M4 at range behind the forklift. That's interesting.
Powerful spot. Players like Nico will be exploring their options to get towards the top of heaven, vaulting up. And you might not anticipate a player like Broky that far back.
It's very hard to see, isn't it? It's one thing if you have a scope on the T side, but obviously just with the raw AK and the coloring of that forklift also making it quite hard to see through at range. So 30 seconds left, Henry. They've really slowed this one down in a massive way. Bombs making its way through. They're trying to get there, down to the B bomb side again, but we are down to 20 seconds. And Rain, he's wise to what's coming next. He knows they're going to have to be fast. They can't slow this down.
Well, they heard him rotate. They're aware of Rain's position, but the drop from Carrigan looked like it was good for the double kill, but m0NESY will trade out. It's down to Twist now as the time is running so low. Once again, another hat trick for Twist from main entrance this time, as they scramble in towards upper, and that's the second round in a row now where they've lost by virtue of the clock. That is a rough finish.
It is. No bomb plant. And finally, a consecutive round for FaZe. They actually managed to get something going back their way. Twist, obviously, with his multi-spray down. That's everything you could have wanted. But also look at the clock. There's a 7 seconds left. I think even after the first kill, he might have won the round. It might have just been too late to really get the bomb plant down.
Well, he didn't have the time to check all the angles, jiggle all the corners, and they find themselves in a really problematic scenario now. G2 with just a single AK here. Nico will bring out the rifle, see what it can do towards outside, and he's found some spacing at least. His teammates otherwise towards the lobby. So this is a one-man army here.
Yeah, he's trying to be that, but caught in the middle of it. He actually let go of a bullet that somehow caught Rain. So I love Nico in this yard on Nuke. It's so sick to watch him work. I don't blame them for trying to do what they did, but this time he just got traded a little bit too soon. They're trying to get down to get the bomb plant, but Twist! Oh my god, he's a mechanical god, isn't he? 3 kills once again. It's outrageous.
Yeah, he needs to cool off. He's got the hot hand right now. Every single round seems like he finds himself a hat trick, a big spray down. This time denying the bomb once again. Pixel, perfect precision. As we see round 5 come in for FaZe Clan. And still G2 struggling with these buys. The Hero AK was designed to crack open a bomb site, yield a plant potentially, but Nico will have to operate with just a Desert Eagle here. So I pick up the pace. We've got a player making their way down towards vent. It's actually going to be JKS hanging out by the T vent right now. Oh, they seem to be aware of it. Carrigan might pre-fire this.
He's got the right idea. Careful though. They're right on the other side. This is a classic. You pop right through the smoke. Carrigan reads it so well. Gets the dink on m0NESY, and it'll be cleaned up at the end. The grenade there from Rain and the shot as well on the Hooksy through the smoke. And that slows it all right down. But it was really Carrigan reading the start of that round in a very good way.
Yeah, he did an absolute boatload of damage there. Very aware of what could potentially be behind that smoke. 3 Ts to be exact. He takes down one, dinks another, gets a good nade off as well. And this round looks completely tied up. We are going to have FaZe finding the last couple of kills and no problem whatsoever. So yeah, Carrigan only with 1 frag there, but he delayed them for so long. He did a ton of damage as they came out, enabling Rain to get a nice little spray down from main entrance as he gets 3 kills in total. And it will be 6-3 as FaZe continue to stretch their legs here. Here's the replay of Carrigan's efforts. And you can see the grenade taking down m0NESY as well. 2 assists from Carrigan there, as Twist will seal the deal. Job done. G2 once again down to just the pistols here. Loss bonus is starting to rack up. They are actually maximum going into the next round. So we can justify the half buy here. m0NESY not getting armor, so he'll get the eco going forward. Oh, sorry, he'll get the AWP going forward.
Yeah, you want to see that, don't you? Could be a real difference maker. We know how insane he is with that weapon. Nico, all right, comes out looking for them. Even at range, he's actually doing significant damage there. Robs, like you said, a bit of a expert at playing the ramp position. Great triple spray down to pretty much secure the round. If there was any doubt about it, he's going to be able to basically win it there. Hunter in a 1 versus 4.
Let's see what he can make of it. I would say not much. Plan would be welcome, but not required. And he's got a timing there. A player sneaks by him. Actually was in his screen.
It's comedy, isn't it? They both walk right past each other.
Like ships in the night. That does mean you can probably plan this.
Yeah. That would be fun. Oh, he's going to come back. Yeah, I think maybe Twist will come back and look. That's going to be... Timing is everything there. Did Hunter see it?
Yeah, he did now, yeah.
Now he finally does. Oh, a little bit early, perhaps. Could have maybe waited. Now, yeah. I was going to say there's always that fun interaction when they don't know if you're planning A or B. So if theoretically, if he plan a B and they run A to check first, because they're a little bit far away. Either way, I think this is, there's no way out now. He's gonna get shot in the back instead by Rain. Not at all bad.
A little bit frustrating there for Hunter. Open bomb site. He wasn't aware of it, misses out on the kill towards Ram, no plan found. But as I mentioned, it wasn't a plan that was required necessarily. They already had plenty of cash. Another beautiful spray down from a FaZe Clan member. This time it was Rops holding valiantly towards the ramp room. Ready to close things out, deny that plant as well. And G2 finding themselves a bit of hot water here, to be honest with you, Anders, after winning the pistol and coming out on top in the Force Buy Wars, only finding themselves 3 rounds in total yet to win a gun round. As FaZe Clan string together 5 in a row on their CT campaign. Round number 11 up next. This is the pick of G2 as well.
After so much back and forth, it's so painful to just exit the game completely for a while here. I mean, it's giving FaZe a huge amount of momentum at the moment. 7-3.
Yeah, double AWP setup as well. Just changing the pacing here completely means Rops can be AWPing towards ramp now. When he's had that big spray down, he's already conditioned them to know that he is going beast mode. As we'll see, Brokey open things up. The aggression continues here on the CT side, pushing out towards T-Red. Needs to try and get out safely, though. We've got Hunter sniffing out his prey, but taking a lot of damage from these grenades here. Brokey will deploy a smoke as Hunter sprays him down.
Yeah, good effort for Hunter.
No!
Oh, and he checks right down below, but a nice setup with Rain being able to catch that when return. It kind of keeps it in 3-on-3. Rain goes down to Hooksy, finding a kill. His 4th kill. This Carrigan coming straight back into it, so a quick 2-on-2, I was going to say, but they keep trading. Back and forth they go. He leaves m0NESY on his own with a minute on the clock in a 1 versus 2.
We'll see what he can make of it, Anders. He's got a couple of flashes and a Molotov. FaZe Clan have done very well to hold on to this one after Hunter's efforts there from the silo. What a pre-fire. Down beneath him.
I don't know if we'll get the replay, but the first kill that Brokey gets outside, I mentioned this a couple of the other days. You see him jump as he is reloading the AWP to look up on the silo. And again, it's just, I think it's so worth noticing if you appreciate some of the, the finer details of Counter-Strike. It's so fun to see how much a good AWPer will make, even if the moments where he can't even fire his rifles, he's still finding something. m0NESY, it's possible. 20 seconds. Carrigan is annoyingly close by to put some pressure onto him, but he does not have any grenades to really do anything. He's going to be walking up, and m0NESY makes the jump. He's no idea, but he still gets the rifle out just in time. Finds Carrigan. That's outrageous. And now Rops trying to come in from the high ground. He's got that AWP. Still lives for the first one and running for the flames. I think m0NESY's realized, yeah, I can play for time. He can't block me out. That Molotov is the last one that he had. He doesn't have another one to pick up, but he just runs straight for it. Rops able to catch him. The silent drop down. m0NESY read it. What a 1 versus 1 at the end, but it is Rops from the ramp who comes up with a big round.
I can't believe Rops comes out on top of that one. It was really well played from m0NESY, trying to get ahead of him, trying to peek before he even touched the bomb there. It's a nice idea, one you don't expect. And this had all kicked off, so that's the jump you were talking about, right? When he's just pulling the charging handle, jumping behind T-Red, and at that point you can know where a second peek will look like. So there it is, Rops. Once again, coming out on top, had that massive ramp spray down, now coming out against m0NESY in the 1 versus 1. It's round 12, and G2 now giving away 6 rounds in a row. What can they make of this one? m0NESY back on the AWP.
Yeah, they lost one of the ops, unfortunately. Obviously, Rops is throwing that over to Brokey to play around with, which hard not to do that. 8 for FaZe, as this CT side campaign is looking really strong for them at the moment. Nico taking a look outside and not really spotting anyone yet. This is where he makes so much work. I'm shocked that he's had 4 kills because I have seen Nico defeat entire teams by playing this yard position. Just, getting 20, 30 kills in a half by just running out here and shooting people in the face. So I'm sure that's what he's thinking. I'm sure that's what he wants as well. Difficult, though. Smoke is up and Rain almost going down.
Exchanging bullets through the smokes. It's Nika that comes out on top, though. Rain catches a couple of strays down to 22 points of health. And we've got 50 seconds remaining. G2 have not handled the clock too well, so We'll see where they finish up here. Bomb towards Squeaky for now. Flashbang towards the heart as Brokey will drop down. Has to be the upper attack here.
30 seconds. They have a couple of grenades. You could see one of the players up on the T roof to throw some flashbangs, I'm assuming, through the ceiling. And that's how they're going to try and set it up. The first flash, completely unflashed there. Rob's able to get a couple of kills, and Brokey will get one more. Nico and Monacy are left, but only for a minute. Rob's is doing amazing work once again. He's up to 14, tied up with Twist. Oh my god, this is looking so good for them. Between Robs and Twist, they're just doing so much work at the moment. And he's coming in, it's not Jenny from the block, it's Robs from the ramp. Henry, he's doing amazing work.
That's some of your best work there, Anders. Yeah, I don't know. That was like just the meat grinder set up towards the upper bomb side. G2, as you mentioned, trying to make those picks towards outside. Not really been finding anything. They've been locked out. Do a little bit of damage. They fall back. And then it's just quite a lackluster upper finish at that point. You can see they've got multiple players with rifles looking towards Squeaky. AWP at HUD as well, and they just don't really give anything away. It's a beautiful thing here for FaZe Clan so far as Carrigan does about 200 damage with the spray and utility follow-up. Brokey will find the first kill, and down the vent they go. Carrigan looking to pick up the pieces as he's done so much damage already. Collects the kills, and he's earned them a 5 versus 2 to work with.
You're right. He actually did 200 damage, but got no kills to begin with.
Exactly.
I feel like it's justice that, you know, they throw a couple of bodies his way. They're like, all right, you've done a good job.
It's a little bit alarming, that previous round, Anders, because it seems like they were just going out upper just because they had to do something, right? They hadn't found any picks.
Oh.
Okay, maybe I'll just shut up for a second.
Yeah, let him cook.
Yeah, let him. It's quite the chef, I've heard.
Literally, they did that thing with Scrawny. Wasn't that Nico doing a pizza with Dupree, I think? So.
Yeah, didn't watch it. I'm aware the content exists, though.
Yeah?
Haven't seen it, though, to be honest.
So in more ways than one, we can say. Unfortunately, he dropped quite low in the second engagement, and it takes some of the fun out of a round like this one. If he had stayed at 100 health and got both the deagle kills, yeah, there's a way to do this. And Nico does have an uncanny timing to try and clutch rounds, you know, in the fading seconds of a round, but I think this one is not going to happen.
I was hoping you were about to say, well, he might be able to do that.
He might. He can.
No, he definitely can't. He is done. G2 might be done as well. I'm not sure. They look a little bit like just desperate overall, like just limping into bomb sites, having to make a move just because they still have a chance to win the round. But then, do you see that round where Carrigan was defending the squeaky door from Tetris? He didn't even get the kills there. He survived. Rob's got the double frag from heaven. But Carrigan's able to put out another, 120 damage. They can't take him down. There's no flashes on him. And it seems like every choke point's super comfortable for them to hold.
How much do you put this on the back and forth, like the tug of war at the beginning? Does that drain a team out? Do you think is it one of the things where it's like once you lose that fight, the team
I don't know
really
that
has a hard time?
G2 were on the T side when that was going down. You're actually in a great spot at that stage. Right? You're getting 3 rounds at the start of the half, courtesy of some force buy rounds going in your favor. That's absolutely fine. More alarming for the CT side, to be honest with you. That's when your money will get sabotaged. You need stronger buys, you need more utility. So on the T side, they definitely should be getting at least a couple of gun rounds, Anders. They're yet to post a single one. They have looked out of their depth, and now FaZe looking very confident indeed. It's Carrigan launching himself in towards the heart, but it actually starts to fall apart. As G2 now surely have this round in the bag. They got a 5-on-3 to kick things off, but Twist, he will not be silenced. Brokey will chime in as well to back up this upper bomb site, and they've somehow stolen the advantage away. I can't bloody believe it. 5-on-3, the round's falling apart, and it's done. Nico, can't believe it. I can't believe it.
They can guess where he is. He almost always
here,
plays
right?
out here. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be too surprised. There's a reason they call him the Magician. Twist, absolutely on-point mechanics to try and get the round back. It's so lightning fast when it happens.
He just saw G2 in half with that one.
Yes.
Disappearing that. But this is the sort of round Nico can win, Anders. We joked about it before when he had 13 HP. This was a 3v1. He hasn't got the bomb, unfortunately, but there's enough time. Twist and Brokey are half HP. If he can bring this into a quick 1v1, have a chance to recover the bomb, you never know, but let's see what he can make of it. Oh, there it is. There we go. All right, now this round's on.
There's no way.
What are you saying, Nico?
He has to win this. 22 seconds. That shot is going to be replayed in Brokey's mind tonight. He's going to remember that one. Nico running out of time, though. He's picked up the bomb. Remember, he is a god at manipulating this time. 10 seconds, he runs for it. Tries to see if he can do it. Molotov behind him. Oh, he's slowing it down. Can he actually make it? I doubt it.
Yeah, I think he can. I think
he's
just
got it. He's just barely got it, Henry.
Oh my god. That is unbelievable, Anders. He can actually pull this one off now. Where does Twist reposition? I think he's gone ramp.
Yes, he has. He's down on that side. He's got no idea. He's been completely outplayed. Nico just waiting. You could see in Twist movement, he's never thinking that he's going to be in that control room. He's looking if the door is open. He's already got the evidence. That's where he has to be. He tries to flash. He wants to check it. And Nico's all the way on the other side. Only thing he has to worry about is a fast defuse, but that's not even happening. I think Twist has already lost it now. He doesn't have time to come off that bomb. He has to hold it down. Nico with a clutch of a lifetime on this one. It is amazing.
Well, that is an absolute Counter-Strike masterclass there from one of the absolute greats of the game, Nico. In what seemed like an impossible scenario, piece by piece, start to unravel FaZe Clan here. This was the shot that really gave him a chance, a fighting chance, in toward the lower bomb site. A stroke of genius with 10 seconds remaining. He knows exactly what he's doing. He plants the bomb with milliseconds to spare. Molotov in the vents as well, denies the rotation and twists. He is left looking at 6s and 7s. That is absolutely wonderful from G2. Now, bear in mind, Anders, that is the first gun round they have won. And what did it take? It took one of the absolute greats to pull a miracle out of the bag.
Yeah.
A 3 versus 1. He had no business winning it. Had to hit some ludicrous shots to even get close. And still, it was down to a knife's edge. Amazing scenes from Nico. Signs of life for G2, but we need this last round.
Oh, it's absurd, isn't it? That shot on Brokey, imagine how helpless you feel if you're replaying that in your Brokey in your mind. You're thinking, I couldn't have done anything. I couldn't have won that. He is actually just so fast on the other side. And he's playing away on someone with a scope on his rifle.
Yep.
Like you would have assumed that he's going to win that fight every single time. That is disturbing.
God. So, even after winning the round, G2 have Khalil going forward now to show you what a rough time they've been having here on Nuke. They'll slow it down. Double orb set up for FaZe.
Round number 15, yeah. At a minimum, G2 need this round. Just even to feel like, it's all right. It was a bit rough, but we can bring it back. They've got to show something. And Nico surely is going to be the tip of the spear for them here. Once again, trying to test that yard position. We'll say this for FaZe. They've done a pretty good job, I would say, not even fighting Nico out here. And I'd probably make the same game plan. It is not worth it. He has such a good understanding of the range and he's played this position so many times. I don't think it's worth stepping up to fight him out here. It's his playground. Rain trying to take a bit of an off angle, crouched in. He's very locked in here, but the AWP actually takes away all of the attention. Hooksy with 1 and a double in return. Right. Very good.
We haven't said Hooksy's name too much. Massive contribution there. Double kill, and somehow that AWP shot doesn't connect. A bullet to the thigh for JKS, and finally Rops will take him down. Quite uncomfortable though. You can see they've lost a lot of vision outside. And they'll be going down towards Secret. Final round of this first half. The pick of G2. They have not looked their best. 20 seconds remaining, Anders. This one's going to be awkward once again.
And a very strange reposition for Ops that I don't think G2 will expect. If you know the AWP is on ramp, you're expecting it to stay there. I don't think you're thinking it's going to fall into this really tight spot. So, bomb plan comes through. Monacy and Hunter. Nico gave them a round on his own. They need to step it up and win this one. This 5th round is everything to G2 right now. I guarantee it. And Monacy is about to get shot down. He's way out in the open. Oh, he does spot the gun barrel, but Carrigan on top of the silo. It's just Hunter left.
Hunter, what have you got for us? Another 3 versus 1 required here. The bomb not planted for him, to say the very least. It looks like we might be done here, and it's an absolutely epic performance from FaZe Clan. They managed to string together 11 rounds in a row. G2, sure, they got 4, but it took an absolutely magnificent clutch from Nico. Will it be enough? I'm not so sure.
What makes majors special are the importance historically.
Some of the legacies that have been forged, that have been started.
I mean, it's the most prestigious tournament in the game.
Every team is striving to qualify, to do well. It has a real process of qualification where everyone in the world gets an honest shot at competing.
But the one thing everybody always works for each and every year are those rare majors.
And that's what we're all here to play. That's what everyone wants to play.
What I believe that every Counter-Strike player wants to achieve, that's the one thing that everyone wants to try and win.
Being able to write their legacies, become legends.
They mean so much more. You're immortalized in the game.
This is the pinnacle, the zenith, if you will, of the CSGO calendar.
If you're a top team, winning a major can save your season.
This is your opportunity to really show yourselves, to really show that your team can shine.
It's the bookend at the end of everybody's chapter.
I think I'll die. Down flash.
Nice.
Flashing behind.
Two more.
I'm peeking with you.
I'm holding, don't peek.
Yeah,
don't peek.
he's peeking me. I'm smoking them.
I'm side. Two up.
Yes, they're
planning toxic.
Hey, Toxic dead.
Bomb down.
I'm gonna peek again.
Yellow nice.
Hide. I kill him.
Yeah. Hold time.
They're hiding.
Nice. Sick. Good job. Nice man.
Pure luck.
That was good.
Nice on ramp dropping with 2 kills.
Better play again.
Nice one, Robin, indeed. That was one of the rounds where things started to really unravel for G2 there. Brokey sitting the round away with shot through the smoke from the window room. G2 didn't recover, Anders. They were absolutely stunned after that one.
It's such a back and forth, and then once FaZe start to really pick it up, I mean, there's been a lot of conversation. Obviously, they lost to Liquid. They don't have Robin here, but this looking like the kind of FaZe that we love to see. Rob's having a field day at the ramp. Twist running all over the race. He's 18-6 at the end of that first half.
Unbelievable scenes, really, but 7 guns have been deployed. G2 needs to answer back, bite back, perhaps, as we'll see Carrigan making his way towards main entrance. Molotov on the roof. And the smoke is down. First bullet deployed. It's Hunter with a crisp shot. Fanny Carrigan and Nika will chime in as well to take down Rain. So they've got the early advantage here. 5 on 3, but plenty of these have fallen apart.
Yeah, there's still ways to lose this, although every single kill is going to make that more unlikely. Hunter, the mechanics are beautiful, and he's going to get a couple of kills behind it. 11-5. G2 winning the pistol on the second half now. We saw in the first half, pistols didn't really matter.
Yeah.
You have to keep it going.
It's a good point. It begs the question, though, with no bomb going down, will they be buying up in the third or forcing in the second? I can give you a spoiler right now. They have forced ball, so we are going to see the Tech-9s and the Deagles, and will the madness ensue once again at the first half? That's where G2 really only found any rounds on their T side. As we'll see FaZe operating with smokes early on as well, so deploying the wall at the start of the round here. Nico trying to do damage en route as they cross over towards Secret. It's going to be Rain, though, through the smoke, finding the one tap. And this will be a ramp split. They're going to try and get down towards lower, breaching through the defense of JKS.
This next fight's going to be real important, and Monacy's making absolutely sure. He's so crisp with that M4 as well. I was going to say, once you see Rain throwing that deagle, makes you a little bit nervous, but it looks like G2 are going to hold on to this round thanks to Monacy just starting to get warmed up.
Well, speaking of Rain, here he is once again. He has negated the lower bomb site, managed to post himself up towards ramp here. Maybe he gets a second kill. Surprising, that's all they found with that ramp split. Was through the smoke, and Rain will get his second, so at least making this round somewhat expensive for them, but very unlikely to do anything else, unfortunately. Bomb down and 19 points of health.
Yeah, it's an unenviable position to be in. I mean, the best he could accomplish is probably another kill. If he's really, you know, on point with the deagle, it's possible. And that will do some real economic damage to G2. That really make it a bit of a sour round for them.
It's true. This game is now opening back up for G2. This will be a round victory for them. There's nothing Rain can do, and he knows it as well. The smoke pretty much was a death sentence there, as G2 will find a 2-0. Just Glocks available for FaZe Clan going forward. So they're going to purchase a single flashbang. Couple of Tech 9s. That was the shot from Rain. Pretty ridiculous. Not a sustainable pick, but one you'll take all day long. But pretty much all they got. Rain was able to find a second kill, but the round was completely confirmed.
Nico did have a comment in the chat about that.
Did he? What did he say? Oh, okay. He just typed a little FU. Not even an NS, it's an FU.
No, perfect. I think that's better. I think that even shows you more respect. You're like, you know what? You can go right to hell, can't you? It's great. Monacy with a good shot to start the round with. And as you said, it's a very limited buy that's coming. This was a couple of upgraded pistols. That's about it. So not too exciting, really. You expect for G2 to find a 7th round here. It's a really open game. 11-7, completely winnable for G2. I love it. This is what this game should be like. Hunter with a spray down. It's 4 kills on him. He's starting to get warmed up. Monacy's clearly there. Nico's clearly there. You don't need more. That's an insane trio to play against.
Well, it's been the FaZe Clan T side this tournament as well that's somewhat let them down.
True.
Against Liquid, especially on Mirage, they're only able to post 3 rounds total. The game ended up being a 16-14 loss, but still, yeah, the T-side lack of rounds was a real problem for them. As we get into number 19 here, Anders. AKs across the board. FaZe Clan finally have the resources available to buy in once again. It's going to be twist towards Silo, as we'll see the first gun round here underway here in the second half.
Grenade, is it going to be well timed? It's a little bit early. They were a little bit further back. Hard to find those ROPs with a kill on Hooksy, who was out on a wild adventure. How did he get so deep into lobby?
Well,
Ropsy, look at how paranoid he is that someone's going to find him.
It's a bit of a bonus round, I guess you can call it that, with the success they've had. So they're trying to collapse in towards the lobby, steal a kill away with that MP9. It hasn't worked out. Now, it's not the end of the world. They still have plenty of resources going forward. They can still potentially win this round, but FaZe Clan making light work of the outside area. They found themselves in a 4-on-2. A minute remaining as well. They still had the majority of their Molotovs and smokes here. A few flashbangs as well.
Look at how Carrigan is playing this one. And they're actually throwing a smoke, I think, to bait someone into Carrigan's point of view here. So Twist just kind of like, you know, saying, yeah, you want to come take a look? This is actually something that Nico tried to do a lot in the first half, and nobody ever really bit. Nico spent a lot of time in these positions, and no one from the CT side ever showed up to walk into his crosshair, which was really a little bit of frustration for him. See if Carrigan is going to get rewarded instead. He certainly needs it.
Well, he's faked the idea that they're going towards heaven. Molotov that position, flashbangs from outside as well, but no one's checking the CT vent. Hunter can't believe his luck as he's overlooked. He will find 2 frags, but it wasn't quite enough there. Bear in mind, that was a 4-on-2 situation. Yes. So they did have the manpower to answer back quickly, but got a little bit dicey for them there. 12-7, big round for them to win. But as mentioned, there was a bit of a bonus round for G2, pushing in towards the lobby in a frantic manner. Hooksy offers himself up, then a double kill towards outside was found. And at that point, it was just a matter of closing things out cleanly. It got a little bit more complicated with the double kill from Hunter. Brokey with just the Desert Eagle here as well, as we see an AWP from Odyssey.
Yeah, the tool that you would want on him
Yeah.
Especially in this position.
So, 4 players of our helmets, no kits, barely any utility, but they do have firepower here. m0NESY knows he'll be challenged momentarily. Smokes down as he has to reposition. Flashbangs deployed as well. Nico feeling brave as he goes through the smoke. He is punished. Rain gets the best of him this time. And m0NESY with a gap and a no-scope. How does he answer back in that manner?
That is so bold, isn't it? He could have just as well got sprayed down in return. If he misses the shot, who knows what happens, but it's enough to get the kill in return. 4 versus 3. Carrigan dropped quite low on health as well. This round is not over yet. But for G2, if they lose it, you can already tell the money is not there for it. FaZe would be at 13. It's almost winning the map here if FaZe can win this one round.
Yeah, it's a good point. And it's a difficult one to recover as well. HooXi positioned himself towards Squeaky. He's trying to tuck himself in on the right, but the timings elude him, Anders. It all falls apart, and now another 4-on-2 ensues. m0NESY's still alive, though. Hunter joins him, but they're in the same position with no utility. A single flashbang between them, but m0NESY, he's posted up. Will drop down. Nice silent drop here. And a better shot from Robs, unfortunately. Fancy footwork, but they do find him. And Hunter has been detected as well. So sure, he gets an opening frag, but if anything, this gives up his positioning.
I feel like that defense really could have worked, because
yeah,
I think the only thing FaZe had was the one smoke that they still have on Robs. So I don't think they could have done a lot to stop that heaven position, especially once one of them is dropped down. So there might have been a way for that 2-on-4 to work out. But yeah, Robs just with a blinding shot. He's been playing so well. He's got 18 kills. It's 20 on Twist and then 18 on Hunter as well on the other side of the board. But still, 13 on the side and just a 1 M4 save for now.
Like you said, the financial ramifications of this round are significant.
Yeah.
They'll only be getting, I believe, $1,900 per player into the next round on top of their 0 after fully investing the previous ones. A Hunter saves an M4. And now, like, this is a really difficult spot to be in because you can buy next round. If you're playing by the book, you should take a full eco here. Allow it to go 14-7, then you can buy up into the next one. You could force around this M4, but it'd be pistols and a single rifle. You're almost certainly not going to win that round, and it will be GG. So it's probably not even worth a timeout. Just get it over with. Full eco. 1 smoke available. Maybe, just maybe, Anders Hunter can find an absolute miracle.
Yeah, very hard to know how to play it if you're Hunter as well. I mean, I like this that he's a bit forward. I don't normally like it if you're the only one that can probably save the round. I hate it to see people try and hide in a corner and hope that somebody shows up. I prefer when people are out looking to make the openings. But it's risky, obviously. It is risky, and he's not going to test it too much further. Triple stack in the ramp, but they are really testing it. Brokey blows m0NESY away.
I think he missed the Molotov upon entry as well. So the fact he recovered and hits an absolute stinger of a shot like that is impressive. m0NESY goes down. Takes his own medicine there with the quick flick from the AWP. Hunter repositioning.
Yeah.
Joining his teammates at the ramp. Trying to put them on the end of the fishing pole if possible. And slowly but surely they are being dropped as Brokey looks to confirm the round. Doesn't need to overpeak this one, but it will be JKS taking down. And now just that aforementioned Hunter at 19 points of health as we go 14-7. $2,400 on top of their 2K right now, so it's unlikely he saves his M4, so they'll be operating on the absolute bare minimal going forward.
Yeah, it's a miserable position to be in right now. Not much that he could have done there. If he had a defuse kit, maybe there was a way to actually get into the A-bomb side in a funny fashion, but no such luck. 14-7. This version of FaZe looking great right now.
They're looking fierce. We've got a Twist, 21 frags. Brokey starting to wake up into the series as well. He was a little bit quieter in that first half, but he's hitting some absolute bangers now. And as mentioned, yeah, it's his bottom of the barrel stuff for G2. Their map pick, and they have not turned up thus far. They will bring what they can to the table, sacrificing helmets, you would imagine. There will not be an AWP.
They really started to look like they were warmed up a little bit and winning the pistol in the second half. I mean, that should spring them back into action. 11-7 at one point, you know?
That's both pistols in the bag. And Nico, 1 versus 3, the only gun round they picked up. You'd think with those variables in the mix, it would be quite a competitive game. If anything, it's only been compelling for FaZe Clan. They have ran away with this one. Looking to close things out quickly after posting 3 rounds in a row. G2 picking themselves up. A weak buy here in round number 22. They've got 3 smokes to operate with as we hit the 1 minute 40 mark. Nico using the smoke as a one-way, hoping he can open things up towards twists on Silo.
Not a bad idea necessarily, but he doesn't want to stick around forever. He's a bit worried that they could be getting closer up front, so has to respect that fact and just fall a little bit further back. He's coming right past. That is almost Rain getting himself killed for no reason. That's a bit careless. Monacy nearly gets sprayed down for the smoke. He's trying to get there. He wants to help out Nico, but the end result, they both go down instead.
Amazing awareness there. They're spamming Monacy's smoke. Obviously very aware of his tendencies, and a double kill comes through. Another 4 versus 2 now. JKS will pull one back, but that gives up his positioning. And Twist will punish. Just Hunter remaining as they hunt for map point. And G2's pick here. Hunter once again. Impossible scenario, and Twist seems to have his number all day long. Beautiful shot as he gets himself another hat-trick. 24 kills in total, 10 deaths, Anders. Wow.
Yeah, he came in real strong in this game. In that early back and forth, he had so many triple kills, I think, in the space of like 4 or 5 rounds. He had a couple of triple, 1 quad kill as well. Just a lot of it built in that early stage, and then he never really looked back after that.
Yeah, well, we're 22 rounds in. He's 24 frags up. It's pretty ridiculous. So, do or die time. A must-win round, of course. Map point for FaZe, and they're up against 2 scouts. 3 MP9s. It's not known as a strong buy, to say the very least. This is the weak one. And you'll be very, very surprised if G2 make this one work.
Yeah, it feels like the era of winning the odd rounds kind of left the match for the minute here. They're pretty locked in at the moment. FaZe doesn't look like they're giving up really much of anything. JKS already taking a fair bit of damage here. G2 in a position where they would need to win 8 rounds with no mistakes made to even get it into overtime. It's been done before, but it's a rare sight. Yeah, the combination of Twist and Robs playing as well as they are, and everyone else also, they're not that far behind really the rest of the FaZe squad, so they just have a really amazing setup at the moment, don't they?
Well, the only thing that's gone wrong for them is the pistols, Anders. So that's pretty good news. Not a bad headline to have here, as JKS will hold on for dear life. This time, steals a kill away, and it's to drop down as well, so a lot of work to do. He's actually at 16 points of health, so he's done incredibly well to stay alive here.
Okay.
We'll join him, and maybe this one continues a little longer.
Yeah, that makes it a little bit interesting. The MP9's chewing up FaZe quicker than you would have expected. Rob's gonna fake the bomb. Hope that there's gonna be at least one that overextends, because it is a 2-on-4. So they really want to try and make it preferably a 2-on-2 or something like that before they really go for the plant. And he's gonna give it another crack here, but it's only 12 seconds left, so there's the kill. He's the leading Hunter, and they get Hooksy as well. Rain comes in the last possible second to help them out, but it's still up to Robs. He's on his own back here against the scouts, and now also the AWP. 1 versus 2. Robs could do it. There's the click on one. I think he sees. I think he knows. He gets the shot. It's unbelievable.
What a way to close it. Another spectacular clutch from the FaZe clan. As G2 can't believe what they've just witnessed. They're absolutely decimated in the closing stages of Nuke.
How did he recover from that? Oh my god, the Nico 1 versus 3 was something, but Robs comes up in a massive way. Oh, we need a break from this. They need a break. And there's a second map coming up. Don't go anywhere.
FaZe hot off the starting blocks and sprinting to the finish line on Nuke. Unfortunately for G2, that was their own map pick, and aside from an unholy Nico clutch, that just looked flat for the side of G2. FaZe in control basically from beginning to end.
I mean, if you win both pistol rounds on your own map pick and you even convert one of them and you still lose 16-7, yes, you haven't had a great game. And as you said, a wonderful clutch coming out on Nico. I'm sure we're going to see that and talk more about that, but that was very flat from G2. That felt like FaZe had control over that game more or less from start to finish. Good to see FaZe play well, though. I feel like this is the best version of FaZe we've seen all tournament long. The players are stepping up, Twist was stepping up. So overall, great from FaZe, not so good from G2.
G2 had a kink for getting multi-killed. That's what happened in this first map. 23 multi-kill for FaZe out of 23 rounds. That's 100% multi-kill rate in this game. And I'm not making this up. The amount of time where G2 actually found a way into the bomb site, found a way into the first few meters of the map just to get absolute smashed. Twist did it a million times, and Enders was right to mention it at the cast at this very moment. Round 7 as well, round 8 right behind it. This is when G2 is still trying to put pressure onto FaZe, financially speaking, but they were just lacking in terms of pacing and utility, and he destroyed them.
You add to that they were always playing from behind as well. They lost the opening duel 16-7, just as the scoreline is suggesting as well. So there was nothing, absolutely nothing that worked out for G2. You'd think that when they pick Nuke, they come into this one, they know exactly what's coming for them. They must have T sides prepared, but that fell flat for G2. Very disappointing.
They say all good things come in threes, and Twist was doing that time and time again with 3Ks all over the shop in that first half. And I love that you touched upon it in the green room, Jacob. It's great to see Twist finding his groove again, because we know at the tail end of last season, he was saying it himself. He was very fatigued. He needed a break. Love to see this hot start.
It's been a while since we've seen the best of Twist. Sorry, it's not like he's been playing poor Counter-Strike the past year, but he hasn't been this standout player that we know he can be. I think many people consider him to be one of the best aimers Counter-Strike has ever had. His raw aim, his raw abilities. We saw this game, a lot of spray transfers, a lot of multi-kills as well. It's good to see that Twist. He's good, but when you're playing at this level, that's a player that dictates the game, and we haven't seen that Twist for the vast majority of the past year.
He had just X and reads in this map. That's what it was about. Like the amount of time where he surprised G2. After the first initial exchanges, 1 for 1 for 1, then who's there? Guess who's back? Twist again, and he's ready for the multi-kill, and he destroyed him. I can point you 3 different rounds at the very least when he's just waiting for G2 players, completely oblivious to the danger.
And then you pair a deadly Twist with arguably an even more deadly Rops, and you're in for a bad time, Matthew.
Yeah, listen, who said playing ramp on Nuke is boring and you ain't gonna see anybody? Well, if you're Rops and you actually have both the aim, the spray control, and the initiatives at time to leave your position, because he's done that multiple times where he just left ramp alone and he was already in position to help. That's a good example right there. He could have been ramp, he isn't. He's already up heaven to help. And then on the T side, probably the rattiest of rat, and I mean it as a compliment. Absolutely unforgivable to play against Rops.
You know what's underestimated about Rops? I think a lot of people would describe him as boring and maybe one-dimensional in the way he's playing. He's always lurking, always a bit boring in the way. He picks up the AWP quite often now. He's quite efficient as a secondary AWP. We only saw it a couple of rounds right here in that clutch we saw. He's also a guy that likes to rotate around. He likes to play that CT side, to be proactive, to be active, a little more active than he is on the T side. So he's more than just this lurker who's standing still at all times.
Gentlemen, should we go right to the end of this map? Because we thought, maybe G2, they were going to be putting some guns together. Maybe, perhaps, they were going to be getting this round. Rob said, hell no, I'm still in this map right now.
Yeah, a really hard round to lose, of course, for G2. It kind of comes at the illustration. You see the first line of defense is going well. JKS kills, stay alive. Hooksy kills, stay alive. JKS even got another one with the MP9. But from this moment on, it's the class from FaZe coming out. And Robs is baiting as much as he possibly can with the bomb. That's the second tap, by the way. Here, just a one shot. Just shut up and appreciate. But he bought enough time for Rain to catch up to him. And from that moment on, it is pure brilliance. There's nothing to analyze, just to appreciate.
You're just watching in awe, Jacob.
I'm just watching.
Take a look. Take a look. He's isolating or trying to isolate the duels, and he's just efficient as ever before. The tapping away from Robs right here had a fantastic showing as well. These individuals are just crazy sometimes to play against. We labeled it, coming into the game. G2's individuals scoring up against the individuals of FaZe Clan, and in this game we saw who were the better ones.
Yeah, we talk about the individuals, and one individual that was shining bright on the side of G2 was, of course, Nico in his unholy clutch. So let's dissect it with Danny.
Nico's 1v3 was a thing of beauty, and I kind of want to break down some of the decision-making on top of the mechanics that he did to pull off this clutch. So first thing we're going to talk about right here is At this point in the round, 1v3 already, he's found himself towards this heaven position. And just to set up some context here, if you look at the radar, the bomb is down here towards this lobby position. He knows from his teammates that there's at least one player here, potentially two, and he doesn't quite know where the third one is. Now, the thing is that whenever you're in this kind of spot, you're kind of waiting for a mistake. And the one mistake that he could count on is the fact that with the bomb being down in this position, there is a chance that somebody might try to rotate towards that bomb side. That's what happens here. He just simply waits here towards this heaven area, catches the first mistake from Rain, rotating from Secret, trying to get towards that bomb. Now, when he comes over here towards this heaven side, the next thing happens. Brokey, he's actually going to toss a Molotov towards heaven. This Molotov actually cues Nico just a little bit because with this Molotov, you typically are not going to throw this from anywhere else other than the floor. This means that the upper players have very likely rotated away from that rafter side. So what that means is that when Nico comes up towards this ladder area, he's going to be very focused on players that could be towards this box, towards this hut position, since that's also where the bomb is. When he comes up, that's why his pre-aim here is so precise. It's because he is very convinced that there has to be somebody there. That's what allows him to get this kill into Brokey. Brilliant mechanics here. Now, once he's in this 1v1 situation, he doesn't quite know where this last player is, but he has a reasonable guess that he could probably be towards the bomb as well. Now, he does everything he can to clear towards this upper site. With Brokey taking contact like that, it's not uncommon for this player to be hiding somewhere. But the key thing here is that as soon as he gets this bomb, notice that he doesn't rush the plant at upper. That's because there's almost no reason at all for this last player to be down towards that lower site. It'd be a huge gamble if he did that. So he guesses that this player has to be towards this lobby position since he's already cleared most of upper at this point. So he takes the run, takes the risk that there's almost no chance that he's going to be down towards that lower site. So he goes down towards the vents. He Molotovs the vents behind him to ensure that that player can't chase him, and he gets the bomb down. Now, this is the key moment right here because as soon as he plants that bomb, the fact that he doesn't hear anyone run down towards that vents or take any sort of damage from that fire, it means that that backhaul position, there's a very good chance it's going to be clear. So he uses that space to wrap all the way around towards this backhaul side, knowing that it's very unlikely that this player is coming from this area, and instead he's coming from wrap. This allows him to wrap all the way towards this control side. And when he wraps towards his control side, he has excellent timing on Twist because Twist, he still thinks that this player, he still thinks that Nico is towards that door side, allows him to kind of get into a situation where he goes behind him. Now, as soon as Twist makes a move towards the bomb, I want you to notice this last detail here. Nico, when he comes in to take this duel, notice that he doesn't peek from far back. He goes close to the wall, just like this, goes close to the wall. By doing so, he makes himself in a situation where if he peeks, it's only going to be his shoulder. It's going to be very hard to headshot him. That's what he does here. As soon as Twist taps the bomb, he just jiggles. He jiggles, showing only his shoulder, and that makes it impossible for Twist to land the shot. You see that from Twist's point of view, there's no clear shot he can take. He can only see Nico's shoulders, and that's the fact that he goes close to the wall to pull off that jiggle. So beautiful clutch here from Nico. So not only mechanics, but also some of the decision-making here to make it all possible.
Excellent work, as always, from the Mahone zone. And I'm glad we're giving this round its flowers. I really am, but I'm struggling a little bit because we have to contextualize it, right? This comes really late in the first half of G2. And even the final round of the half that ensues after it, they can't even win, right? I'm struggling to see it.
It depends what philosophy you're on in life, right? You're pessimistic, you're an optimistic. You're an optimistic, you just appreciate the beauty of the clutch and you hype the hell out of Nico because he's one of the very few individuals in the world who can pull that off. Crosser placement is beautiful. Every decision is right. And if you're a bit more of a pessimistic, you say that was one shining light in the middle of a goddamn storm where nothing was happening on a T side. So sometimes in Counter-Strike, it's enough. You get to 4, suddenly you win the pistol, and you can get better than that. But let's not pretend like this was a great half. It just wasn't.
Nah, I guess in all fairness, it's not Nico's fault that the rest of the team couldn't follow up on that clutch. The clutch in itself is fantastic.
It's amazing.
Yeah, before we do move on to talk about the second round, that will be Mirage. Let's relive that clutch one more time in this mic'd up mode.
Flash cut.
Dead. Go.
Dead ramp.
Merling, flashing.
Top cut, I think top cut.
Maybe one more door.
I don't know, side or something, I think. Side.
Not sure.
Coming garage.
Side with 2 on side. 2 on side.
Yeah, and Rocha's third one was ramp long time ago.
Pushed out
he
with
flashed.
Pushed out with 4. There were 2 on A, Nicola. And there were 2 side. Brokey was pushed hard. Nice! Nice, Nico. Good job.
Fucking sick, Nico.
Wait, I need to change in theirs.
What?
I need to change in theirs.
I couldn't hear something.
Wait, he did that without the sound, or
Yeah.
That's like he did it without like hearing properly. That's
Man's an
talent
absolute
right there.
machine. Let's
Talent.
just get rid of his audio.
You don't need
man.
it.
You don't even need it. You don't even need those damn
We out there trying to
headphones.
find excuses when something is wrong. He just like, actually, my in-ears, I need to change them.
Well, maybe he might have needed them because obviously it didn't end the way that you two might have anticipated coming into this one. And it might be even more of an uphill struggle because we're now moving on to FaZe's pick. But I do want to contextualize this for a minute as well because it is Mirage. They both played Liquid on this map. FaZe lost, G2 won in overtime.
Oh, hold on. Are we going? Are you doing what I think
I'm
it is
doing
you're
some
doing?
maths
You're doing transactivity in Counter-Strike? Because if A beat B on the
C
map,
must be
and
greater.
B, exactly, B is greater than C, then A is greater than C. Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, get the
That's
whiteboard
a
out.
Very dangerous Pandora box you're opening.
So,
Can we just shut
do you
it
want to shut
immediately?
it? Yeah.
Yeah, I want to shut it with the fact that FaZe loves to play Mirage, and it's the map they play obviously the most. They like to pick it, and it's a confidence pick for me. When you go up against a team like G2, who we know loves to play Mirage as well, who we know have a 75% win rate out of the last 4 games they played in the past 3 months, they are comfortable playing that map. So it's a confidence pick coming out of FaZe Clan. We put the highlight spot, so to speak, on Twist, saying that he was playing, well, and more well than he used to. On Mirage, he's the highest rated player the past 3 months. He's owning it up. An average rating on the CT side of 1.45. So Twist is the man in motion right here. He likes to go for the duels. He likes to shut down that T side from G2. And it's all going to be centered around middle, where Hunter, Monacy, and the rest of the guys are going to try to find opening and find kills. Nico versus Twist in this one, that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, listen, the name of the game is going to be the T side for FaZe. As simply as that.
Yes.
Like, discussion over. Against Liquid, they won 3 rounds, but they were very much separated. They could never build on anything. They were hardly reset time and time again. Here, against G2 on Nuke, obviously we didn't get to see a whole lot of it, but the 3 gun rounds they played on the T side, a whole lot of spacing. They were taking map control away. They knew how to handle it. Beautiful. You can replicate that on Mirage, then we can talk about a closing.
Well, you talk about a confidence game, Jacob. FaZe looking hella confident already on their opponent's pick, sealing up Nuke pretty decisively. Now we move on to the grounds of Mirage, and it's coming at you after this break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching Blast Premier 4 Groups 2023. You join us for the second map of this delectable matchup. FaZe Clan taking on G2. It was supposed to be game in the tournament, but a little bit underwhelming from G2 so far.
Yeah, they haven't really stepped up to play quite. It was an exciting game on you, but it was never close enough that you thought it could go either way.
It had some high-octane moments,
Yes.
some insane clutches. The individual skill is undeniable on the server right now, but G2 look a little bit disjointed. That was their map pick. They won both pistols and only picking up 7 rounds in total. It is simply not good enough, Anders. They'll be moving on to Mirage now. FaZe's home map. They'll be setting the T side, and they are looking great. The likes of Twists and Robs combined is a power to behold.
It was beautiful to watch. Robs with a clutch at the end, twist the mechanics at the start of the game to really get them rolling, and they never really looked back. So I'm concerned for G2. We all picked them, and we might end up looking like fools at the end of it, which is all the more fun, isn't it?
That is the most important thing. The talent predicted G2 to win. Could they be wrong? Time will tell. As you get to the second map, FaZe Clan taking on G2 here after a 16-7 performance on Nuke. FaZe Clan looking to convert this series 2-0. They'll be entering the pistol with 2 P250s, 2 smokes, a couple of flashbangs to boot as well, and 3 players towards the A bomb site. A split looking very likely as we see Rain and Twist negates the underpass position. They'll be looking to come in from the connector, and no real aggression from the CTs there, Anders. JKS and Spawn, a double little stack towards the jungle area.
Well, look at how quickly they throw the smokes. They're already initiating the first part of the pincer movement, maybe drawing away attention from the middle. So we'll see how this connector play is going to be working out. They're already trying to jump past, but Nico stops them in their tracks. The headshots, they're gorgeous, aren't they? 2 to shut down the entire part of that push. And now it's a 3 versus 4. The bomb being attempted. Carrigan is just crossing his fingers and hoping, and maybe with the help of Brokey, getting the bomb down there.
Oh, wow. Okay, Rops will find a beautiful shot there towards the connector. Gets himself a double as well, and it's Nico who's managed to find 3 kills in total so far. We'll have to do an ace clutch to close this one out, Anders.
Well, if anyone could, it just might be Nico. See if he can find the first kill. I don't think there's a kit anywhere, so it's going to have to be quick. He gets another one. With a kit, he's already won the round. It's already done, but 10 seconds is a long time, and he thinks he's going to get peeked. He realizes now where they're coming from, looking for one more headshot. He really wants it, but I think, unfortunately, he is out of time, and Robs will best him on the other side with a quad kill of his own.
Nico just can't do enough for G2 right now. It opens up with a 5-on-3. He fires 2 bullets with the USP, Anders, and gets 2 headshots. Have a look at those right now. 1, 2, clean as you like. You can't ask for much more than him. At that point, he gets 3 kills, make it 4 in total. But Robs denies the victory, and that is going to be very disappointing. After winning both pistols on Nuke, losing 16-7, they now open up their CT campaign here with another Deagle headshot. Nico can't miss right now. That is wonderful. Will it be enough? Time will tell. They've got the man advantage for now as Monacy leaps up to the B apartments here, escorting 2 players.
Good read from Rops. He's got a very good understanding of what's in front of him. So he's set 75, and he peeks right where the grenade is out. It is enough pressure to bring down Hooksy at the end of it. Hunter would love to hunt it down, but not going to be possible now. Rops is practically dead, left on 13 health, but he is still alive. And he's going to be falling back to safety. 3 versus 4. There was a moment there where it could have blown up in the faces of FaZe.
Had they been a little bit more aggressive, who knows? But man advantage now gifted over to FaZe. Rops is low, like you mentioned, but he's already done the heavy lifting in this round. 2 kills found. Swaps over to the MAC-10. And just taking vision away from the CTs here, allowing them to garner control of connector. Rain will sneak into that position. We've got Twist with the bomb. Rotating in from T-spawn as well, joining Carrigan at the A-bomb side.
JKS, good position, but Rain even more powerful there with the Galil. And that will pretty much cancel out any threat in this round. G2 with just Hunter left. Here's a nice attempt to try and shoot through the box, but it probably would require some madness like that to even get close. Hunter's actually one of the few players left that's pretty decent with the C-set 75, so...
He's got that going for him.
He's got that.
Yeah, fair enough. It's a weapon that's gone a little bit out of fashion, I suppose. Not as popular as it used to be. The 5.7 taking the lion's share of most purchases these days. But the CZ, as you can see, still a potent pistol in the right hands, as Hunter will fight for survival here. 2 kills found. Looks like he's going to be holding on to his M4.
That's
At least
pretty
for now.
efficient.
Yeah, he was pretty good at that in Nuke as well. He survived a lot, but wasn't having a whole lot of impact. FaZe Clan finding 2 rounds, fending off the force buy. Hunter makes it a little bit more interesting into the next one. We saw him save the M4 plenty of times. Couldn't really find the positional control to take use of it going forward. That was the opening kill from Nico as well, but Rob's taking care of business here. Just about finds that kill on the fadeaway as well. And Rain closing things out with these kills with the Galil. So round 3, can't really invest anything, unfortunately. Hunter can drop his CZ over. So we'll have that. But it will take an absolute miraculous play from Hunter here to stand a chance of going in his direction as he boosts up towards the ladder room. He has got contact towards short. And Rain might be offering himself up early.
They're going to smoke it. I was going to say there's a lot of ways to deal with it. You could pop flash it. You could try and do something else. Don't think he could see Monacy, but he can now. We'll find the shot. Still don't know about the M4. That's right on the other side of that smoke. When it fades, it could definitely be interesting. Hooksy's fallen down, so now the chances are they're going to be able to trade it. Hunter, that's a nice attempt. Almost gets the double, but it's not enough.
Yeah, about all he could do there. Waiting for the fade on the smoke. Leaps out, looking for 2, only able to get 1 frag, and that's pretty much all they'll find here. Nico alone towards short, and potential to find the kill in the ladder room, I suppose. That'd be towards Brokey, but it would take a hell of a shot at this stage, and actually in the right position to do so. But 3-0 confirmed. Gun rounds begin right here, right now. Perfect streak so far. 3-0 for FaZe Clan on their map pick. Already a map under their belts, and a lackluster G2 on the server today.
Yeah, they haven't shown up in the way. They've had individual bursts of really exciting Counter-Strike.
An individual. It's Nico.
And individual.
Nico has done God's work to even find him a few rounds. He's had incredibly explosive clutch potentials as well, converting that 1v3. And we'll get into the first gun round here. Bit of aggression shown from the AWP towards underpass. Nico with the one-way patrolling middle for him. Huge round here, sets the tone for the rest of the half.
It does. The first buy round, they must pull this in their favor, but Rain out in front, going to be taking down Nico. Monacy with a return. He's still in the middle inside of the smoke. Do they realize? I don't think they do. Maybe they would have tried to test it a bit more. They almost catch him. It's a bullet. It just recoils right into Monacy's face.
The
He looked like he was so far away.
The crosser was nowhere near him. So, yeah, a fortunate kill. Good awareness, though. And connects the dots. 4 versus 2. We're not done here just yet, but maybe we are now. JKS in position. Could make a dent in this one. It would require a 4 versus 1 clutch. Looks like he's gonna at least explore his options here. He's up in position. And a chance. They've given him something to work with here.
So much time, and they're gonna double up on him. It's a pretty cool attempt. I like it, but he was gonna have to keep that fight going for a real long time, and eventually would have been flanked as well, so probably very tricky to win. 4-0 in favor of FaZe.
Well, we're 4 rounds in, and FaZe Clan already have more T rounds than their total against Team Liquid.
Oh, yeah.
And that was a 16-14 game. And they're going to get a lot more than 3 here, I can tell you that much. So this is a problem for G2. This is where FaZe looked weak earlier in the tournament, but anything but to kick things off here. Up against the half buy. Maximum loss bonus into the next, so you can take yourself down to about $2,000 per player. CZs. Desert Eagles, couple of smokes, that's about it. As they spread quite thinly on the map, there's no real stack in sight.
Yeah, relying on the individuality of those Deagles. And actually, Hooksy's picked up a CC as well, so they got some automated pistols to play around with. That's interesting. Still crossing my fingers that we'll get one of those Nico rounds with the Deagle. They are exciting. We saw at least a good shot earlier, but he's in a position here where he's probably going to get overwhelmed. They're kind of everywhere.
I think he gets going here. I take it back. I didn't finish the sentence. It doesn't count. And we'll see the opening kill for FaZe Clan. Carrigan will chime in as well. But the second, that's Monacy removed from the equation. 5-3 ensues as we see FaZe going through the motions here. That half buy was no problem whatsoever. FaZe Clan are officially on fire. 5-0. G2 might want to bring out a double AWP early, considering how poorly this is going so far. They've got the resources to do now. You'd normally see maybe Hooksy picks it up, goes towards B. They'll take the tactical timeout regardless and discuss the options. Hooksy yet to buy. Monacy's got his AWP. JKS with 5,200 as well. So just got to take this moment to catch their breath. It obviously can't go much worse than this to kick off a second map. You're a map down. It's your opponent's pick. They are looking red hot, and you've only really had one player turn up to this series so far.
When that's the upside you can come up with, Henry, is that it can't get worse.
Right.
No, you're in a bad position.
Well, they'll go with a single M4 setup here. Just to note, M4A4s across the board for G2.
Right. Probably a little bit map dependent.
Yeah, I would say so.
At this stage, but yeah, it's been so impressively one-sided at the moment. Just a comprehensive performance coming up from FaZe. They look very, very confident.
Carrigan's in the zone right now. He knows they'll be adjusting their setup, working on what they're doing next, maybe a bit of aggression. He's just going for a 5-man execute towards A. Now, you'll normally deploy this once, maybe twice a half, but this is a great round to bring it out just when they're adjusting, just when they're changing things up, and it's quick commitment as well.
Yeah, JKS, he's seen the danger. It's a really amazing grenade that he threw back there, but it's not going to help him. He still goes down to Robson. There's smoke and flashes everywhere. Hooksy was standing on Carrigan. He realized and gets the shot for Robs. He can't be stopped. 3 kills on him as he takes down Hooksy and Nico in quick succession. Flashed into the next one. It's a quad kill on Mr. Cool, and it's just Hunter left. He's picked up the AWP. He actually does tag him. He's going for the ace right now. That's what he's looking for.
Rock'em, sock'em, Counter-Strike. The perfect execution. Brokey looking to close things out, but they can still lose this one. It doesn't matter, though. The P250 will find that final kill. What an amazing sequence once again from Rops, one of the world's best in peak form right now, showing us how good he can be at A execution. Nothing too special about that, but the individual play of Rops was magnificent. This was a lovely little maneuver from Hooksy. He did well to get a double frag there, but unfortunately, just riled up the beast as Robs decimates them one by one. 6-0 for FaZe Clan now as G2 will limp into the round with 4 pistols and a scout. Maybe a bit of aggression here. Nothing seems to be working for them. A 4-man stack towards the A bomb site, and they're going for the same strat once again, Anders. 5-man attack. Execution. And that Robs off the leash.
He's 14-2. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, go get him. We said he had the hot hand before, but this time it's red hot.
203 ADR. Come on, man. What do you do? How can you stop that? Well, they are going for it once again. A bit of a smoke to maybe slow them down.
Yeah, they don't have to run through this smoke. It's not a requirement, but Carrigan will lead the charge. Happy to do so. The first kill with the 5-7. That's why you probably don't want to go for those smokes. And now a difficult recovery as Monacy finding shots of the Desert Eagle. 2 kills found already, but speaking of 2, it's an even situation for now. Nico pulls one back. Oh, he just can't catch a break right now. Hitting lovely shots. Might not be enough still. Hooksy, 1 versus 1 against Brokey. 50 seconds on the clock. Aware of the potential possibility of a flank here. He's going towards T-spawn to check it out.
I'd love for Brokey to reload this weapon. Just...
Yeah, with 5 bullets. Yeah, there we go.
Okay, thank you, Brokey. It's appreciated.
So we've got a full round reset here. Hooksy operating with 0 information at this stage. Bear in mind, that's a scout he's got, not an AWP. And he might be able to hit the footsteps. Yeah, he definitely will. He could actually hit this with 1 shot. He's 66 HP. He just has to connect. Oh, Hooksy.
He's messed it up once. Flashed out. Now the pressure is on. And
there we go. We'll take it. Good Lord. Yeah, sigh of relief there, Hooksy. You got to hit those ones, I'm afraid. Very close, a little bit scary, but makes up for it. No harm, no foul whatsoever as they find their first round on the board. Should have won it earlier after this 5-on-3 opener from JKS there. Little bit scary at the end, but Brokey couldn't find footing towards the bomb site. And we find the first for G2. So, plenty of money, as you might imagine, but if they can win this, G2 that is, they will break the back of FaZe financially.
6-1, yeah. They absolutely need to.
Might have been GG if Hooksy gave that round up.
It's really...
It felt like that might have done it.
The first missed shot there, just curling your toes, watching
Yeah, like just thinking, oh, at least we've got this one in the bag. This one's locked in.
Oh, what a counter flash. They had them locked in the corner, and now instead it's gone the other way. Twist with the double. The flashbang timing against those. There's 3 CTs in the middle. They had 2 people that were wedged up against the wall, and you probably can't escape there. If you're the T side, you're going to die in that corner. Except for the flashbang.
It was looking so good for G2, though. They had 3 players ready to push. Their flashbang was epic, but as you mentioned, the counter flash was spot on. It couldn't have been more devastating if they tried. Nico was about to get a big spray down, and all of a sudden, 4 kills come in the feed for FaZe. Round over. Bit of a harsh reset as well. In terms of loss bonus, and as they get $2,900 into the next round, they were fully invested after going down to 1 versus 1 before. And here's JKS. All he can do is save the M4. The replay of that round is going to be crazy to watch.
Yeah, I'd really love to know exactly how that was thrown. It was so bad. I think no one even turned around. And obviously the fact that someone's coming up from underpass, so they're getting sandwiched in while they're flashed.
Too many targets to look at.
7 to 1.
Like 7 players all fighting.
Yeah. What a nightmare for G2.
Yeah, can't catch a break. Everything they're trying is the perfect response, and yeah, this is the angle to look at it from. So not only are they jumping into flames at the start, there's the flashbang.
Yeah.
It absolutely wrecked everyone, courtesy of Karrigan. They kept flying in as well. Rob's deploying them too. And yeah, they were just blind as a bat. Hoping they could connect some shots there, but again, half by territory doesn't feel good. They managed to win one of these rounds courtesy of a Hooksy scout, but yeah, that one almost fell apart as well.
Yeah, nearly did. They need a miracle once again. I mean, Nico, this would be one of the rounds where you could maybe start to get the team a little bit fired up, but even saying that feels a bit hollow, because even on Nuke, when some of those rounds happened, they never really exploded behind it. It wasn't really enough. Team just looks a bit deflated, a bit more than you would have wanted at the moment here. I like this aggression, though, from JKS. He's got the rifle. I think he should try and find some relevancy. Now, they're going far away, but he's still doing a lot to make sure they can have a stack towards the B-bomb site. He's not moving forward. Now he finally is, but I think this is going to be too late. This will be down to the B defense. I think JKS will either save or he will be there in a 1 versus 1. Hooksy trying to stay alive, but Rops making sure that he can't. 17-3 on Rops, and yeah, JKS, like I said, just not going to be there in time.
Yeah, not many options for poor old Justin, I'm afraid. He'll be top and middle. M4 once again, and all he can do is save as we go 8-1 here. On the T side for FaZe on their pick, a map already under their belts. G2's option of Nuke was pretty comfortable for them to pick up. 16-7 after losing both pistols as well, Anders. This is a weak-looking FaZe today. They do not have a response. I would hazard a guess we might see the double orb going forward. Now nothing is working for them.
Yes.
JKS will save the M4, so that option is available to them. So we'll get into it. That's to be survived. It's looking fine. They're not committing to the hunt here. So we'll see if they want to change their formation, maybe go for a timeout here, because it's spiraling out of control now. This one has unraveled. It already did on Nuke, and they are not recovering.
If you're a FaZe fan, you've got to be thinking Robin leaving the squad threw a lot of things into question. Not to say that this means that they completely recovered and there's no problem at all, but it's at least nice to see that, you know, it hasn't just thrown them into this pit of uncertainty. Like, they still obviously know how to play the game, and they seem to be very, very well structured at the moment. I don't know if this is... Obviously, FaZe are playing way better than they were against Liquid, but it also feels like G2 just... There's some real holes in this game for them that are starting to show.
Something's not right.
Yeah.
It's not clicking. And it's difficult to give them many caveats here. They're one of the few teams that hasn't changed their roster during the break, right? It was Heroic, FaZe Clan, and G2. The only teams at this tournament coming in with the same roster as last season. You would think they are looking revitalized, rejuvenated, whatever you want to call it. But this is looking uncomfortable, I would say. So we've had plenty of A executions. Lots of defaults, fast pacing from FaZe, and this time focusing their efforts towards B. After the tactical timeout, they're just going with these set pieces. Like, Karrigan's got them in the pocket right now, and he's committing. Here we go.
Yeah, not slowing it down. Wants to see if he could get the uppercut towards the B bomb site. Hunter is here, and it's a really nice little transfer there. Hooksy's going to be there on the crossfire. The bomb is down on the floor of the bomb site, so this should be an absolute lock-in round. Hunter doing excellent work on the defense. Brokey and Robs left 2 versus 4, and there should be no world in which they win this one. But somehow, they get the bomb plant. Even that is a little bit of a miracle, and it's planted in the middle of it. Robs showing up, and he will get shut down. All right, I was worried too, but it's all good,
I was going to say Robs in a 4 versus 1 with the bomb down. You never know. I wasn't planted for him, unfortunately, but there it is. FaZe, like I said, they've got all the momentum in their favor right now. Karrigan's enjoying himself. There's not really an incorrect call at this stage when you're running away with it in this sort of fashion. They've had so many good A executions. Trying their luck towards B this time. It's actually a pretty solid hold from Hooksy and co. Only one player going down. Great crossfires. Good discipline on the repeaks. The bomb does get planted. That was going to happen just courtesy of Brokey getting in that smoke. And we'll see whether they can find subsequent rounds here. They can string a few together, Anders. One will not do here. Double AWP setup now from Odyssey and Hooksy. Bear in mind, Hooksy can now be the turret. They can have a stronger A and middle here. That's what you'll normally see Carrigan switch to as well.
Yeah, you signaled the double AWP as a potential solution for G2, and they finally found the resources or just come up with a good idea to try and do it here. Hooksy, gotta be real careful about this. There is someone holding on the other side. But it does give them, should give them a bit of luxury of having more of a mid presence from the second B player. You can be quicker on the rotation, you have more of information, and you can just leave Hooksy to AWP into that hallway and should be fine. Look at JKS. Pushing forward, should get a free kill. They already got one in the middle from Nico, and this is the solid round that you need. 4 kills that go the way of G2.
Yeah.
You can just Brokey.
This is much more like a good active play from JKS as well. As soon as that first kill comes through, he commits, finds the bomb, shuts it all down. And they actually keep 5 players alive as well. And you can see he's having that extra man towards A, Hooksy with the AWP towards the B area, smoking it off, guaranteeing they're not going to be pressured on that side of the map. Gives them a bit more freedom. And that's a very compelling round. We need a lot more where that came from. Of course, that's only going to be the third here. It's Brokey with the AWP, 30 seconds. Just trying to get the absolute maximum out of this save if possible. Just looking to see if anyone will push him. But considering the current situation at G2, they'll probably just try and keep everyone up. They've got the Royal Flush setup going forward. Double AWPs and 3 AK-47s. That's a great way to start your campaign to recover this series.
Yeah, it doesn't get any stronger than that, really. My God, it's a long ways back, though. FaZe, they've already done more than they needed to in the first half. 8 rounds on the T side. They're perfectly happy where they are.
Anything else now is a bonus. They've already achieved their goal of winning the half on the T side. Like, they can take the series 2-0 already. If they get anything further than 8, God help G2, because they'll be in a world of trouble, considering how disjointed the team is looking right now.
And also just, you know, looking at the body language there, they just look like they're just staring into the distance of the screen, like into the horizon. They don't look...
So, with this tournament as well, like, bear in mind, sure, it's G2 versus FaZe. It's a big matchup.
Yes.
But in this tournament, you just need to get top 6. It's the first tournament from the break, so I don't want anyone to read too much into this. Like, you're not going to be bringing everything you've got when you just need to make top 6. So it's a binary outcome, right? That's all you need to do. So yeah, these games are indicative of what we should expect, but a lot of these teams fresh from vacation, looking to build themselves into Cologne. So don't be too harsh on them, you know.
Yeah, I think that is fair. I would say for G2, some of it for me goes into like a broader pattern of not finding the right synergy. I could respect it if they get out-called by Carrigan in some of these rounds. I'd say, okay, well, maybe that can happen, but I just wish that I'd see a little bit more on the individual side. I think towards the end of Nuke, we did have both Nico and Hunter and Monacy that were all playing at a pretty good level. I want to see that at the start of a map. I want to see all 3 of those really turning up and defending their positions. I think that's like the baseline for G2. And then whether or not JKS and Hooksy can do enough and they have the strategy, that's like a secondary question almost. But just get the original trio from this G2 lineup to really do some work. That's what I want to see.
Well, plenty of time to contemplate, work out what's gone wrong so far. We've got a rare technical issue here. It's been very smooth so far.
Yes.
At Blast Premier full groups, to be honest with you. First technical pause we've already had. It's been business as usual otherwise, but you can see the players unable to talk in this time. You just got to stew over your own thoughts. FaZe, well, looking quite relaxed.
Why wouldn't they be?
Yeah.
They're having a great time.
Yeah, well, they've got 8 rounds here on the T side. They've already taken Nuke, their opponent's map pick, 16-7. Very convincing performance. Your stars are shining. Robs is looking magnificent. Twists had an epic performance on Nuke as well. As we'll see the pause come to its logical conclusion. We are at the end of it. We're getting back into round number 12, ladies and gentlemen. FaZe hunting for a 2-0 scoreline here. And it's looking very good for that outcome. We'll see if the double AWP can hold strong once again as we enter the next gun round here. Money actually running relatively thin, considering how many rounds they've got under their belts. FaZe will have a Galil and bare bones utility in round number 12 here.
There's default grenades being thrown up by Rain just to put some pressure on and limit the potential for anyone being in connector. Nico, smooth jump back. Was a minute there where he could have got shot, but Smoke also separating two of the AWPs here in the middle. Ooh, it's going to almost fade. Brokey's a little bit quicker this time around. I like the idea of throwing down the smoke from Odyssey, but it doesn't make a difference. And Brokey, he's reading it. He sees it coming. Flashed out of position, though, but Nico wanted to take the challenge on the other side.
Yeah, making sure he called for the flashbang from his teammate as well. At least had a decent chance of finding it. A good grenade thrown by Nico. Takes Karrigan down to 67 now. And it's Rain operating up towards shore. Hunter's in trouble here. He's been surrounded by multiple members of FaZe clan. Nico with a shot through the smoke will get the in-game leader of FaZe, but that is a massive frag. That's the B-bomb site wide open, but he's got the AWP. There is a chance. It doesn't have to end here.
I think they're not even moving out of the A-bomb site. I think they're saying, Nico, if you get 1 or 2 kills right now, then we can go for the retake. But it feels like they never even got close to you. You could see them already running away.
Yeah.
So they wanted someone to peek. I can understand it. You've got a double AWP. You don't want to throw it away, but it's going to give FaZe a 9th round.
Frustrating.
Yeah.
It would take a massive mistake, of course, from FaZe for Nico to be given an opportunity. He can't launch through the window and go for a simple Esk play. It's not going to happen.
And I don't know how much you'd want to play Hunter, but it really is unfortunate when you're the only defender in the bomb site and he's caught backtracking into
Oh, yeah.
a better
What
position.
can he do? You can hear them coming apartments. You know they're up shore.
Yeah.
And he found 1 kill. You know, like, what can you really do? You're holding, trying to play for information, hoping to boost the A-bomb side with just you playing there alone. And, yeah, Karrigan's got them right in his pocket right now. It's an opening pick, right? It's a 5-on-4 to kick things off. Nico pulls on back, but then you know that's the connector player. He's got an AWP. If we go towards B, he'll hold towards window, and then no one. They peeked towards, so they gave him nothing to work with. That's the only way he would have wanted if someone overstepped the mark. If someone pushed in towards kitchen, they gave him nothing. So, clean bomb plant. Nice crossfires. Playing it by the book. FaZe clan will get 9 on the board here. Double AWP setup will remain, saving the previous round. They've got an AK as well for JKS, and a little bit of aggression here, looking for that opening pick on both sides of the map. It's Hooksy towards the Palace. m0NESY strikes in middle, and they've got the 5-on-3 once again, courtesy of the double sniper setup.
That's how it's supposed to work. That's why you invest into it, because you do sometimes get these great openings, and it puts you well ahead of your opponents. 5 versus 3. G2, even in spite of them looking a bit cold today, they should have the protocols to just win a round like this one. And now the JKS got the headshot. Again, rely on the basics. Trade your way through the round if you really have to, but you should never be giving this one up. Twist and Rain are on the T side, and they're going to get a bit close to the A-bomb side, looking to see if they could find JKS jumping back there for information. He's going to spot them out, the power of that jump. And everyone's being pulled for, so G2 practically already securing a 4th round here.
I think you might be onto something there, Anders, as Twists and Rain don't have much to do here in the 5-on-2. Both operating towards A, and the first incision has been made at least. It's going to be JKS to be removed, so if they can make the round expensive, that will have some ramifications going forward. Hell, they might even have a chance to win it at this point. They've been given a lot of space, applying pressure. They know they need picks here, can't plant until they thin out the herd a little bit here. Hooksy should confirm things, but Rain is being a real nuisance. Finally silenced there by Hunter. It will be the 4 for G2, and the money should be in a pretty precarious spot. FaZe do have enough to bring out maybe 3 AK-47s, but probably not worth it. G2 might have a chance to find some respite here. As we'll see Hooksy. This is the opening pick, the double AWP setup. How do you have these versatile openers and probing both sides of the map here, top and middle and the Palace area, owning themselves a 5-on-3 and an eco for FaZe. So hunting for that 9-6 scoreline, that would be considered a recovery, considering they were what, like 8-1 down or something like that?
Yeah.
It was 8-1, yeah.
Failed Molotov, but I don't disagree with what you're saying. I think it's 6 rounds, at least there's someone still to fight for. Obviously, we were saying something similar on Nuke, and then the second half rolled around, and they didn't really do much of anything there. Just FaZe running away with it and having a really good time. G2. Where's that spark that's going to ignite this team to feel a little bit more fresh? I'm not seeing it at the moment. JKS is getting kill on Robs. And again, this should be the round that they just pick up for nearly nothing here. Shooting gallery in the middle.
Yeah, but they're not hitting all of the shots. It's actually getting pretty compromised here. This was the Eco Anders, and it's now down to a 2-on-2. Connecting the dots with these Desert Eagles. This was a round that was locked in. This is one I wasn't really paying attention to. Just waiting for it to be over, analyzing the money going forward. But now...
Don't tell me, Henry, they're going to lose the round.
I don't think they do. It looks like it's under control, but if another Deagle shot comes in, this could be really problematic. So it's Brokey that's going to try and feign this B attack right now. He's going to try and walk in. Even if he goes down, he's trying to pull the rotations away from the A side. Rain waiting patiently with the bomb towards Palace. So Brokey, though, the problem is he's low. He doesn't get this kill.
No.
But if he can make enough noise and survive for maybe 5 seconds, he might be onto something. But it's going to be Hunter to take him down. That's the cue. Rain has to go now. And Hooksy hasn't moved. So he'll get the plant. Well, he would have done. But unfortunately now he should be done for. They know exactly where he is. A max damage grenade. 88 damage. So well played from Hooksy there. An uncomfortable round, but regardless, to get it over the line, that's all that matters. Final round up next.
It is all that matters, but you still can't help but feel it's also symptomatic of you know, G2 never getting the momentum. Like, it's not even a round they can celebrate. It's a round where you're like, oh, that got way too close. Like, we're actually a bit worried at the end here. You'd like a round every once in a while where it just feels like smooth sailing and everyone's feeling quite good about it, but they have to struggle for everything right now. It's got to be exhausting at the end of a game when you just feel like there are no easy rounds. 15th is coming up, and plenty of money for FaZe.
There is a world of difference between 10-5 and 9-6. Just from a psychological point of view, 9-6, you'd be thinking, okay, we recovered this. If you're giving up double digits on your CT side, you know that's a bad spot to be in. And FaZe Clan going back to Old Faithful here, I would say, Anders. The A execution with all 5 members. Swiss will join the boys momentarily. And we're going to see the basic smoke. This might just be a contact play here. They're quite close to the ramp already. They've been detected. Flashbang will have to go over, and the commitment comes in.
Yeah, immediately putting out the Molotov. There is JKS and Nico with the early kill in the round, hoping and holding on to try and get that 6th round on the board. Nico with the double, and JKS doing amazing work down there. He didn't get Molotov out. Brokey fighting back a little bit, but it feels like the G2 defense has held up very nicely at the moment.
4 versus 2. A resurgence of sorts here for G2. Considering they were 8-1 down, they have fought tooth and nail to find some convincing rounds, string a few together. It's still not the best looking G2 we've seen, but this is much better, giving them a fighting chance going into that second half. There's surely nothing going to be done here for Twist and Brokey, just going through the motions here, the formalities, as they are completely locked out of the A bomb side. Flashed off in the smoke. Twist would do very well to find anything from this position.
Yeah, he's trying. He does make his way down the ladder, but it took almost all of his health away. And Monacy's holding that line up, so Brokey, he's sandwiched in. He's got 30 seconds. We've seen some crazy clutches from him in the past, but with low health and the way that he's boxed in right now, there's no room for error. Every single shot that he fires right now has to connect, and the clock's running down very low. 15 seconds. He's thinking about it, going for the peep. Monacy's on the other side. It will be 6 at the end for G2. It's not good enough, but we'll see if they can win the pistol in the second half. It's doable. We'll find out if they can after this.
Hello, I'm Monacy. I am analyzing just one round. Let's go. So, he has really good skills, I would say. It's Ruby and really good balls. So he's gonna play B. They're starting 3B. Slashing really deep. Beating it off. That's the thing I'm doing as well. So he's getting the frag. I'm not sure, but maybe it's even me picking, because who knows, right? So he's picking banana with the first spawn. They're starting 3B. Op is picking banana, flashing D for the Oper. Because usually, like, when Oper is on T side, he's holding the banana. Like this flash which he's throwing now, like he's like flashing the guy who's staying with Op and holding car with Op. So that's good pick, I would say. And I'm usually like, if I have good spawn, I can call it. And I'm picking banana, and you should do it only with a good spawn, like with the first spawn, towards B. Third guy should smoke for you, like they did. They should smoke your car, so you will get like, I would say like not one way, but the smoke will extinguish the Molotov. It's good. And the second guy just throwing some Molotov for Bell, or like just the banana. So yeah, it's a good pick. So now he's maybe a little bit, yeah, he's leaving the smoke on city. Honestly, like, okay, they're playing 3A. Okay, that play was not bad, I would say. Like, maybe they, like T-side maybe expected that Op will fall back towards A and that he will not stay. And they just like bought a little bit of time on Banana and they just flash pick with Fallen Flash. Now he's just leaving the smoke for Banana and just leaving towards A, I guess. The guy on Banana is getting a lot of frags, I would say. Not bad. Yeah, he's holding the good angle with Op from Arch. I remember I was holding here with them for I missed 2 people and we lost anti-first round. Now he's leading towards B. Maybe it's already like, I don't know, less than 40 seconds of the time. They want to create some setup on Banana. Like Sandbags plus corner, it's good. Op is getting first contact, the guy on Sandbags is dodging the flash. Also he has a molly, he's killing the guy. That's me. We were playing here with Nico together, I remember. Because like I realized when this guy, me, flick shotted the guy on the broken wall. And yeah, after just traded Nico on Banana. I mean, definitely he played really good CS in this round.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this star-studded affair. FaZe Clan taking on G2. We're in the second half of the second map here. And G2 starting to wake up at least, Anders. They were looking like they were down and out, unable to deliver a strong performance as a group. But now, 6 rounds on the board. This one is at least looking possible.
It is possible. I agree. The wake-up part, I want to see even more. I need to see someone on their feet. I need to see some strong high five or some strong fist bumps, whatever it is. I want to see that energy on the G2 side because they're really lacking it at the moment, and FaZe have plenty at the moment. Let's see how this plays out. Second half is coming up here. Second map of the day. And FaZe and G2 is a wonderful headline, but we need G2 to really show up here and win this pistol round. And so far, so good. They're on the site, and actually the B bomb site is where the bomb is at, so this is all just a bit of a fake, and with Twist getting the first kill, that might be a real problem.
It really is. They haven't spotted the C4 yet, but they have gained access in towards the B bomb site. Bomb will be planted here,
oh,
so
no.
Even with the man disadvantage,
they're going to waste all their time, Henry. They think it's A. They think it's an A plant. They're going to waste all of their time trying to retake the wrong bomb site, Henry. They've been bamboozled.
They really have. The penny is dropped, and the retake begins right here, right now. Hooksy towards the murder hole, looking for at least a frag here if possible. He'll be dropped, and now 2 players remain. Can they do it? It would be amazing if they can actually pull this one off. The fake plant, it bought so much time in a 3 versus 2.
And with no kits, that time you do not have. You have to run all the way back. Hunter getting a double, JKS getting another one, and I think there's no chance here. With a kit, maybe. Without, absolutely not. What a play from G2.
Unbelievable scenes here. A tactician's dream.
Yes.
The full sell of the A bomb side there. They took the Bay hook, line, and sinker. Everyone was convinced it was an A plan. So far removed from the retake there. It was, what, a 5-on-3. Hunter had to go above and beyond for G2, delivering on all fronts. JKS as well holds strong with the Glock. And a must-win pistol is converted against all odds. A 5-on-3 situation. Faking that A side. Planting a B. Stealing it all away. They have to get by the force by now. 4 players towards top of middle. Smoke down. This is very quick. G2 looking to get up towards short. Hooksy setting up the flashbang here.
Oh, but Robs is playing, listening for that very flashbang, and he's going to get the dink, but not quite enough. JKS will take him down regardless. Just a huge difference in the firepower of the weaponry there. Roki at the back of bench. Deagle in hand and right down in front. He takes Nico out. Delivers the bomb right to him. What is going on? It is disgusting. It should never be possible, but he's found 3 kills. And that is gonna throw the round into question. A 4th one in. Henry. He's breaking the entire universe apart now. It's just Hooksy left. How could this be done? Brokey. He's completely broken the game. finally caught his twist, and Brokey comes back looking for the Deagle ace. He's got Hooksy in front. He's wasting a couple of bullets, and he finally goes down. But my God, I've never seen anything like it. Rain now trying to salvage this round. Don't let it go. Brokey delivered it to you right to your doorstep. One more bullet and Hooksy's out of it. And Rain, he's got to be panicked. He's got to be ice cold here, and instead it's Hooksy. He steals it back, and G2, they keep it alive.
One of the most impressive sequences we've seen all tournament long. 4 Desert Eagle headshots delivered by Brokey, but the round is not picked up. It looked like he didn't stand a chance to even find one here. How he gets that third, I will never know. So much skill on this server, and it's being realized time and time again. Hooksy saves the day. Brokey, he deserves an M4 going forward. He was the hero they needed. Couldn't quite convert the round, but maybe they can make a dent here in round number 18. Oh my. First kill for JKS. That's Rops removed from the Palace position. Brokey currently in CT spawn. We've got Rain at the A ramp as well, and G2 are just going to pump the brakes here. Wait for the reaction. See what they can find.
That is hard to forget, that Brokey round, but we'll try our best to move on to get into the 18th round here.
Imagine if he got the ace as well. Like, that was arguably the easiest shot of them all. That 5th one.
Probably was.
And yeah, it doesn't quite connect. I think he hit a single body shot, but it would have been one of the best Eagle plays we've probably ever had.
Yes,
I would agree. If he pulls that one off.
I would agree. That would be in the history books right away.
Oh, it's still going to be a clip. It's still going to be out there.
It'll be quite the clip.
It's going to be talked about for a while. But unfortunately, without the round win, it doesn't go down as legend.
No, I agree. But yeah, it's a strong reminder. If you're new to the game, you're watching, you know, dipping your toes in a bit of Counter-Strike, Brokey is the kind of player that can do that. Not just with the Deagle, but with the AWP as well. He is a really fun player to watch, exactly for that reason. 25 seconds, and they're bringing the bomb in rather late today. Bomb side, I'm getting nervous already.
Brokey is there, the villain of the previous round. He could actually shut this way. If they go for a default plan, he can deny this, Anders.
Oh, there's a flank coming in, Hooksy. This is great. So that's going to secure the bomb plan. Hooksy
is it?
Goes for the kill.
Is it?
Oh, it's so close. Why would you wait that long? But it's all good. It's all good. They're tied up, Henry.
They're all tied up. 9-9. Round number 19. A weak bye, to say the very least here. They've got, what, a single smoke on each player. Swiss with no smoke. He's gone for the incendiary instead. So all the advantages they could really ask for here. G2 have pulled this game right back. They were 8-1 down. This is FaZe's pick as well. Robs with the initial barrage of bullets toward the top of middle. Nothing connecting just yet. So the round will continue in a default manner.
Yeah, quite the mid-crunch that's going on. Hunter could join them if they want to, but they got 3 people leaning on in. Monacy doesn't quite hit the shot. He did just see the elbow of someone there, so it could have been the opening kill that they desperately need. FaZe, obviously, first roll rifle round coming up for them, so I'm sure they would love to get back on track, back to their winning ways. In their minds, they're thinking this is going to be a pretty quick tour in their favor overall.
Yeah, but that idea is diminishing.
It is.
Lots of control for G2 in this round. 2 players in prime position. Nico in the connector, Hooksy in towards ladder room. And a B finish here would be excellent. Nico can control the rotations towards jungle. Hooksy can deny any control towards shore. Start backstabbing as his teammates commit. Ideally smoking off towards the kitchen. And the CTs know they are lacking information right now. So got to take firm control of short. Hooksy sat in the smoke.
He's so close to the edge. Yeah, Shadow's going to be showing. It's a little bit too shallow. And Twist will take him down. Good turnaround for Carrigan. He sees it coming, and now they know. They know everything.
Yeah.
You're right. Nico's meant to catch the rotations, but there might not be any. Twist is going to find Nico on the other side, and it's a very clean round. Only 1 casualty on the side of FaZe. They had the idea, but I think Hooksy might have misjudged the smoke by a couple of inches.
Super nice round there from FaZe. Really calm, very disciplined, great understanding of what they had to do. Didn't just sit in the B bomb side. Made sure they had at least 1 area of contention under their grasp. That was short. Playing heads up, waiting for Hooksy to show himself, and then at that point, Strong crossfires, important round to win. Remember, they had barely any utility there as well. They've now upgraded some AKs. Still a very important round here. You can see G2 feeling the burn of that second round against Brokey after losing so many players there. Sure, he didn't win the round, but it still has a knock-on effect here with the Galil's out, a P250 for Monacy. That wouldn't be the case unless Brokey found those frags. But speaking of frags, the first one's delivered. A lovely shot from Hunter. Opening things up there towards the connector. It's Rops removed early.
They have the kills on the board, G2. You can see they have enough players that are activated to actually make this an interesting game, which is what happened at the end of Nuke, and then they didn't quite pull it through, but as a team, they do look like they're starting to get there. 4 versus 5 to start the round with, and you can see they're taking a little bit of a liberty here on the defensive side. They're thinking, all right, let's exit the B bomb site. Let's try to stack up more towards A.
Yeah.
It looks like it's the exact wrong move, unfortunately.
Yeah, this might just be a straight-up save. If it is a basic execution in towards B, Twist can do nothing about it, and that looks exactly what's coming through. A contact play with just a flashbang. It's actually the perfect call, considering what they're up against here. Hunter patrolling the middle area as well, watching window. And yeah, Twist can hear it now. They've already made the call. And with that kill, though, they might explore their options. It's not a done deal.
I feel like it's...
I don't think they go for it, but yeah, there was a slither of hope.
There is, and you see teams sometimes get almost baited into going for a round where they had almost already called off. I feel like once you call off a round, most of the time just stick with it. I feel like those, when you change your mind, you get the one extra kill. It's like, yes, but you still have to run across the whole map. And if you go for it, you lose all the rifles. So I'm kind of happy to see them just pull the plug on that round and say, that's it. We're out. It's going to tie the game, make it 10-10. Very open once again.
Yeah, and that was a difficult round. What was it? 2 Galils, a P250?
Yeah.
And just 1 kill required there. Hunter from the underpass strikes. Takes down a red-hot Rops. And that's all it takes as we go 10-10 indeed. But fortunately, FaZe will save at least 4 weapons here, 2 of which, or 3 I should say, are AK-47s. Brokey with the M4. They can't buy an AWP, but they can certainly have a full array of weaponry. Just to know, Carrigan 5 and 13. Bottom of FaZe at the top will be Rops 18. Oh no, I beg your pardon, Brokey now. 19 and 12 with Rops at 18 and 11. Top fragger for G2 is going to be between JKS and Hunter. Nico's starting to simmer down, but still fragging the 13. Just Monacy hasn't really got going yet. 8 kills for him.
Look at this speed. Hunter opening up. He's running straight there. He does slow down just the corner of that catwalk. I feel like he would have kept going. Maybe he would have caught Twist, because I don't think anyone was aware that it was happening so fast. But you said it earlier. It's a dangerous position to have a T here.
So early on as well. Like, listening out for the sounds of the rotations, vision in towards window. It's a stifling spot, and he gets undetected. Like, and that's one of his calling cards. It used to be G2 would boost Hunter up into towards the window. That used to be their go-to. And now these fast maneuvers up towards short, undetected. Sure, they'll be aware of the possibilities. Uncomfortable now. Smoke off. Trying to get a man in towards connector as well, potentially.
Bomb is in the middle, along with 3 other people. Hunter looking for it. If anyone comes back here, he might be good for the shot, and he will be. Spraying down Rops. That's a bit more impressive. That makes it interesting. Hunter might be low, but he's done his job so far. Might be on Rain this whole round. If he can stop the ramp push, he can maybe lock them in a little bit. Crossfire between him and CT Spawn. That's what they need to do. 35 seconds, and look at Brokey. He's reading it. He knows he has to come and help out Rain, who's doing an amazing job. Rain keeps the headshots going. 3 kills in his favor. 25 seconds here as Monacy's finally getting some kills. But Hunter never knew. It's Twist who comes in with a double. And it's FaZe to win the round, and it's all thanks to Rain.
Stone cold finish from Twist as well, but you are dead on, Anders. Rain had to dig deeper than ever at that point. An isolated position. Looked like his back was to the wall. You can see he was overmanaged at that point already. Yeah. He was looking towards pallets and a ramp. Comes out on top against JKS and somehow picked up 2 more kills as well. And gets the aggro for Twist at the very end there. The swing out from CT Spawn and win a very, very important round for FaZe Clan. They go 11-10, and of course a tactical timeout has been called. Just considering the ramifications of this particular round. Once again, P250s, Galils, a couple of AKs thrown in for good measure. But G2 will be in a very difficult spot here for round number 22. This one is now warming up. This is the series we were hoping for. Excellent clutches, world-class gameplay, and it right down to the wire as well in terms of the scoreline.
Yeah. This is what the game promised. When you saw this on the calendar, you think, okay, this is the kind of game that it could be. And I agree. Now we're really delivering. It's also says something about the caliber of players on FaZe that Carragher could be at 5 kills and you're not even noticing. You don't even realize that he's stuck there because everyone else is playing so well and they're making good calls and everything else. So a lot of the times it would be a huge liability, but it feels like it's unless I call it out, you don't even see it.
Well, here we go. Huge round. FaZe Clan will be in touching distance of closing this one out 2-0 if they can pull this one off cleanly. G2 operating with that P250 again. Hooksy without even a helmet. Hunter with the Galil. Slower pacing on the round here, but mid-control Garnet at least. Trying to break through in towards the connector. 3 players actually making their way through.
There's the first spot, but Rob's there to pounce, and he will eventually spray down Nico. Good return. And it's a double. Hunter's taken down Carrigan in the meantime, so the A bomb side under a little bit of pressure. 2 people towards CT spawn, but a wide swing for JKS behind the flasher Hunter, and it doesn't get any better than that. Twist and Brokey, they got to think about the money as well. He's in a good position right now and dreaming of winning the round on his own, just tapping away. We know he's got the mechanics, and he's showing them off right now. Bear kills coming through, and it's suddenly a 2 versus 2 going for the spam. He almost could have had that kill there, but on the crossfire, Brokey is smoked off, so do you want to go for this? Do you want to risk it?
Well, the way Twist is playing right now, you might want to consider it at least. Pretty far removed, though. Brokey will confirm they won't be necessarily going all in for this one. Twist is exploring his options. We're past the halfway point here as well now. A smoke available. Brokey's nowhere to be seen. No kills offered up, and that will be the save. Amazing effort from Twist once again. That round shouldn't have even been close as a 4 versus 2. He strikes back with formidable force. Brilliant crosshair placement on the first. The flick to the second as well. He will survive with the AK and the AWP, but the headline is we're tied up once again. 11-11. G2 winning a very important round when the money was extremely tight. Round 23. Might be another tactical pause here. We're getting to the real important rounds of this stage. Deep in the mud. And there was a lovely mid-push. 3 players towards the connector. Overwhelming force. This was the moment Twist made it possible for FaZe Clan, but unable to convert. In terms of their financial situation, though, doesn't look like they'll be force buying. They're going to bring out a 5-7 for Carrigan. Robson Rain also at about $2,000, so not really much they can do over it. They've got a Brokey AWP, a Twist AK, enough to win a round, but just don't have the finances to justify an investment around it.
Yeah, I respect this for FaZe. I think it makes sense for them to play this a little bit more cool. There's still rounds left to be played for. Even if they were to lose this round, it's not necessarily done yet. So why not keep the dream of a full buy alive a little bit longer? If you force up into this round and lose it, you're giving G2 a massive runway to close out the map. And obviously that's the nightmare. Here we go.
Execution. Taking a leaf out of the FaZe playbook. And in terms of Brokey's position, he is here. He's at the steps right now. The AK-47, that's a B, unfortunately. The first shot rattles off, does not connect. Do they want to continue with this push?
Yeah, they heard the AWP, but they're still going for it. Oh my god, he executed him. Rob's just deleted Nico out of the round with a 5-7. Hooksy, good on the return for the smoke. This is a USP, so not going to be quite enough stopping power on that one, but Brokey's reposition, walks right to the edge of the smoke, and they're not ready for it. He can get another flick. He almost got, but it's delayed. It's time enough for Twist to show up, and now there's a flank coming in. Carrigan. Will anyone look? They just passed through this way, Henry. Surely they don't check it.
He's pretty far away, though. He's coming through. They haven't recovered the bomb, and now, okay, he's getting closer. And Twist will find the kill. They've actually got the advantage here. JKS will have no idea that Carrigan's coming. If he peeks now, it could be the guaranteed frag.
I think he's thinking about B. I think he might try to slip out towards the B bomb site because it's so uncomfortable, and Twist has already read it. He knows.
Bear in mind, this was the eco. They entered with the AK and the AWP, but they were USPs in a 5-7 otherwise, so Carrigan's got no armor. 30 seconds remaining. Carrigan not hearing anything. He's going to go hunt for some information, surely.
Look at the brain on Twist. He's not even going back to catch anyone. He's just listening by. He's just saying, when you punch in the digits on the bomb, I will be right next to you. And it's going to be so hard. JKS might have a chance to fake it once, but that's about it. He can't do a second fake, so This
What
has to
kind
be
of plan does he do,
flawless for
though?
JKS.
Oh, he's got the smoke. So Twist now can't just come out and deny straight away. JKS aware of the possible placement of Twist, but it will not matter. 3 kills in the round. Brokey stealing the show, though, the AWP shot he managed to pick up. It was such a great effort from G2, collapsing in towards the A side, but the pistol opened things up. It was the 5-7 that found the opening frag, and FaZe will answer back with an eco victory, recovering an AK-47 as well. This was a shot denying that plan, Anders.
Yes.
That was absolutely everything, and then Twist. He's come close a few times, one of these magnificent rounds that saves the day here on Mirage, but fully converted this time. And I was going to say, another tactical timeout probably on the agenda here. They do get the bomb planted, of course.
It's just so smart for him to relocate that far across the map, because in a world where Rain gets to escape and Twist is still playing the connector and Carrigan's in the palace, it's a very different round. In that moment, there would be a lot of time to reposition there at the end, and it would have been a lot more interesting for the T side, but didn't really work out, unfortunately. So 12-11, a 1-round lead, but you're right, it was off the back of an eco.
Yeah. Throws a spanner in the works here for G2. They're averaging $3,500 per player, maybe not even that. At the top end is Hooksy with 4,200. Everyone else hovering around 3K. It looks to be the full eco. Just a deagle for Nico. So 13-11 looks locked in.
It's Brokey, Twist, and Rob's all at 20 kills in the 24th round. I mean, it's so hard to stop that. This feels like it's too
5,
much.
unfortunately.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It doesn't even matter. Like he's.
Yeah, you're right.
You don't even notice they're playing like it's not even a factor. The rest of them are doing all the work. Rob swinging that M4 around in the middle. Nico waiting for the smoke to fade. Hoping to let go of a single bullet, but it's going to go the other way instead. 13-11. A much closer game here, but G2, the economy is starting to be put under pressure. They had to save that last round, and FaZe, they can smell victory.
They can. But still a long way till they get to that 2-0. Like finding 16 rounds against G2, always going to be a difficult procedure. It's been a very closely contested second map. The first one was a blowout, sure. Even with winning both pistols, G2 lost 16-7 on their map pick of Nuke. Can they take us to a third? It'd be Inferno to close things out here. First shot rattles off towards top of middle. It's the 2 AWPers going toe-to-toe, but the smoke will buy Monacy a little bit of time and space here. And back towards B, Anders. That's what Carrigan is. As I mentioned, he's only got 5 kills so far. Maybe that's an area you want to bully and see if you can open things up.
Oh, Monacy will find the kill. I was going to say, I thought it was a one-way in the middle that he was looking over and in that window, but the smoke faded. Good to see Monacy. He's got 12 kills, but they need more than that. They need a lot more.
So 5-on-4. Carrigan's actually pushing in towards B here. There's a key fight. I don't think Carrigan has the control of the situation.
That's the bomb.
Hooksy, what have you done?
That's not ideal.
What have you done?
That is not ideal, Henry.
They've got time to punish this. There's not enough backup for him to do much with it. But this kill was incredibly important. Okay, JK saves the day here. And Twist will once again
roll the
make
bomb
things
forward.
uncomfortable. Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Oh, Hooksy, that is an absolute blunder. Walking through with the bomb alone.
That could cost them everything.
Yeah, and this was the round they were looking good to win as well. A 5-on-4 in their favor.
This Molotov is in. Oh, he's going to throw it the other way. They didn't have a smoke or anything, so if he had thrown it and maybe with a little bit of help of a teammate, they could have maybe trapped someone in the corner.
Oh, what do you even do here?
Die is the answer.
Oh,
Twist
no.
just absolutely wrecks them.
It's
a third kill.
It's a real schoolboy error, I'm afraid, Anders, what we'd call it in the UK. You're alone, you've got the man advantage. You want a bit of B info, you want to see what's going on, but you've walked in and you haven't realized. I'm assuming you didn't know he had the bomb. I was going to say Carrigan didn't even have the best position there. He was transitioning to the corner himself. Still had the advantage, which suggests it just wasn't the right play. And it will be FaZe, who can't believe their luck. Twist again, another hat-trick in the round. Courtesy of the setup, the alley-oop from Carrigan here. And it was looking so good. They got that opening pick. Their man advantage was there. This was a reaction forced out by G2. They wanted these reactions to come through. When you get the opening pick, you expect them. But you don't walk into the choke point with the bomb. You can't be doing that.
No, it's really devastating. It's easy to turn around and throw it away. Obviously, it's one of those happens in the moment, but...
what are they here? Have they force-bought into this one? No, they've got an AWP from Monacy, who is currently sat on 12 kills. And it's full eco otherwise. So this is for series points. Nico's been removed early. Oh, rough scenes here now. Limping in towards Palace. JKS will be there alone with no armor.
They are dreaming of that AWP making the difference here.
Modesty hasn't showed up yet, unfortunately.
No, I agree. It's not as dangerous as it normally would be. And he is an insane player in his own right. We know he could do it, but they haven't ever really got the role going. JKS has 17 kills. That's pretty good. He's got the
been
Deagle.
great. Yeah.
Hunter as well with 19.
They've turned up as a squad. It's been a much better performance, but some of the rounds that they have given up, handed over at points, that's been the difference maker here. If they somehow win this round, all bets are off. They're right back in this, Anders. They can win it. Bear in mind, like, we're maybe being unfair here. It's a Monacy AWP. Like,
Monacy AWP, a couple of Deagles.
Crazy things can happen.
If you're on the G2 side, if you're a fan, you need to cross your fingers right now and hope that it works out. He actually did get the tag on Rops, but he gets to live. Uxie and Hunter, they bring it back a little bit. 30 seconds here. USP is out, and Brokey's got no fear at all in winning that fight. Goes straight for it. Hunter, it doesn't matter. The bomb is on the other side, and he's only got 20 seconds. He could save the M4, and that is about it. It will be 15 on the side of FaZe. He is so far away from the action. Unless they face him and fight him both at the same time, he can't. He doesn't have the time.
Well, that would be one with the history books if they were to do that. But it will be TWIST to confirm the round and maybe even the series. So close. Yet so far, it feels like 4 rounds in a row. Certainly possible. It's difficult to put this team to bed.
They might have won the round if it tags the wall. You could see it going through the frame of the window.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Robs dies, and it's going to be a very different round.
Hooksy with the dink there on towards Brokey. Maybe there was something to be said if he picks that one up, but should be the final round of the series, ladies and gents. Brokey and Carrigan operating with the double AWP setup. Mentioned that could be a thing as well after the first half, seeing Hooksy with the same idea. Your weaker fraggers, your in-game leaders, patrolling the B bomb site, and for now it's towards top of middle. CT's inquiring about an opening frag, and they will be
another nade
finding
on Nico.
Yeah, and that's huge. What a man to take down.
They just take him out. They say, we know how dangerous he could be. Just get rid of him before you even fire that AK in the middle. Devastating news.
It really is, Anders. 5 on 4. Series points. FaZe Clan have really shown up today. A great team performance. The stars shining brightly. JKS, potential of a double there. Trey doesn't help them out too much. It's something. Bomb's still down towards top of middle. A shot rattles off towards connector. Follow-up grenade as well. Should do some damage. Doesn't quite connect as we hit the 1-minute mark. Good flashbangs.
Yeah, good awareness for Brokey, realizing that if there is an AWP in there, why would you want to make the jump? Why not just be safe and throw the grenade instead? 50 seconds, a little bit of movement here. Twist into the middle. He could get himself killed. Hunter, he hears it, but he's making footsteps on his own, and he can't catch him. That is close. He almost had an opportunity to bring it back into a 3-on-3. Hooksy trying to peek this, but it's right into the crosshair. He offered himself up to Robs. And this might be done, Henry. Monacy alone in a 1 versus 4. He's going to get shot down. It's FaZe looking hot as they should, as they take down G2 in a 2-0 fashion.
Well, it just goes to show you the CSGO talent know absolutely nothing about CSGO. Every single one of us expected G2 to win today, Anders.
No surprises there.
It wasn't the case whatsoever. A really great effort here from FaZe Clan. A good team effort. Yes. And as mentioned as well, the names you want shining brightly at the very top, Twists and Robs. Brokey had some remarkable moments as well. That trio is always going to be difficult to shut down. And unfortunately, the first map, even after winning both pistols, G2 just didn't turn up to it. It was a much better showing on Mirage, but still not looking their usual selves. But bear in mind, as we said, all they need to do in this tournament is get top 6. This is against FaZe Clan. It was still a great series. It had amazing moments. I think we all win as the spectators here.
Yeah, you're definitely right. Real interesting how this carries forward for G2. I definitely want to see more from them in the future. But you're right, we did have some great highlight moments. And in terms of the predictions, I welcome the memes. Down on the stage, we do have Jimmy Banks ready.
Carrigan, that was one hell of a fight coming out from you guys, but I want to just start by looking at the Vito side of things and whether you expected this nuke pick to come in from them. We seem to stray away from their usual Inferno, and it's what they picked against you last time.
Yeah, I mean, we have no one against them on Nuke, I think, with this lineup. So I think we had 3 losses, 16-14. And sometimes you're going to lose those games, but I'm happy we didn't go to 13-13 or something, because I think there will be some memories coming up. But super proud of the guys today, and I'm super happy we closed it out early on that T-side Nuke, because once they get on their CT side and they play with momentum, it's very hard to stop them.
And then when we come on to the start of Mirage, right, this was absolute dominance from you guys. Did you feel like you'd kind of switched it on individually, or did you change some things? Because it was night and day difference between the last time we saw you play it.
Yeah, I mean, I think we looked the past 3 months, Mirage has been a very stable factor for us. I think we have had some huge wins, but also some losses, obviously. But I think we did a lot of basics things wrong, and that's we sat down and talk about it, that we need to play the basics better and how we take mid and how we want to move around. And it just felt like the initiative and the position we had, understanding the rounds, we set the players up good to finish the job, and obviously 3 of those guys were having a great individual game, and it makes it easier for me to call, obviously.
Certainly so. And I've got to ask, right, Brokey had that little Deagle clip he had in there. How much did you believe in that? Do you think he was going to get the 5 as well? We were screaming from miles away.
Yeah, but I was thinking, okay, 4 kills, please, let's win the round, because I know obviously he was on fire, but it just a missed timing and he crossed right side kitchen and won the 1-on-3, but super insane shots. And obviously a round like this just makes the economy worse for the T's in the long run, right? So those 4 kills were super important for us to grab it in the end.
Well, magic stuff from FaZe. Good to see you back, man. Thank you very much.
FaZe looking absolutely red hot, and they seal this series with conviction. Just 2 maps to be putting G2 unfortunately to bed. Again, as the commentators said, a bit of a better face of G2 coming into the tail end of this one, but I mean, such a great start from FaZe on that pick of Mirage.
And this is why we get excited about FaZe. That is the reason why. This is what we didn't get to see in their first few series, and we were left wanting. That incredible individual star power who will turn around situations, who will multi-kill you if you forget, if you make a couple of slight mistakes. I'm sure we're going to have plenty of examples down the line, but you're planting the bomb without exactly the cover, Brokey's going to jump in. You try and get on the B side with not the perfect flash, Twist is going to multi-kill you. Every single mistakes that were made by G2, and we know because of how these 2 teams play Counter-Strike, it's not perfect to a T. There is always gap for individual, but when you have Rups, Brokey, and Twist above 23, that's it. Don't look anywhere else.
I was looking super solid for FaZe Clan throughout, I'd imagine. I agree with you. Coming into the game, it was hard to quantify them. It was hard to put them in place. It's been a little bit lackluster for FaZe to begin the season. It's been lackluster as of late, but the way they perform right here is once again reminding us of how good they are. As you said, when you have 3 players who are owning G2, a team of individuals as well, it's going to be very tough for any opponents out there to do anything against the FaZe Clan playing like this.
Rops, again, firing on every single cylinder, which just seems to be endless at this point, because as much as, you know, FaZe have gone through tumultuous times, I feel like he's been one of the players that have stood tall throughout basically the entire year for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, he's consistent, and I think his role is very consistent as well. We know what we get from Rops. He's one of the known quantities, whereas for Brokey, sometimes it's a bit hit and miss. For Twist, it's been a little bit hit and miss, but Rops seems to always be, you know, consistent as ever before.
Well, James asked about it in that post-match interview. We've got to run that Brokey round. As much as it doesn't come up to a W, as much as they don't manage to seal it out, this was just so disgusting. Like, how did you do this?
In my mind, it's a win. I don't care who wins the last duel. In my mind, it's a win. And we were screaming at the top of our lungs here for Brokey with that Deagle shot. 1 tap here. By the way, the flying here goes all over the edge of our seat. And then the 3rd one made us scream. And from this moment on, you just feel like you're watching a movie, and it has to come together. Beautiful pick once again, and I'm just sad. I feel I've been lied to. I feel like I've been cheated on. I was so ready. Why would you break my heart?
Oopsie, man. Breaking hearts left, right, and center.
One more hit. Holy hell.
But, I mean, it doesn't matter in the end. They do still manage to seal it out just so convincingly. And I was just talking to you behind the scenes, Matthew, saying that, you know, it's nice to see FaZe actually closing an entire series out convincingly, right? Because we saw it in both of their games versus OG and versus Liquid. Things got really tight, and unfortunately, sometimes it fell from their grasp. The fact that they can do it cleanly here, great signs.
Yeah, I agree. And I think at the exception of the incredible Nico clutch, which we've talked about extensively in the here, I think that they were pretty good at stabilizing and closing rounds that could go out of their way, that could go out of control. We had a couple of almost, like, what if JKS in a 1v2? That's a round that should never get to a 1v2, but he could have turned it around. Twist has a good positioning. He closes it. Some of these moments that were on a knife's edge, FaZe actually got the better of him, And when you have two teams that are so close going head-to-head, that makes a difference.
It also ups the expectations for FaZe for the rest of this group stage now. They go up against Team Liquid in the winner game, and my whole point is that we're coming into this game where we've all picked G2 to win, because the last thing we saw was FaZe struggling, G2 winning, and that's how short-minded we are. Now, next time I want to see FaZe play, I want to see them do it convincingly against a team like Liquid as well. Think about it. Liquid bringing in a new in-game leader, 2 new players, and you have FaZe Clan, one of the most star-studded rosters of all time. They should, on paper, run all over Liquid and win convincingly. So for me, before I'm fully sold on FaZe and coming into Cologne, I want to see it happen 2 times in a row instead of just these glimpses that we once in a while get to see.
It's going to be so great when the whole talent group picks FaZe over Liquid and they lose once again. We're going to go over the perfect streak.
I feel like I've got more hope just looking at the T sides alone, right? What was it? Just 9 T rounds over the whole series versus Liquid? The fact that they get to bounce back way more convincingly today, I think they've got the oil in their machine.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think we should still mention the fact that good starts were helping them on that T side. And we know Kerrigan to be, or can be, very momentum-based. Like whenever he's get a couple of easy rounds under his belt, he knows how to have these low effort, maximum return in terms of rounds that he calls, like quick contact plays. He knows he's got the money for him, so he's going fast. He's had that both on Nuke and on Mirage as well. So let's see how they can dig themselves out of bad situations, because they really weren't put in there here in that series.
I like what Kerrigan was saying in the interview with James Banks as well, that sometimes, at least I was sensing, it gets a bit lazy when in the FaZe camp. They have to do the basics, and they have to do them to a high level, because we know the individual qualities. So as long as you play basic Counter-Strike and you make sure you're methodical, you do everything you're supposed to do, you don't skip on a flash, you don't skip on a shoulder peek, then there's enough quality within FaZe Clan. But I do sense sometimes that they're almost too good for their own good in a way, that they sometimes slack a little bit, and we don't want to see that from FaZe.
Yeah, certainly not. Unfortunately for G2, that does spell an unfortunate loss here. Not the result they would have been hoping for, but no elimination just yet as we move into the gauntlet. So let's get a few words courtesy of Hooksy.
Hooksy, I want to start off with looking at this Nuke game here, because previously your games against FaZe have always been close on Nuke, but it's always been great games for you guys. This time it felt like a little bit of a slow start for you to get into it after obviously the back and forth force coming into it. What happened at that point?
We lose the force by war, and then we lose the momentum a bit. Yeah. And I think when FaZe has momentum, and they're really hard to play against, and I don't know, CSGO is just a very momentum-based game at the moment. If you look at the games, like people win 7-8 rounds in a row, and then they switch. So really good reads from them, especially on the CT side. I think every time we ran into somewhere, it was like 2 or 3 guys, it felt like, and they always were multi-killing if they were alone. So. Yeah. Tough to get going on the T side, and definitely something I especially will have to look at.
And I was even looking at it across both maps here. There was moments where your individuals would be able to step up, and you think it's going to be something that pulls you back into the game, but it was lacking. So I want to ask you the thing that you spoke to me about before, the mood in the team throughout this game. How was it?
I actually think we kept a good mood, and we tried to communicate as good as we could. I definitely don't think we can blame the mood for the loss today at all. I think they were just sharper than us individually, and they also had better reads. So. Like we have a lot of the same qualities as FaZe, right? Yeah. So when they are doing something better than us, it's just very obvious. But yeah, I don't know. Felt like a bit of an off day, but they were definitely sharp.
When that happens, though, when you say it can be like a bit of an off day, is there something you think about where you change things up more, focusing on your mid rounds, or try to throw them off a little bit if it does become kind of predictable fights?
I think we have to look at if we have some clear tells that they can abuse, because right now, as I said, it felt like they were 2 or 3 every time we went somewhere, and maybe they have something on us that we are not aware of or something. It definitely didn't feel good. On Mirage, I felt like we had a good shot, honestly, despite a really bad CT side. That's why I felt like the individuals maybe came in clutch for them. But yeah, if we had a better CT side, I think Mirage could have gone our way. So.
Despite good moods, good vibes, and good communications in the camp, not the result that G2 would have been hoping for from this one.
No, and I think he's on the money when he says they have so many similarities that slight individual differences that we've witnessed, that's it. Like when 2 teams are so close, it can be just a factor. And we'd be remiss not to mention that, for my money, Modesty, I was going to say modesty. I was going to call him Modesty. Modesty had a modest map compared to his own standards. Remember when we had this conversation, we said he's going to have a couple of games where he just tears it up completely. The game is just, why are we even watching this game? Because he's taken off so much. That's also a reminder that sometimes he has maps where he kind of misses out. And that tough start on the CT side, not a whole lot of AWPs into his hand. He struggled to have the impact with the rifle. And by his own standards, below what we know from Monacy.
Yeah, and unfortunately for G2, that does halt the opportunity of that rematch versus Liquid. But FaZe will be getting their hands on that one. We've been so impressed with what Liquid have been delivering so far during the tournament. But maybe it's time for FaZe to turn the tides.
I mean, there's no doubt that it's going to be another tough match for both FaZe and Liquid for that matter as well. And it's going to be a test of time once more for Team Liquid, whether or not what we've seen the first two games has been a smokescreen or whether or not the communication, as Yakinda was labeling it, is already almost perfect win the camp. I will say the way FaZe plays today, I think Liquid will have to step it up massively if they want to win against a well-playing FaZe.
Moving into the gauntlet, we're going to see G2 taking on EG. But you posed a bit of a sticky situation moving forward for G2 because they will most likely face the loser of Heroic Na'Vi.
Listen, call me out on that if the result doesn't happen, but as far as I'm concerned, we can already push G2 one step further, and then they would face the loser of Heroic Na'Vi. And that in itself is a banger of a game, like it's a mega series. And then here you're actually deciding between Fall Finals World Arena or the hell of the showdown. That's going to be that moment where we actually get to play for something.
Yeah, well, speaking of playing for something, should we get our next game underway? Because our first spot at the Royal Arena does await either Vitality or the Ninjas in Pajamas to grab it. It's coming up after this.
think in one word to describe my team, it's gonna be family.
I would definitely say it gives us an advantage because a lot of teams is not like a family. They're more like colleagues.
Always have good vibes, always laughing, always have fun.
The roster change that they've made bringing in FaZe is thinking about the future. The ability to put your hands on one of the next few big things of the game. I think everybody's wondering how he's going to be integrated in the team.
I think what makes our roster really special is that we have a good mixture of everything.
Everyone wants this game changer. Whenever we fit the game.
The player on our team everyone needs to look out for is obviously Sabu.
Sabu is currently on top of his game. Nobody's touching him.
I think no matter what, you can't deny the fact that he's the best player in the world, and he's always gonna be a threat to everyone. It doesn't matter who it is.
I expect greatness from Vitality this season.
A lot of words could describe NIP right now. Rebuilding.
I would describe NIP as a foundation.
In terms of going back to the Swedish core, there's a chance for them to really find their love for the game once again.
We have, on paper, really good players. The main player that the opponents need to look out for is hat.CEST, I think. I think he's really on his way to becoming a strong individual player.
The wild card in our team is obviously Config. Each team should have kind of these guys because like he brings fire in your team.
They're an exciting team on paper. I'm a big fan of Hampus, but he's got his work cut out for him. Probably going to take a bit of time, and I'd say we'd probably be looking more to CS2.
And we just need to figure out the puzzle, how it works, and to be together. I would say trust the process.
One word for this season, destroying people. Whenever we fit the game, we cannot be stopped.
Oh my god, how did he get away with that?
Flamesy too ready.
What is this kid on?
It's really exciting for me to be a part of this team when there's so many good individuals.
But now as he comes back at the bomb site, kills Hex too. He's been dinked down to 50. A third head trick. Oh!
Vitality have taken Group A by storm, and now a place at the Royal Arena beckons. Our first place in the Palace up for grabs, and it comes down to the Ninjas to be playing spoiler, because let's be honest, gentlemen, they are the heavy underdogs coming into this matchup, not least because we look at their series, and that has been a battle for every single one to come out on top, Jacob.
One may argue they should have lost to EG, and I think that's the first red flag you can raise right there. They have lost to Complexity, and then they look slightly better the second time around we saw them against Complexity, but not enough to give me any sort of hope that I actually believe NIP is going to win this game. Now, my biggest wish for this game is that someone in this studio, and that's only NIP able to do that right now, could push Vitality a little bit so we can learn something about them. Because as I said, Freya, so far in this tournament, it's just been a cruise sliding through the group stage.
Yeah, it's been too easy for Vitality, honestly. And for NIP, one thing that you have going for yourself into this is that there might be complacency on the opposing side.
True.
I mean, Counter-Strike's been so easy. It's been boringly easy. Just having fun, high five, we're running, we're trying to knife people. It's not, I'm not saying it's not serious, but it's way too comfortable. So if you're NIP, there's a door wide open for you to just try and make it competitive. Push it to double digit. Try and get to the 13-13 round and see if this Vitality is as ready as it looked like against way lesser teams.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's not that Vitality haven't even lost a single map. They haven't even been pushed to double digits. Like, nobody has been testing them. So I think you're right, Jacob. I want to put hat.CEST under the spotlight coming into this, because we've been talking about the consistency issue for the side of NIP. At least we've seen their AWPer becoming consistent into this new season.
I think he's the positive highlight for me. We have his two stats from the two different sections of the groups. We had him coming into the spring group. We had high hopes for him. He did somewhat okay, 101 rating in his first ever studio LAN event with a new team, not to be shattered at. Now, he's been fantastic so far in the fall group. Sure, the opposition he's been up against, EG and 2 times Complexity, you'd expect a great player to step up in those occasions and be good, but I'm glad he's living up to expectations, because that's the one thing when I have to put a word on NIP so far in this tournament, they haven't lived up to expectations. So the fact that you have a hat.CEST, your AWP player, the youngster of the team, the guy who hopefully can progress to be better, that's a good sign.
Well, let's check in with some other stars we're hoping will be shining in this series. It's Rez and Brolin with Banks.
Rez, these games so far have been a tough test for NIP, even against opponents we thought you guys would be able to comfortably beat. What do you think is the biggest issue for you guys right now?
I mean, I think we just are lacking repetitions, especially from practice. Like, we haven't had enough practice, so we haven't really, as well as people having new positions, like we haven't really got into our roles really yet. I have a completely kind of new role on both CT and T, so yeah, I'm trying to get more into that, getting to learn that position more, and yeah, we just need repetition at this point. So this last tournament is definitely like a learning process for us.
Now for you though, we've spoken many times in the past, you've revolved in different positions and styles here for NIP for a long time. How is it affecting you, and is it difficult to see you at your peak? Because we always look at you and Broland to be two heavy hitters for NIP.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've been everywhere at this point, to be honest. But yeah, I'm doing what's the best for the team, and that's what it is right now. I'm at the position or the role that benefits the team at most. So, yeah, I'm probably not the kind of star player that I once was. I'm a completely different player right now, and I just need to accept that.
Just need to accept it. Sometimes that's the way it is. But today's game against Vitality, obviously right now they're looking ever so dominant. What is your mentality going into this game? What have you guys looked at? Because at least you can prepare pretty well for these guys.
Yeah, we could kind of, yeah, of course. They haven't played that much, obviously first tournament. But then again, I think we don't really have any pressure on us. Like I said, this is a learning process for us, and I think Vitality has the most pressure on them because they are still the best team in the world, so they're expected to win. So I think we have that advantage at least.
Broland, first thing I want to start off by asking you is just within this new NIP, how much is changing for you and how comfortable are you feeling right now?
I mean, I'm pretty comfortable. I've got new roles since Hampus came back, and I mean, I just need to work on my individual part, I would say, and yeah, that's it.
Is there less pressure for you in this game, though? Does it feel like, okay, you can just come in and play as you want to play?
I mean, I think I saw like the vote, like the prediction for the game. Everyone voted on Vitality, so I think we should have no pressure on ourselves now.
And you're going to go upset us all then, yeah?
I mean, I hope so, yeah.
So for Rez, it's just about a question of, getting some more reps in, getting more comfortable in this situation. But I think that's where my issue comes in, because you've got Vitality waiting for you on the other side of the server. And age-old question, gentlemen, who's going to be thriving in the AWPing equation? Is it going to be Hedrick or is it going to be Zai?
Why'd you got to do him so dirty? Like, we've been hyping him up. We've been talking about his numbers. Of course, he doesn't stand the comparison. There's not a whole lot of people who do stand the comparison. It was simple, and that's pretty much the end of the list. Yeah. That's it. It's a very short, exclusive club to be in. Listen, both these teams are not in the same path. They're not in the same trajectory. NIP looking for repetition, trying to find the identity with this roster, trying to understand where they go next. Whereas for Vitality, we're talking lifting trophies tomorrow. That's what we're looking for. We're not messing around. We're not trying to have fun. We're not warming up. We're talking about a team who is lifting trophies. We're moving on to Cologne. You have to very quickly hit your performance, find your marks, find your confidence, and this is why you're going to this game very focused.
So speaking of which, let's check in with the new player on the side of Vitality. It's Flamesy with Mr. James Banks.
Flames, you've had a couple of really easy games to start things off with here for Blast, but ultimately, how would you describe and rate your performance so far on Vitality?
Individual performance, I'm very happy with. I don't think when I talked with the coaches and stuff like that before, I didn't necessarily come to Vitality to become like a huge star and have insane rating and so far I think that I'm very happy with that. Like, I can still perform. I don't think we have been challenged so much with EG and complexity, but for the challenge they gave, I think I stood up very well to it. Now today is going to be maybe a tougher opponent, some may say. So like I still need more time to see, but for now I'm very happy with the individual performance.
Now, when I've been speaking to your teammates and Zonic as well, they've been saying how much you're willing to learn, how much you're adapting and stuff as well. How much are you having to learn coming into Vitality? How different is it for you?
Well, it's very different from OG. I think a certain thing that is way different is that the players the communication is more developed. The team play is way higher and the possibilities are way higher. So in that aspect, I need to learn many things, because in OG we're just a little more scripted than usual in CTT sides. So now it's like learning the process of how to become how to have the feeling to become a better teammate and so on. And that's the main thing that I focus on, and that's the main thing that I learn a lot about.
Now today you're going up against NIP. They've had some really interesting games. They don't seem to be at their best form right now. Do you expect them to be able to challenge you in any way here?
I mean, it's Counter-Strike. You never know who might be the next challenger. But obviously, I don't think they're a bad team. They are the underdogs in this game, but they had some games to take off the rust, I would say, of the player break. And let's see. I'm still, I want to play the game to see how it is. So.
So far, so good for the Vitality squad. Obviously, contextually, haven't faced the hardest of opposition, but we look at the numbers, they don't lie.
Can I be rough? Can I be dry a little
Sure.
bit? I don't care about these numbers.
Okay.
I have zero care
Not even
about
the
these numbers.
Apex is
Not at all.
highest?
None of this interests me. The only thing that interests me is how Vitality react if they're put to the test. How Vitality react if the score is 0-4, 0-5, 0-6. That is the only thing that I'm wondering about in this series, because individually, of course, Vitality have an IP's number figured out all the way, and the numbers are just icing on the cake.
Let me give you the silver lining then. I think if there's one chance of Vitality being pushed at any point in this game, it will be on Mirage. NIP have been very good on Mirage. We saw it in this tournament. We've seen it historically speaking as well. On LAN, the last 13 games they played, they won 12 of those on Mirage. So it's a home map for them. The only problem is Vitality are also pretty good on the map. So it's going to be tough.
Well, speaking of which, Mirage is the first map on the cards brought into the mix by the Ninjas. Overpass following and Vertigo if we do so need it. We've got Scrawny and Launders on the mic after this short break.
Good evening, everybody. It's the second half of the day, so that means Scrawny and Launder's takeover has truly commenced, and Vitality's takeover from the start of this event could very well continue. They are definitely the unicorn betting odds, 6-1 odds over Ninjas in Pajamas. Do you think that's fair?
Well, I don't know if, I don't know. That's really tough because Vitality, it's, you know, they're world's #1. They own right now. It's hard to bet against them losing. Flamesy has been a perfect addition so far, but the tests so far in the Blast groups have been complexity EG for Flamesy. So like he's passed the test. They've just been relatively easy.
Yeah.
compared to NIP, but NIP compared to complexity, it's not that much. It's not that clear exactly who's better. They split best of threes already.
Yeah.
So I guess in a sense, yes. Like, would you put your money on NIP winning this game in any meaningful sense? Probably not.
Absolutely not.
But 6-1 odds so severe that would you just do a little? You know what I mean?
Give me a little.
What happens?
Maybe something. I mean, again, I think it's fair to say Ninjas and Complexity, they were tit for tat. Equal. Two evenly matched teams. And we saw what Vitality did to Complexity. If Vitality do that same thing to Ninjas, then it just confirms the competitiveness between those two teams. And it confirms that Vitality are simply world class. I kind of side with Maniac here. I don't really give a damn about the numbers. I only want to see how Vitality have to adapt if they get pushed. And that's the biggest question as this begins. Will they get pushed? Can anybody push Vitality in this group? Or is it going to take better teams next week to do something about their run? Rez, clean.
Little shove right there.
Yeah. Quick jolt. And Apex is down. Of course, Zaiwu will sit in the corner. Oh, the cap flank was well timed, but Hampus missed his chance.
Good.
Awkward. Brolin.
CT's here.
Gonna bring it back. It's the first round of the game. We'll heat up. And at least Rez is up inside of the jungle/window room. Look how much of a distraction he is for the retake.
Oh, yeah.
It just enables the market push. And now Ninjas feel very comfortable in this post plant.
Yeah, they cannot do anything now. Rez being in their window.
So they give up.
He's got renter's protection.
They're done.
He's safe. Plot this position. Okay, never mind.
Clean, though.
Dislodged. It's like when you get something out of your tooth.
Yes.
You know?
Popcorn kernels.
You know it's there. You can ignore it, but...
Pulled pork. The usual suspects.
Chia seeds.
Chia seeds?
My dentist had told me to stop eating them for a while.
Just found a cache.
After I got a really deep cleaning because she was like, listen, the reality is they're good for you, but they can get in there.
Like Rez
Rez
did.
and window.
Yeah, I was going to say. Got in there instantly, man. Nice clean kill versus Apex. Nice to see him kick it off with the one tap. And again, we want to see Vitality challenged. Not because I have any stock in the Ninjas in Pajamas, but just because I'm here to collect data on a team that has kind of beat up noobs. They beat up noobs. And that's how they got to this
because we
point.
want the games to be close and fun.
Not just that, I just want to see how Vitality deal with it. I want to see Flamesy under pressure. My biggest criticism of Flamesy has always been that I think on playoff matches, on big stages with crowds, he drops off. His individual statistically falls off. We're not there yet. We may be soon. Give us a challenge. Nothing out of Vitality. Not a single kill, damn it. Brolin just shreds them, and that's Ninjas 2-0.
They played this show match. I was like, wait, what was
the Na'Vi Vitality show match, right?
Yeah, what was that? I missed it.
It was a show match between Na'Vi and Vitality.
That's it?
Well, they mixed up the teams. Like Simple and Zaiwu played on the same team, one map, and yeah, it was just those 10 players all mumbled jumbled together.
Well,
cast by Maniac and Lucy.
For what it's worth, Flamesy played well in that game.
Mo, I'm gonna break it to you, man. It's not worth much.
Well, for what it's worth, he played well when Simple was on his team and when Zaiwu was on his team.
Okay.
And when Zaiwu was on his team, Zaiwu went 6-23, which is actually kind of ridiculous to think
I'm
about.
not entertaining these stats. I'm sorry, I won't
He bottom
do it.
fragged by a mile, which... Did they switch PCs too?
Maybe. Maybe he had bad settings.
A good old best of 2.
Yeah, a classic.
Listen, after Vitality won Paris, the criticism was their run wasn't hard enough because all these tier 2 teams got in the way of Team Liquid. They got in the way of Heroic, right?
Yep.
Turns out someone had to beat them, so Vitality did it. But then after, when they played at Washington, they beat all those teams in Washington. They played against Heroic in the finals, though they lost, but they beat G2, FaZe, Cloud9 on the way to the finals.
Oh, it legitimized
Sort of
them.
legitimized how strong they were at the time. And before that, you know, they won Rio. They really hadn't dropped many series at all. So It's hard to say that just because they haven't played strong teams after the break that they will get pushed right here. You know, I don't really see it happening, but we are starting off in a position of strength for Ninjas.
Good.
Good.
It kind of feels like, you know, we set up a gladiator match for our entertainment. And at least in Ninja's case, seeing as they are the challenger, we gave them the sharper sword.
Do you think you would ever done that back in the day?
Fight as a gladiator?
Like, you know, BC?
Or like attended the events?
No. Of course you would go watch
You know, there's
UFC.
a world where you and I are commentating ancient Roman gladiator fights.
Gladiator.
Gladiator. You know that, right? We would be, there's got to be a guy back then who would be like, imagine an analyst desk for the Colosseum.
Yeah.
There was probably a well-dressed Roman man that sounded and looked just like Maniac.
Yeah. And then an Indian man beside him.
And that guy, you know, and then the one really loud one. Yeah. It's just us. It's just us.
I guess that's true. And
it wouldn't have been broadcast, but surely they'd, you know, like there was an after show.
So instead of microphones, what'd they have? Those
they just cup their hands together.
What directors have?
Megaphones?
Well, no, but the old ones that weren't actually, they were just cones.
There's your answer.
Because they would have had that, probably wouldn't have megaphones, BC.
Mm-hmm. Surely. You know, you got to announce who got decapitated on any one given day. All that good stuff.
It's pretty hype.
So, in this Coliseum,
back when men were men,
Ninjas strike first blood. Vitality wipe the mud off their face from losing pistol in the conversions. Buy up into this one. Let's see who starts the show for the Vitality camp.
Rez said something really sad in the interview. He said, I have to realize that I'm not the player that I used to be.
Oof.
And sort of paraphrased, but it was sort of exactly that. This like poignant realization about himself or something. I mean, it's just like, he's not the 2017 was it Oakland? Rez or whatever?
I am Oakland.
He was still top 20 in 2020, I believe.
But times have changed.
Yeah, and they started to sort of recruit players that are supposed to compete with his level of skill, at least on Ninjas.
Oof. Not comfortable for Spinks right now. Crazy shot attempts here from Apex. Settle down. Serves up a distraction at least so Spinks can pull back from what was a frag grenade and a Molotov. Config jumps up into the corner opposite Spinks, and Apex still flirts with the idea of a window peek. We've boiled it down to 30 seconds here. Config didn't clear the corner. Spinks easy pickup on that one. We've got two. Nope, just Flamesy. Down beneath. A push out from Apex. He charged out jungle, took a huge risk, and runs down two players. Hampus and Head Trick killed by Apex, and that let Magisk just sit beneath where Flamesy had already been cleared, and it ends up being comfortable for Vitality.
Yeah, everyone in really great spots. That's sort of honeypot, I guess, and towards the A site. They didn't really fight him inside of middle, but they had full confidence things were going to go their way once the exec took place. So an interesting situation for NIP where they couldn't really ask for much more on the setup, but looked a bit frazzled as they exited connector. It's going to happen sometimes. I don't know if they want to draw too much from that, if they feel like there's one mistake that stood out. I didn't really spot it, but they'll go right into a first timeout. Did anything jump off the page to you in terms of just like what they...
Yeah, not necessarily what Ninjas did wrong. I just think that Apex ran a risk there and caught two players looking to clear under Palace.
Right.
So that's what let Magisk lock in the last kills. So I don't know if it's a Ninja's mistake or just Apex getting crazy and getting rewarded at the same time.
That would be cool player analysis to do. Apex, you know, from like 2019 to now, individually.
Wow, yeah.
He's just looks so much more refined.
Yep. And you still see that in him. You know, he's got that dog in him. He gets a little wild. Starts barking, not like Hampus, but, you know, figuratively. And he'll pull out some exciting kills, but now he's also just thinking about his own life. You know, that happens as you get older. You start thinking more about injuries and whatnot. And I feel like Apex has evolved in that way. Thinking about the consequences of his actions instead of running headfirst into them.
They're running like a very light first tier execution on the A site, but they're actually not attacking from the A ramp. So a little bit of nuance to this strat right now. Brolin still in upper B, but Eventually, this joins up from Connector. I think they're having a little bit of trouble organizing right now. We'll see. Maybe they aren't sure exactly what Vitality are doing, but Vitality are only getting more comfortable in the A site, ready for this, because ZywOo still has a line on B, and they haven't pushed him off this angle. That's sort of a mistake for Vitality if there was one. Or sorry, for Nip.
See if the individuals can make up for that. Config's going headhunting. FlameZ cleared out. Oh, Magisk steps out, and that gets Config his second headshot of the round. So nicely done, pulling it all apart.
Yeah, wow, okay. I mean, that was just great shots out of Config. I think they had a really good setup to deal with a Halls pop, especially with Sandwich in play, but nobody gets that trade. Shots are too clean, and that's actually round 1. But still gonna say, you know, ZywOo was sitting here, deep on B, waiting and telling his teammate, like, you got nothing to worry about, it's coming to this side. And then the Sandwich peek was a little late, and FlameZ didn't respond to the shadow.
Also, nice drop by Config to fall off and then under. You know, didn't expose himself to Magisk at all. Actually,
yeah, true. That's true.
Fell down and tucked in. Like Spider-Man.
It's a tough game to play when you're playing Sandwich, because, like, once you peek once, you can't really trick anybody anymore. They can hold you off. They can take, like, a tighter angle inside a Palace, and they can sit and wait for your next attack. So you really don't want to blow it the first time you show yourself, but we see right there his peek's a little late.
Config double headshot entry. Great way for him to kick it off. You know, I think it is the age-old saying, Config, that a strong start just kind of snowballs for him, and a slow start will keep him out of a map for its entirety.
Yeah, that's what he said himself.
And so 2 kills just like that. I know what it does for Config, and I know what ninjas can do with Config.
Yeah, in like some sort of spiritual sense, he sort of has to believe that it's his day. Otherwise, he feels like he can't get rolling.
And look at that. Spinks caught on the cat peek. Magisk, just the pistol. Hits the dink, but Hampus has 2 health. He'll hold on. ZywOo pulls back. Missed shot. Ooh. Ninjas. 5-1 lead looking likely, as it is the new guy left to go save. Ooh, they're getting tested.
They are.
Good. Yeah. The gods are mortal. So again, we can sit here and talk about how, you know, the stats and the numbers for Vitality are through the roof. Everything's going they beat EG. They beat Complexity.
Give me a proper high five.
That one was way too easy for Config. And then the whole thing fell into place perfectly for Ninjas. He's going through his Freddie Mercury
more offensive
arc.
when it sounds almost bored.
Yeah, right? Like, well, like it's almost too easy. But there we go. ZywOo is on the board, folks. It's Config to get sniped out top mid. Hampus returns the favor with the Magisk entry. They're still a little worried about middle, but there's no follow through from Ninjas on the A site, even despite that return frag.
Yeah, I like the pullback, because now Vitality are terrified. I mean, we can see the re-aggression coming in. Spinks looking to push the top mid. I mean, I don't know if he turns the corner. We'll see. There's no flash support from behind him just yet, and it's a 5v4, so, you know, he might want to take a risk, but he can still help out Cat. The problem is that if it's a full B hit right now, he's a little bit far from it, but it looks like with 2 players going underpass, they're just going to end up going back into connector. And so this mid setup might be formidable. It's a really good angle open up from Apex. I mean, you can't really clear this that easily, but oh, he doesn't win the engagement. Spinks is up here. They'll be nervous surely about the fact that he was out in the open. No, they won't.
Oh, watching window instead, but it's still returned right back. The fact Hampus comes out from Palace, gets his kill. FlameZ could pressure the connector, and that drops bomb yet again.
Yeah, Hampus is low.
But he has an op.
This is a good spot to play. There's a timing inside window. We'll get worried, but Hampus makes noise.
Yep.
Bad smoke, and it's not connected.
Left
to
the gap right in
one.
the middle, eh?
Yeah. Doesn't know how high FlameZ's playing, but 1v2 clean and easy for them.
Yeah, honestly, that one smoke, I mean, assuming FaZe isn't perched a story above everybody else, that's the only angle you get spotted through. I can see why Hampus tries to make that play.
I'm like pretty surprised they let the Sphinx play happen though. You know, like they get a kill on Apex, he's sitting in the middle of mid, which means they have to be covering something for him. Like Apex is a little crazy, but he's not going to take an over at rest for no reason.
Right.
And they can't seem to find Sphinx, but maybe Ninjas can afford to let that one go. First time out here for Vitality.
Cheeky 1v2 from FaZe. That'll help get this one back on the road for Vitality. Definitely winnable for Ninjas that last round. When Hampus gets the kill up from Palace. Ooh. But then they separate, give 1v1s and lose out. Now we get the immediate A play coming from Vitality. Magisk down beneath, Sphinx locked in backside.
No, but it's a very opulent Ninjas here. They've got a lot of good guns, a lot of utility, and you switch over and Vitality. They've got 2 Thomases, low on grenades already. So a pretty big opportunity on this round for Ninjas.
This won't happen in CS2, I've been told.
Man, if this round ended B, this would look like a save probably for Vitality. So this is a good chance for Vitality to answer.
They got spotted.
Walking towards window.
FaZe saw some skin. Apex combines with Magisk, and the hold, rock solid. Everybody in their position just got some action there. All 4 players inside of the A site from the CTs, tethering nicely. FaZe spots it. Apex first.
This is
Magisk, Sphinx, just the activation protocol there. Beautiful.
This is just like call based on the patterns, or like, you know, why should we overstack B? They don't know for sure where Ninjas are going to go, but we've seen Ninjas do slow crawls towards the A site. They know a buy's coming in, and I really like, even when you have Thomases or a couple of nades that are missing on a setup, that you try to go for some kind of stack like this. It was a cool look for Vitality, and they just sort of gelled into place right away, and they were also correct about what Ninjas wanted.
Oh, ooh. Getting ratty with the angles. Buttery smooth A-hold. Zonix yelling, getting fired up. We wanted them pushed early. We got them pushed early. Time for them to push back. Speaking of pushes. Okay, that could have been way worse, I feel like.
Oh, that's a bomb spotted.
Felt like the dropped gun maybe blocked a bullet or two. I swear that second player should have at least taken like 50 damage, but...
Yeah, true. But this is... Your entire plans have been made obvious at the moment. A fast A hit, gets called out, 1 kill, bomb spotted. That player goes down.
But they hear this. Sphinx moving around with Hampus down beneath him. ZywOo holds.
Oh my goodness, great. Oh, but Hampus lets him go.
He'll get away.
Wow, surely if Hampus swung instantly, that was a kill, but
missed chance.
It was a gift.
Apex will hide. Await his chance. Config sees his shoulder, deals with him. ZywOo feeling like he's stuck right now. Kind of pressuring over towards Palace, keeping them all at bay, just puffing his chest to try and hold them back because FaZe has to come help, and that site is empty. It causes them to be cautious, and Config is caught. Brolin bounces back up. Off of the bomb plant with a Molotov towards connector, hoping to section off the fights, but ZywOo gonna make up for a couple missed shots with 2 frags on the round, 3, doing the majority of the work as Vitality close the gap.
Yeah, so he stays alive and then makes his presence known. Really nice here for ZywOo. Good holds from everyone involved. I mean, this really comes down to Magisk's timing and to ZywOo getting the op down, and then the trades don't really matter from there. Vitality fully prepared for everything else. But at least there's a plant here for Ninja.
Yep. And I would say at least a recovery from what was looking really bad out of the start. He's yelling today. You know,
Some
compared to
bad
Hampus's half-ass cheering, that's
some menacing energy in the building at the moment.
I get it. Spot at fall finals on the line. The easiest road possible. Win today. Don't deal with the gauntlet. Obviously, Vitality coming from major trophy lifts to blast groups. We don't want to deal with ninjas. Nice position here from Apex versus the Pistols. He's going to farm 2.5. Sets up Spinks to clean up shop. Ninjas still have some utility over the top of the buildings, so they stutter step it, and met by fire, they'll hold. See if Brolin can throw a wrench in the works of the connector play.
They're putting together a lot of lurks in these rounds, but
Nice.
Nice shots here from Brolin.
It's an M4 and a frag.
It's 2 upgraded guns in the 3v3 with time.
They didn't see more than one up inside the apartments, so ZywOo's still concerned about Palace.
I think the double A retake makes sense here, but they're leaving a gap on window, and Flamesy's just watching it from behind at the moment. So this locks up the CT rotations. I thought they were going to go into the site and come after. It looks like they are now, but for the meantime, the timing for Ninja should be good. Lots of pressure on Spinks.
Right. ZywOo's going to start to double back.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, ready for it. Now
they
Spinks,
know. Now they know.
Yep. Locks into what he knows is going to be the apartments play. It's where Apex set it all up, and it's where Spinks is going to end it. So things were looking sketchy. We could all see how Ninjas could have got back in there, but the timing from ZywOo to a T.
Looked like they were moving a bit slow for a second, but of course everything falls into ZywOo's lap. Never too late. Always just on time.
Like Gandalf.
If only he would respawn.
Yeah. Feels bad. Quick jump from Apex. Nobody's swinging. Vitality will happily just throw Spinks ever closer. Spinks versus Config. I would watch that 1v1 all day. Config with a headshot.
It's been good on the openers.
Yep.
Oh, this nade could be... Oh, no, it's a little off. Yeah.
Yeah, he had a little D in that W. I just can't recover the slack either, so it's a 5v4 for Ninjas as they look to get back in the lead. Curiosity killed the cat. Vitality getting adventurous in the apartments, falling away.
Oh, yeah. That's what we like to see. And he stays on apps. That's not small. You know, he's going to keep some info for a second. Sees no chase. Looks like he did eventually fall off. They're going to re-clear mid. This could be head trick dying or head trick winning the entire round. You know, we'll see. Oh, the boost. It's going to be so safe, surely.
Well timed. Again, the timings here just work out. And ZywOo gets the clip.
And now they see the cat run up as well.
Yep. Flamesy can easily turn around, help out Apex if he needs the help. It's a kill and an assist from the EIGL.
Wow.
And ZywOo swings out because he is also very fluid in his movements.
Such great setups out of Vitality. I mean, they've definitely just got copy and paste setups. Like, every team would benefit from taking some of the CT setups that Vitality are putting together.
Ooh. Yeah, he's powered up. I saw a couple misses out of ZywOo at the start of the match. I was getting nervous. But now we're talking 5 in a row from the CT side. And a chance to extend that lead versus Pistols. Everybody contributing here for Vitality. Isn't that a welcome sight? 8, 7, or 6 frags each.
You know what they say, ain't no sitting at the table if you're bringing nothing to it.
What's your go-to potluck contribution? What do you bring into the dinner table?
My girlfriend's a great cook, so...
Okay.
My life's a movie.
One smoke now left on Config. We'll get a player up into the window. This is being given over because Spinks just has an angle on it from inside market. And with the A defense so far forward, connector control, jungle control, it's not the end of the day if they lose it all. ZywOo. Gonna see some movement come out of that smoke. Well, he softens him up for ZywOo to feast. It is 3 kills from the Chosen One, as Rez now stuck between all of Vitality, toppled by Magisk. Little Danish flavor sprinkled on top. 7-5.
7-5, and when does it stop? I think something like Nip, in terms of feeling compared to the last time Hampus was on the team, they feel a little different for sure. I think they've got a lot of lurks in these rounds, but no, this time it's not always Hampus since the last time that they played. And I think they're lurking on most rounds, and they're doing sort of ambitious rotations in a lot of situations, which I think sets them apart a little bit too. It worked a little bit in the beginning, not so much anymore. Not to say that it won't continue to work, though. Brolin has been one of those players to be aggressive by himself. I mean, if Hampus can figure out how to use Brolin to, the best of his ability, that'll be a feather in his cap as well. That's something the streets have been waiting to see activated for some time.
Yeah, for I think more time than we remember nowadays. It's been years we've been calling on Brolin. I saw a graph the other day of his inconsistencies, just his rating over time, and it's crazy how just as it starts to build up, it takes that dip back down. You can almost copy and paste the trend for a couple years. Whether or not that's also Ninjas going through the same wave or just him specifically.
Yeah, buff the Krieg.
Give it back to him. Molly underneath window. Apex. No. Oh. Yep. I think maybe he peeked right before the smoke popped.
Yeah.
But he did still die. Oh, and that opens it up because you saw for a second Magisk turn his attention, and half a second later the peek comes out. But ZywOo's also just smashing pumpkins bottom mid. Rez just got nailed to the wall. But all that really matters is the bomb is planted, and it's going to call for a Vitality retake between ZywOo and Flamesy. No! And ZywOo, it's like he's just flying around the playground.
He was just on cat.
Down the slide, over the monkey bars, runs across the seesaws, and stomps on a player's head, pushes head trick into the 1v2, and he's going to be exposed to Flamesy in a second. Nice kill as the flash pops. He still gets his hit. And then he gets back around the corner. That kill right there could secure him this clutch.
He can't win this round surely with no smoke, right? He can frag. Last chance right here. Oh, nice jump spot.
Nicely done.
That's beautiful.
So the kill versus ZywOo while blind, locks it in.
Locks it in. Nicely done, Head Trick. And I mean, even though they're not one-to-one comparable, Head Trick has been having a great event. Great start to the season. Loving Head Trick so far, for sure. Another player with excellent movement, of course.
Flamesy. Oh, that's nice. Nice shot.
I mean, that's ZywOo's own flash as well. If he doesn't hit that, he's dead. He's completely dead. It's going to be a skewer from the A ramp and CT as pressure comes in.
I love that. Config gives him the golf clap. Shakes his head in disbelief. Slick kill that locks in a 1v2. It's a 1v2 from Flamesy, another one from Head Trick, and a jump over ZywOo's angle. He'll lose a quarter of his health. And Spinks takes a couple steps forward. ZywOo, yeah, he sees that as a chance to get aggressive.
Yeah, the perfect pre-clear. Hampus is gone.
ZywOo up to 13-5. Rez trying to chase him, but it's gone now, that timing. Head Trick will anticipate a re-peek. And while ZywOo is indeed inside connector, it's Apex who just walks right into the crosshair. Rez ready. And a 4v4.
Looked like he was readying a jump spot, but did it a little bit too late. Uh-oh. Wow, man. He's prescient today.
Oh, he's going to snap it up.
Nope. They're going to see the
Spinks
scope, though, yeah.
Sees the barrel. He's going to walk out. And then he'll clear bottom mid, or nope, plays it safe. So that just leaves Rez finagled. Not sure if he should deal with ZywOo and Con or Spinks up in ladder. Rez has his hands full in middle. And Brolin's kind of on his own mission through apartments. There's a world where Brolin could still win this on his own. We'll see what the timing comes down to on his duel. He's having himself a good game, top fragging, 11-9. But Flamesy, patient. Rez pulls back. He's going to try to sprint over, or no, they call the save. They're out.
Yeah. I feel like the style is sort of wearing thin at this point. Like it's losing in the defaults a lot of times, and it was a 5-1 start. So even though the score is marginally close at the moment, now that it's 8-6 and we look at the streak of rounds vitality of 1, we are starting to see that Ninjas have lost multiple deaths in a lot of these defaults untradeably into losing the rounds, and it's been like rinse and repeat. So yeah, pushes vitality to come up with something new, but every time they do, it works. Maybe we need some kind of tempo change, but the last time Ninjas tried to call that full A quick,
yeah,
that also got called out.
Yeah, they got sprayed down the moment they exited Palace. So final attempt to do anything different. Little pack of Vitality players heading towards top mid. The deep angle for underpass as well. See if Spinks... Ooh, Spinks on an op. Okay.
Let's pop.
I will watch with an open mind. See how Spinks contributes. Smoke goes over out of spawn. Flamesy awaiting contact. 2 here. Flash is fantastic. And he doesn't overcommit either.
Gotta love that.
Knows he has time for that one little burst. Tries to get both.
And
doesn't chance it.
And I think Spinks took a shot too, because they just fell out of that. So now they lose position a little bit. They don't get anything out of it. Flamesy on the same angle.
Yeah, just reposted. Maybe another flash comes out. Magic doesn't have any more. But even that angle, catching him off guard. So Flamesy does his job. Nice. Yeah. He gets his double kill in the end. Just had to be patient for it. Brolin continuing to top perform for Ninjas. Magisk floating bottom mid. It's a long-range fight, but he gets there. And he's got support as well in window in the form of Apex. It's low HP for Config, but Rez could clear underpass and reopen the round. Sure enough, quick kill on the little that was left of Magisk.
But that's both players spotted inside a middle. Zywoo sitting comfortably in the Palace. Gonna be sort of hard to suss him out. They could walk up Cat, but whichever way they go, they got to figure it out now.
Yeah, and whichever way they go, there's an op waiting for them.
So Zywoo looked like he's going to take an early fight, probably. Oh, he gets spotted. That's something big, and Rez gets another.
All right, then. Ninjas looking for that 7th. Spinks retaken with an op. Missed shot. And now he's down to 9 HP, so it looks like Rez has gone above and beyond in round 15. Sure enough, a 3K from Rez. A flash of his past, as it's Ninjas to keep it close.
Hello everyone, this is Magisk, and today I'm analyzing just one round. So let's go. And this is Inferno, and this guy is probably an apps player because he's rotating library. And he is going apps, I can see. Oh, he's starting out with a big smiley. Molotoving apps on timing, and now he probably hears that they're executing on A. And one guy is calling they're rushing long, so I decided to rush down, put a Molotov. And I can see this is me because on the skins, it's pretty obvious that it's myself, but I think the decision to jump down balcony and going for a Molotov is a little bit crazy because it doesn't really make sense, but I can see that on the radar, they're getting contact on long, so he has information that they're going long, and that is why I wanted to try and catch them off by going through their own Molotov, and I think that's still a little bit of a gamble, I would say, even though it's worked out pretty well. There is always a gamble when you jump down like that when they're taking mid and perhaps rushing A, because one guy could have been peeking me short, and you know, sometimes in Counter-Strike you have to take gambles, and I was reacting in 1 millisecond to information that they're going long. So I think overall I would say it was a good play, but also a bit of a risky play. And then I die.
I will do nades and then receive. I smoke now and I flash. Go for peek.
Up window. Up window.
I just flash out.
I got Bears. You can flash ammo. That's Bears. That's Bears. That's his upper. No, actually upper. I got Bears.
Nice!
Let's go!
Just keep going, boys. Let's
Nice. Nice call, then. Not shooting here. He's just spamming.
Okay. Nice. 2 more in. Nice. Ticket should be ticket.
Yes, that's a bit. Go.
Nice smoke.
Stay alive. Yeah, stay alive.
No stress.
Big city. Got him.
Nice, Tanya.
Bro, you're so fucking good. You're so good, Daniel. You're so fucking good. Daniel, you're so fucking good.
Let's go, Daniel.
Nice, bro. Sick.
You listening?
Config had to say it 3 times before the thank you comes through. I thought the clap was for the shot, but I guess it was the whole situation. And in hindsight, you know, jump peeking off dumpster, making sure he can't lose it.
Yeah, that was sick.
Yeah, perfect little play. Wins it in the dirty little details. And I mean, I would understand if you're sat at home right now thinking, Vitality got this. That streak of 6 rounds looked excellent. But because of the 5-1 start and a couple more rounds sprinkled in at the very end there, it's a 7-round T-half from Ninjas.
Yeah, it's really good.
That's nothing to write off. You've got Brolin playing well, Rez is playing well, and that could just give more runway for Headtrick to maybe get some impact, because even with that 1v2, he's 5 and 9 on the half. But now he's on the CT side.
I like these arguments. The odds start to come slightly back in the favor of Ninja. Slightly. Yeah, still 5-1, but understandable.
Again, I'm still expecting Vitality to close, but I see the road to victory for Ninjas, which is all we hope for. We wanted some competition tonight. We're getting it. Rez, Hampus, Brolin, headshots in abundance. ZywOo 2, 3, and the 4th one, catches him off, but he still has the health advantage. Hampus almost dead. ZywOo, 4 kills. Headshots when you least expect it, and Rez shaking in his shoes. ZywOo's got the bomb, and he's got ice in his veins, and he's got a tap to close it. The legend of Lance. Every time you write him off, the talent shines through.
That's not his first with a P250. And it probably won't be his last. Another magic moment out of ZywOo. Unreal in the middle of all this chaos. And after he got rattled, had to reload, just slowly shoved himself into that angle to catch Hampus' next move and took out Rez with 1 bullet. Unreal.
Wow. The irony. Apex screaming, sit down, bro. You're the only one standing up. Understandably. Electricity from ZywOo to kick off the second half. To remind you, he is no mere mortal. Clean headshots and a chance to just now overwhelm an A site. It is, of course, the force coming out of Ninjas, and I like that they're getting active, trying to go take that ramp while they can. Smoke on jungle. Spinks falls. Doesn't clear Brolin right away. It's getting messy. Flamesy able to get the first opener. We've got CT stuck in smoke, but Brolin pushing through gives him a gun. It's an upgrade. It's ZywOo headhunting with a scout still back on ticket. Someone looking to pressure the site soon. Look at the way they've had it swarmed. Config comes in, looking to be inspired by what ZywOo put forth. The Desert Eagles connecting as Config has come through massive with the multi-kill. And now who's laughing?
How did they match that energy? Into the next round, and Deagles come back in their direction. An even better pistoling round from all players involved here on NIP. Hampus put together 1 as well. Brolin on the jump away for Spinks, and I thought that was going to be the big moment of the round. Like, wow, crazy shots are getting hit today. No, it didn't stop there. The puppies are officially out.
Yeah. Sit down, he said. And on his ass he is. Apex. Everybody else forced up here too. I love this ego battle we've locked into. Look at the Deagles in play.
Yeah.
Right? Anything you can do, we can do better. But the question is still unanswered. 5v4. Rez shaves Apex off the play. Damage on Spinks won't make this any easier for Vitality. Ninja's fighting tooth and nail for this early CT momentum. And this T has slid into the windows. Flamesy's going to get charged down. The Galil, or excuse me, M4 bests him. And it seems like the CTs stabilize.
The pistol could have mentally ruined you, but they have brought this back, and now there's a real chance for an upset here on Mirage. Maybe looking at a 5 alive round as well, on top of saving in that last round, or maybe the investment was there, but now everybody's got funds. This is beautiful for Nip. Into a CT side, they're 100% looking forward to. Let's see how far they can take it.
Doors open. Also had a 5-1 start in the first half. This will get messy. I guarantee you violence. Some easy freebies to be picked up here by Hampus. Big old pack of players coming at him. Oh yeah. 3 frags. Cleanup crew's already in position. Zywoo still with a Glock is taking people's heads off.
How's he strafing like that?
I don't know, man.
He made that window look massive.
Just doing Zywoo things. Plays on skates. But it is still Ninjas with conversions.
Yeah. Well, he's a force right now, that's for sure. I mean, Vitality as a whole team looked very good. So this is just looking so legitimate for Ninjas because they're taking down Zywoo at full strength. Awesome CT side for what it's worth in terms of quality rounds out of the setups from Vitality. You can see Vitality are taking this very seriously every round. It's a somber mood or an energetic mood when they win. And yet Ninjas, here they are in the lead.
Flash in for the ramp peak. Yeah, on the money. And just in case there was a second, Config, instant headshot. Between Config, Brolin, and Rez, the rifling's looking good here for Ninjas. Zywoo tries to bring it back. Head trick, double op kill.
Wow.
He's comfortable in the window.
Wow, they kind of, yeah, everything failed. They kept walking back into mid. They lost their underpass guy. They weren't ready to attack from top of mid at the same time. The setup is ideal for Ninjas. They're ready for this exact variation, and, well, they come up golden. Spinks in this 1-on-4, I mean, I don't think he feels like he can simply stay alive, so there's a roamer right behind him.
And a crossfire ahead if he keeps pushing out.
Yeah. Spinks is about to be left for dead. I don't know if he's been spotted, however. Wow. Actually not.
All right, he's found a little pocket to maybe save in. There's also time for Hampus to run it back if they really want to force this issue. Extra money for the CTs. Now they're taking their sweet time with Palace. They think he's up there instead, so it looks like he'll be good. Like the Ninjas.
I mean, this round is so important, and the fact they win it so clean. Like, look at the money already, and the money next round now. They've got another 4 alive round.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that Vitality don't bring this close.
Fat stacks.
Yeah, they're going to have multiple buys. Even if they lose at this point. And sort of just good reads across the map, right? They knew it was going to be mid like this. They caught the timing where Majisk would be there on the ramp. Every kill looked effortless, just great angles being held on the right timings, and all the support that you could ask for.
Tech 9 fast.
Ooh, yeah.
Love it.
Smoke was missed.
Matt just taking the responsibility into his own hands. It'd be foolish to write off Vitality in rounds like these. And they know Spinks saved something.
Tempting to think about ending A with the gun at the top of Con, but it's one of the hardest parts of the map to get to. That smoke comes up finally. They see Hampus. Leave window open. Head trick pressure now off in play.
ZywOo coming up cat, already on Arch. ZywOo, he's gotten past the timings. He's challenging inside sight. Config kills the one in window. Both are trying to lock in ZywOo.
Thinking about connector.
Oh man, he connected. Oh, and now he's got the Opper occupied. A second CT here will clear him. Brolin, just wait. Play it right.
They can't. If Brolin lets him get too far,
he's good.
Oh, they're not clearing
He's
this?
got it. Yeah, woo! Back turned. Brolin, patient as ever. 21 and 11.
Okay.
Nearly eclipsing ZywOo at this point.
Yes. Happy to talk about Brolin. Absolutely. He was the last line of defense there on A. They could have planted. If they killed him, that would have been another gun upgrade on a round where they had pistols. So here's the first one for Majiskin. This opens things up, and then ZywOo puts a little bit of magic over on the B site to influence and incentivize the rotations to stay over, and they're over there hoping it is going to be B. And it's a solid mid-round from Apex to say, okay, we got a chance to go up through connector, but it's not enough.
Fast, though. Already out in middle, already spamming towards ladder. CT's pull back a bit. Both sides of Con smoked. We'll see if they fight for it.
And that's actually another 3 alive round, right? From Ninjas?
Yes. 2 on B and then Brolin solo A.
A positive on cash flow.
Apex spamming a lot, shooting a lot, throwing nades. Getting crazy. Made a step. Config's on high alert. We've still got a bunch of players floating top mid, but I mean, Config knows he's in here. And there are limited places to hide. Config just trying to get that confirmation. Doesn't know which corner. I like that he tried it. Saw the gap, but also didn't take too much of a risk. Smoke will slow things down for another 20 seconds. Rez is anticipating some kind of window play. We've already seen that forward ramp presence reward the Ninjas.
Teaser in a great spot, but of course, Apex had that lead off, and as you mentioned, he made a step. So Config knows for sure he was in here. Cat's wide open, but CT's worried about A.
No immediate trade. Config, beautiful hold.
Wow.
2 kills plus the dink makes ZywOo's life that much harder. Spam, oh, but denied. Brolin, he's got that little headshot angle, and Magis takes him down. There's a chance they forget about head trick. And because of the low health on Spinks, oh, he's now put in such a tough spot. Head trick deep on ramp pays off again. Spinks can't catch him. He's got to run for bomb and plant with 7 seconds on that clock. No safety really other than the default. And even then, head trick can just run him down. He's going to do that, finish him off, and put Ninjas 3 away from a win.
Yeah, it's a little bit of solace they get is this bomb plant, but it's another round. Ninjas stay alive. They keep 2. And they've just been looking good. Great round out of Config. That hold was spectacular. Of course, he had the early clue about somebody being inside of connector somewhere and just held on to that idea that they could still be there. And then 3 more started to walk up as they enacted the split, but he did so much work. He got 2 kills and did 50 or more damage on a 3rd player. That's a layup for your site, guys. And the fact that head trick was also on A. It's a call out in the exact same fashion that Vitality called nip out. When they were stacking the A site versus connector splits, they've got the same level of reads, but right now, Nip are way in the lead. And they're surviving an unbelievably strong ZywOo. That pistol ace, literally in the second half, answered back with deagles on the next round. Haven't looked back since.
For the first time in a while, it's just ZywOo. Waiting for somebody else to step up. In the face of 6 consecutive CT round wins, that was the first plant in the middle of all of those. So Ninja's defense looking rock solid, and Config's going to take the fight deep into the apartments. Spinks is traded, and Rez has support to fall back. Or, never mind, Apex chases.
Nice chase out of Apex. Imagine he brought home another kill for his team here in the default. Well, this might simplify the situation in his head. He's got everybody running up in through apps. There's so much time left on the clock. Hampus is going to spot 1 here.
But there's more. Way more.
Yeah.
And Apex
the
also
way he's
didn't
playing
hesitate.
it, though, it doesn't feel like he spotted how close Apex was, but Apex will go down.
Yeah, Brolin's able to help out. Now they're kind of stuck 2 by the windows. They stall out. They retreat. Every time they've tried to rotate into that late A play, it's either somebody in sandwich or deep ramp that's really screwed over Vitality. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody goes and takes ramp from the T side. Maybe ZywOo just throws the fake on his own.
Does this mean that Complexity could have won?
Don't, whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa. Qualify right for fall finals? Smoke down mid window. CTs, they're just banking on Hampus. And Hampus has been serviceable. Molotov on him, flushes him out. Oh, Matches turns it around. Nice reaction to the rush out from Hampus. And of course, Vitality. It's that fallback from ZywOo into the mid-window smoke that got Ninjas to go double A, 1B.
Yeah.
And that 1B, not enough.
Yeah, and I guess they've had a couple rounds where they've got a lot of kills here. There's still 12K on Headtrick in this round, but it's not like 10K on every single player. So we'll see how long this can sustain. But by the way this is going, it's not as if Vitality are suddenly going to win the second round in a row. In fact, you know, if Magus doesn't get that crazy kill, it might not have been this round either. Would have been crazy to think that Vitality don't even get 10 rounds in this game.
How many players stay alive, though? Ooh, Brolin just... Weird little turn. Head trick. Uh-oh. Ooh, now, uh-oh. Yo, that's a big dent.
Yeah.
We're already talking about how, like, there is money.
That'll force Headtrick to pay up at least.
There is money, but Headtrick's coffers are about to get cleaned out. Nice job from Apex chasing this. Scary business running down like that, but... Whew, snapped.
Holy smokes.
Uh-oh. Big lean into B.
Oh, yeah, he got ahead of that molly, no damage, but there was a little bit of sound. Last time, again, Hampus was a little bit late to respond. He'll jump out. Oh. Flash is great from Spinks. Ooh. It's a 2K. Assisted by Spinks' flash, and that's it. Sight's overrun.
Just like that, double headshot. Config already top middle, makes sure that Apex can't get out with anything, but ZywOo, come on now.
Damn.
Just the fact, you know, leave it to ZywOo to min-max, knife back out, knowing Hampus is getting burned off, you know, truck like that for that half second more. A lesser man would have kept their gun out the whole time.
It doesn't feel like Hampus has that, like, perfect sense for when the B hit is coming right now, so I have a feeling this isn't going to be the last time that Vitality hit the side of the map.
No, you're right. There was sound made when ZywOo got ahead of the Molotov.
Yeah, and
but
like just
Flamesy
looking
never
at the
came back
positioning, you're not seeing the emergency protocols of, whoa, someone just slipped my Molotov. Like,
right.
I've got to be concerned. So, obviously, for us seeing how many players are ready for that hit, we've just got to be prepared. And Hampus could have got the kill. He was ready to catch the jump out in this sense, but the flash is what screwed him over.
Yeah, both of them at some point or another. Cat player also blind. ZywOo.
That's the cool thing about being an entry is like, that's the rewarding part, you know, like Oppers can win you games, IGLs can feel like they win you games, and entry can just win the entire round by yourself. Like, that's something nice to bring home to the team. So, and now it becomes a 2-round game, and actually, you know, Ninjas are nearing the bottom of their bank accounts now. Hampus only has a deagle.
This is all the money from Ninjas, so big round, but Apex with the trade again. Whether it's Res and Underpass or this time the connector smoke.
B again.
Jumping over the op, but he hit that shot. Spinks is low and Apex dead. Head trick comes out to the bomb site. You've got ZywOo 1v2. He knows there's one close.
Oh my
trying
God.
to section off the angles.
Wait a second. Is this not going to be spotted? He's so afraid. Oh my God.
But he doesn't want to stay too tunnel visioned.
Yeah, he's going to go for a better fight here. He has to worry about the cross. It's too tempting. How does he approach this? And will he get by is the question. There is a timing for him. He's going to figure it out. No way.
Taps him with the P250, takes the plant elsewhere.
He's already aware of that.
ZywOo is simply unkillable. Not certain where the last one's at, though. This gives Brolin a chance to catch him. Shots whiz by. He's switched over to the rifle now. Fair fight. Frag softens him up. Slight health advantage. That gets the M4 into a better place. But there's a Molotov and there's a smoke as well for Brolin, so they could just play a game of rock, paper, scissors. It's a tap. It's a fake. And ZywOo doesn't bite right away.
He saw a leg.
Smooth reposition and the headshot.
Oh my God.
Because ZywOo is the best.
He really is. My God, another 1v2. 2K entry on the last round to win the round. Back-to-back 100% impact rounds out of ZywOo. Can't be done without him. They need him. They love him.
And that's everybody getting jump scared by the P250 that kills Headtrick. Crazy that ZywOo just slips between the timing there as well. Brolin walking away from Market was just holding that cross. Oh, gut-wrenching when Ninjas have to watch that one back. Even more so when you remember where it leaves them.
That's all their money.
Money's dried up. Smoke in front of the ramp, though. Teaser pushing through. The Pistols can do this! They've done it before. Headtrick's double deagle sets him up. Magisk and Apex. It's not ZywOo. It's not the unkillable. But Rez gets dropped down to 15 health, and the smokes fade.
Okay, but here's the calm. 2v3, you know they're on deagles. You don't give them the easy fight, and you actually should be still in a winning position. Bomb's going to get crossed. They threw a smoke down to sort of multiply their presence, and there's that kill. This makes it a little bit harder. It'll have to be miraculous shots, but there already have been some.
Yeah, this is when Apex and Magisk have to make it up to ZywOo. This is when they are just here to close out this round versus Pistols. Apex calls a crazy rush through smoke, loses a couple players in the process, but a calm recovery to get that next round.
Yeah, Nipper fighting hard, no doubt. On these rounds, they look awesome. They're making it close, but with the level of opponent they're dealing with, they cannot miss anything, and even with those incredible deagle shots,
beautiful
multiple
second
rounds on A, it's still not enough. This will be a game where I'm sure the desk is going to frame this as ZywOo's efforts were not in vain if they're the ones who win. And for Ninjas, if that's the case, such a shame based on how much they fought and how many great rounds they had on low buys, and also how good of a CT start they had. There's definitely a lot to talk about. One of the teams that we didn't know how much they would level up within the groups. Definitely impressing.
Yes. When we weren't sure if anyone could push Vitality at all. At least giving us a challenge and some excitement tonight. Still anybody's map. Vitality do not look flawless. Hampus, secondary op. Apex. He's been walking at this bomb site, so no surprise he gets caught out by that. Nice adaptation from Hampus. Good opening for Ninjas. Flamesy looking for his chance to get impact, and he will. It's Config's head torn off, and Headtrick not sitting in window like he has been, but instead over towards Connector. And Hampus, oh, gifted a second. Spinks walking through smoke, a sitting duck, but a quick spot on Rez into the commitment. 3v3, we go again.
Man, everyone's giving it back.
And Headtrick up close on smoke. Not comfortable. He sees the feet, though. Wow. Flamesy shaved off the play, but there's another couple players right there. There's bomb thrown down onto the dirt. Headtrick doubles back, gets the back shot into Magisk. No way he can do this again. Not on 17 health, not surrounded like this. Ninjas 14 first.
Massive from Headtrick, man. That 3K, seeing 1 foot off the corner of a smoke, hitting that shot. Not letting him walk through and seeing what happens. And the game has been so close that even with Vitality making this comeback, it's still, and Ninjas in the lead. And Hampus with a great idea, the CT setups to call out the T attack, the default into B. And even if that's not your ideal opper holding that side of the map, it's the right time to put it in his hands. And now, look, I think they start to get a little angry. They think, we know how much we can bully you on this side of the map. We have in the past. We're not afraid of the round you just put together. But Hampus wisely calls for some early assistance in Headtrick.
Yes, the op's already here, and you've got Hampus in this position, but 2 get past. Hampus with nothing, Config comes off Cat, and another kill out of Headtrick. He's doing everything he has to. Up close, a third, and Config's here to close. They've done it. It's 15. And that energy, electric.
He's unshakable. And at least, you know, we talk about how good ZywOo is compared to Headtrick, but Headtrick's team right now is better on average than ZywOo's. Great support and assistance from their cap players. Good composure here as Headtrick does not get rocked. Hits some great shots. This one's maybe the most impressive, just not clicking too early. trusting his cat player to cover him, and Config does just that.
Yes, Config, great bodyguarding coming up through that cat smoke. The util was all there for Vitality, but the CTs swarmed them.
And that's where the calling's been solid. Like we see we see Hampus completely fail. Like he gets played with. The flashes as they're executing are so perfectly layered that there's no time for him to peek. Even his teammate in first support holding window and Headtrick can't shoot them as they're exiting apps. And then he gets rocked on the jiggle, but he has enough players there just in case it is a B hit that early that they can survive.
Just in case.
And there's a difference between having a cat player and having mid control and Config at the top of mid and having your opper close by market, but not inside the site. That really tells you how ready they were for that kind of hit.
That's now Headtrick, Config, and Brolin, all with 20 kills or more. You've got ZywOo sitting pretty on 30, but this team is strapped for cash. Phenomenal opportunity for Ninjas to get the first map over Vitality.
Oh,
but a missed Palace smoke, awkward.
Last time they missed a smoke, it got scary.
Scout shot denied. ZywOo's dead. If Vitality are going to keep fighting on Mirage, they've got to do it without their god. And Headtrick waiting for that Palace peek. He dares you. So just sick second half from Headtrick. More pressure coming out of ramp. Headtrick peeks in. Spinks is dead. Magisk falls. Headtrick just murdering. And as they press into him, Flamesy's looking to show his worth, but he falls to the 8-4 and Config's off the stairs. It is Ninjas in pajamas with a Mirage map win, and Vitality bleed in this best of 3. There is a lot on the line, and there are still plenty of rounds to come.
Man, the Ninjas certainly starting off this series kicking and screaming. Some bites, some match that bark as they neutralize Vitality 16-13 on the grounds of Mirage. And gentlemen, that was an absolute emotional roller coaster. We're talking about NIP with 2 great starts to both halves. Vitality managed to answer back in that first, but not the case for the second match.
No, indeed, Freya. Unfortunately, this was out of all of the seasons of the ZywOo show, I think season 2 and 3 are my least favorite, when he's like doing everything he can alone and he's got no teammates and it's either he's getting an ace or a clutch and they win or they don't. I really didn't like that season. I thought the arc wasn't too great. The ending cliffhanger, not too well. You know, I think when they moved on to the next season, it got a bit more interesting. But apparently we're back there. We took a time machine and we're back into that time.
Yeah, I don't like this remix.
I don't like it at all.
That wasn't pretty. The fact that almost nobody could basically, well, they couldn't match ZywOo's output, unfortunately. It was a one-man show on the side of Vitality, and not enough.
Yeah, it just makes the win more legit for NIP. In my book, we said it coming into the game that NIP have, historically speaking, been very, very strong on Mirage. We did see it yesterday as well, that Mirage looks good, but the fact that they were able to take down Vitality while ZywOo had so much impact throughout the game, that was hella impressive.
And for NIP, that comes off the back of a great T-side start. So, Danny, what made it so dominant?
There were actually a handful of set strats that NIP used to make that such a dominant T-side. I want to break down one of them right here. And it's really this round right here where we see Config. It almost kind of seems like he knows to just walk out of Palace and find these 2 kills. But of course, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because there's a lot more that goes into this round as opposed to him just walking out. There's a whole strategy behind it. So if we go back earlier in the round, it first starts off like this. Got 2 players outside A, and if you look at the radar, got 3 players here where it looks like they're just going to simply set up for an A execute. But why are these 2 people here? You're going to find that out in a moment. So first thing you're going to see here is that they're going to throw smokes. This is meant to be a fake towards the A side. Smoke towards jungle, smoke towards that stairs position. This pulls the rotation over towards that A side. But they're not actually going to come out. They're going to fall back from that ramp side, and they're actually going to go towards Palace. This now goes into the next step where Brolan over towards B, one of those people towards that B side. Brolan, he's now going to throw his set of utility. With his set of utility, he's going to throw the market smoke as well as a couple flashes over towards the B side. And what this does is it puts pressure over towards that B side. So now, after that first fake over towards A, the whole strategy, the whole idea behind it is that now these players are supposed to be floating back towards that B side. But if you look right here, NIP, they're setting up to come out towards Palace. And lastly, you'll see that Rez, he's here towards that underpass position. And with Rez coming out from this underpass position, he takes contact on this player towards connector. And the whole idea here is that with these players coming out towards Palace, they want to minimize this player from being able to make contact with that Palace position as much as possible. All of that is done to create space for these players to come out. So with that in mind, this is a double fake, and that's what allows Config to actually come out here because he knows that most likely they're not supposed to be posted up on him. So when he comes out, it's not by chance that he just feels that he has the balls to come out. He's actually, it's all behind a strategy, and that's why he's able to find this first one and then the second one onto the sandwich player. Now, Vitality don't really bite on this too much, and part of the reason why is because this is actually a strat that NIP ran at the major. And that was when Alexi B was calling. So this is also some insight where Hampus, not only is he bringing in his old strats, but he's also taking some strats from back when Alexi B was on the team. So this is kind of the reason why NIP was so dominant on their T side.
Ah, okay, I like that. Hampus keeping one eye on his own strat book, one eye on Alexi B's. Love to see that. And it worked.
Listen, I think the first half was pretty high level. And
Yes.
that makes it even more legitimate for NIP. You're right, because Vitality, even off the back of that 5-1 deficit start, played a very decent comeback into the CT half. Whole lot of diversity in the CT setups they were putting forth. ZywOo can be B-apps, he can be into short, he can be into connector. They've had multiple different setups where they were taking the initiative, taking the fight to NIP, even though they were on the back foot. So good for Vitality coming back into this. The real problems start in the second half. And on their T side, this is where it gets dry.
That's the thing, because we come into that second half, Vitality do manage to win that first pistol, as we can see in an incredibly crazy round. But the story really starts after this round, right, Jacob?
Yeah, the problem is that they win this round, of course, and we're going to see one man in Christian who does what he does best, which is just owning everyone he's going up against. It's a 2v5 at this point, and then, of course, the ZywOo show starts with the P250. He's just tapping away. He's so ridiculously good, dodging the bullets right here, playing like he's the Neo in Matrix, and you know at this point, when it's a 1v1 and ZywOo's alive, Of course he's going to hit that shot. You thought that was going to hit. You thought that was going to be the nail in the coffin for NIP, but they answer straight back with their own Deagle round. Again, I was not too sure about the calling coming out of Epix on this T side. I think it was a little bit too fast-paced, a little bit too much running through smokes, and they got punished for it.
Yeah, listen, I think Spinks also completely fumbled the bag here. I mean, he had that information, he had the leg information, got completely caught off guard by the pop flash, which means now there is a gun and another player with the Deagle config. Got beautiful shots. We have to give it to him. The Deagle work is pristine right there, but this was mishandled by Vitality. If you're Spinks on that solitary position and you see people coming to you, you have to stay alive. You have to survive that position. You have help coming in from connector. The main punch is coming from the middle of the map. Let the people come to you, suck them up in the ramp, and then play it. If you give your life away, suddenly it's a fourth hold for the CT side who has one AK and another Deagle into config. So there were a couple of calls that were questionable for Apex, and the execution was poor, and some of the individuals, we have to say, did not give what they had to. So that was a very bleak performance from Spinks, idled by this round, but also Flamesy, we didn't really say his name too much.
No, we didn't. And I think it's a symptom of what Vitality have been presented so far. Everything Apex has called has worked out because the individuals have just run all over EG, run all over Complexity. It's been easy. This time around, NIP put up a good fight, so all this pace that we saw from Vitality, it was handled. I can pinpoint 2 or 3 more rounds where Vitality is walking out of smokes, Headtrick is punishing it, they do the B-rush late stage in the game as well, not working out. It felt like they were trying to force the issue right here, and it worked earlier in the tournament. The question is, or I guess the difference is, that the opposition was much, much better at handling it this time around.
Yeah, it was a shame that we couldn't see Vitality, adapt and overcome exactly like they did in that first half. We do have to give some props to Headtrick, because, man, he's continued on this consistent trajectory that we've seen here at Full Groups.
Definitely so, and as soon as he put his hands on an AWP, the deathmatch style that Jacob is talking about came into fruition for him. This was made for Headtrick. Presented with targets left, right, and center. Fast pace, quick rhythm counter-strike. Multiple beautiful shots here again. Crossing the smoke as we talked about. He's getting targets left, right. This was the paradise for Headtrick that was, we have to say, individually on point.
His highlight package started in round number 22. Just like yesterday when they were playing against Complexity, was it in that game that went all the way into overtime? It's like he's coming alive in the later stages of the game, and I love that. I love the fact that he's had a quiet start to the game. Maybe he didn't feel himself, but he's stepping up when needed be. He's growing right now, and he's becoming more and more mature on the server, and I like what I'm seeing from Headtrick.
Quickly want to give some props to Brolin as well, because it's been a name that we haven't really said all too much, and this is one of his best maps that we've seen so far at the Full Group. So having him, firing on all cylinders alongside Headtrick, alongside Config as well, just too much Vitality to handle.
Yeah, and it's a name that we've criticized quite a lot, I feel like, for different reasons, for lack of output individually, of course. We've heard from a couple of interviews that he had to play new roles, which I feel like has been the song for Broland for quite a while now. Good for him if he gets a little bit comfortable in these roles. We see he was good at punishing some of the late lurks from Magisk on the A side. Double kill onto Zywo as well. So that was a good performance from Broland. We'd like to see that extended to different maps as well.
Yeah, you could probably hear behind us, there were some roars from the Vitality camp. But for good reason, we've got Overpass. That's their pick coming into this series. Do you see this going to 3, Jacob?
Yes, absolutely. I think Hampus said yesterday after facing Complexity that it's not a map they practice. They have 4 players who would like to play the A-bomb side on the CT side, but 2 of them are stayed on B. Config was struggling over there yesterday, so yes, I can't see a world where Vitality is not winning this one.
Yes, some hope on the horizon for the side of Vitality. Their pick of Overpass coming your way in just a few.
wasn't quite sure whether we would get here. A point where Ninjas are map up over Vitality. The odds, pretty damn close. What was it, 6-1 at the start of the night? Now 2.2 to 1.6. Mohan, can they do this? Can they really beat Vitality in a best of 3? Tell me why not.
I don't think so, because I think Overpass is Jover. Like, this is Vitality's.
Okay.
And then I think
Yep.
I don't think their map pool's running deep enough right now. I think very impressive Mirage. I'm not... I mean, I would have called it 2-0 Vitality, so I'll give them that. But I have too much confidence. I don't have any confidence. I don't have any confidence on Nips Overpass first.
None at all.
Because like Ampus's interview was like, no one wants to play B. Like he was kind of joking, but at the same time it was like,
yeah,
serious, and they lost.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I feel like this one's even over. This map is over before it starts, unless they've done some serious work on the last day. And then if it comes down to Vertigo, I think by then, with the day that Zywoo's having, surely it catches up to Nip as well, right? I mean,
you'd think.
Well, whoever wins gets to the fall final.
Yeah.
So
it's a very important game.
Yep.
Most important game that we have had here in Copenhagen for the Blast Fall Finals to date. Can Ninjas steal it from Vitality? Brolin and Head Trick set up in the crossfire. These were two hard hitters on map 1. And right back to success. 2.5 kills in between them. They shared the third. Zywoo, an ace in the last T round pistol, will get nothing this time. Listen, maybe you don't have a lot of faith in Overpass. Maybe they don't have a lot of faith in Overpass. But that first map win has got them as confident as possible coming into this next one.
That could be half the battle. I guess on Mirage, at least, they won the first pistol, and they converted on the second eco with those deagles, and came back into that. So, hey, pistols are a very important stat if you're playing well.
Couple
That's
screws
a
loose
great
on that guy.
signature move. I'm sure he could turn that into merch somehow. Yeah, or he's just nuts.
He will single-handedly change European Counter-Strike culture. No longer will we call our opponents dogs.
Because dogs win.
Mm-hmm.
So
at least they did today.
Now you got to change it. Can't call them naps because naps are incredible at CS.
Yep.
I mean sloths. What's like a really bad animal that could be a good insult? You think?
Objectively, there are no bad animals, Launders.
True.
Okay.
That's a weird way to look at it. I was thinking like, because we always just think,
which
cute animals are good animals.
Yeah.
But
Animals
like, that's
that have,
not true. Like pandas aren't good.
Like bad connotations. I think cows, like that can still be used as a good insult.
Orcas aren't good.
True. Yeah, actually, you know what? They have been attacking sailboats as of late.
Yeah, they're
up to something.
They're mean guys.
You know what the worst animal of all is?
What's the worst animal of all?
Humans. Yeah.
So true and real.
Murdering one another here on the party. It's meant to be a birthday party. Instead, it's a meat grinder. And it's a perfect conversion from the Ninjas in Pajamas. 2-0. 5 alive.
$14 to go. And at least they start CT Overpass as well.
Vitality have their work set out for them now.
You know, this would be their most serious loss in months, right? Because I think they, even in their few losses, Vitality that is, they had, okay, they lost 2-0 to Imperial. That was a huge win for Imperial. So I guess that would be the most severe. But outside of that,
that was the first match after the major win.
Best of one loss to OG in overtime in April.
Nah, rounding error.
That's literally the last one before the Imperial loss.
And that one was coming off of the break they had after winning the Paris Major. So I would say this one had actually
April.
More.
April.
Oh. Well,
Imperial was that one, the 0-2 in the beginning of the spring final.
Just don't lose this one then. Sounds easy enough. Nah, Brolin clean. Just
7-0.
Playing off of tree. And I mean, that
He's
was
got more, he's
ZywOo
got more,
who
he's
was
got more.
supposed
There it is.
ZywOo was supposed to trade Flamesy. ZywOo couldn't win the duel. Mohan, they're shook, bro. They're shook. They don't have a single kill. They didn't get a single kill in the pistol. They didn't get anything in the conversion. And Brolin just 3-man sprayed down everything towards long. Vitality. Oh, those seeds of doubt.
Last map, ZywOo had a 1.55 rating. Next highest teammate, Flamesy, 0.94. And then it went down from there. Meanwhile, on Ninjas, it was actually Brolin to beat out Headtrick on rating. They put 1.27, 1.26 respectively. And Config with a 1.13. Way more even.
Yeah, they're simply the better unit on Mirage.
Okay. I mean, if, like Hampus said, they just haven't played it a lot. They're not there yet. Of course, this is originally NIP's best map. Actually, it was even their favorite map when they weren't even winning it that much. Like, they really loved the map before. But with Hampus bringing in new stuff, of course, things are a little up in the air. It's not like they don't know how to play the map, so we won't go that far. Brolin is super solid as an A rifler. So if he's having a good day, I have a lot of faith in that. When we switch over, though, Spinx is definitely better in the exact same position inside of bathrooms. He might actually be the best in the world at the moment. Like, he has, like, half of the year in 2023 versus FaZe at Rio on Overpass. He had a great half the other day here as well. So it gets scary on CT side. We'll see if we get there, though.
Spinx traded out by the MP9. Number 2 weapons saved, so we're still looking to Magis to do something. There, speak his name, he shall arrive. ZywOo's Desert Eagles going hunting. Brolin's able to pick the frag back up onto Apex. That opens the rotate back into the B site. And it's really going to have to be ZywOo to best head trick Deagle versus Op. He saw the trajectory of the nade. He's cautious about connector. There's nobody there. So much time left. Oh, Brolin caught out. But that second player on the right side, I mean, there's a chance that catches them off.
He made noise. Headtrick made noise.
But he's doubling back.
Yeah, but ZywOo gets closer. So it just comes down to... Oh, there he spotted. Oh, but he's dead, and that's an op upgrade.
Deagle to the face from
Honestly,
ZywOo.
if you're on the T side... Okay, they spot him now. Surely just run, man. Don't overcomplicate this situation. They just don't know exactly where Rez was supposed to be. And ZywOo smartly comes down to cut off stairs. This is going above and beyond as a teammate. I actually really appreciate this because you know that Rez is not going to run into CT. And there's a chance for Magis that he gets cut off at the pass. So that's awesome. You don't see that often. You know what I mean? Most players would be sitting on the site. Job done. Hey, just come over here. Good luck.
Yeah, but you know, it's ZywOo.
It's ZywOo, man.
Oh my God. Yes, please. Oh, wow. 2 damage. Nice attempt, I'll give him that.
Yeah.
But it is Vitality to break through with what was 1 weapon on Spinx for his first, and a gun on Magisk as well. ZywOo finding that timing up in the A site. I mean, man, there's even a world. Rez was taking shots at Magisk because he ran away with 14 HP and the bomb. Could have gotten real weird there, but it doesn't, and Vitality get there first.
Terrorists win.
Zonic trying to rally the troops. I can hear him through the walls, Zonic. He's got that booming coach voice. Nice spray control from Flamesy. Very important Desert Eagle shot from ZywOo. I mean, Headtrick saw him when he kind of fell off from the dumpster.
Yeah, he tried to pull off a safe jump spot. And I don't know if he's rotating off of the minimap or off of his teammates' communications, but you can see he was worried about coming back when he realized that they didn't need him over on B.
What looks good for Ninjas is that Brolin is right back into that groove he found on Mirage. 9-1. 4 rounds into this map.
Brolin be rolling.
His inconsistency is always a question mark. Can apply that to Ninjas as a troop. But this evening, kid's sharp.
On the sign on A site, he's like one of my favorite players to watch there. When they do passive A-holds on an overpass, Brolin's that guy. I like, he's like one player I have faith in that, you know how when it gets too claustrophobic and you run out of spots on A site and you should be pushing out, Brolin can make an argument for why you don't have to, because he's actually so good on that very hard angle at multi-fragging.
I wouldn't expect him to be so high up on your list, but we'll keep an eye on him as the half unfolds. Apex, he knows they're pushing him towards Monster, and that's going to leave Spinks on an island right now.
Yeah, I wonder how much noise they made right here, because like Monster is giving you something, but you don't have short control just yet.
Double short push as
Whoa,
well.
T in the... Oh, how's it not worried about that?
Oh, and then Hampus gives the cover that they need. Apex gets one, but he's not going to expect the second. Flamesy will recover with a headshot, but, I mean, down to 20 HP. It's him and ZywOo 2v3. And Ninjas in Pajamas could just instantly bottom out the bank accounts of Vitality.
You know, maybe they weren't worried about the short push because they were sure it was double Monster. So it was weird to see double short at the same time.
Could be.
I can understand that. But Ninjas made another great round.
Maybe Magisk just assumed that Spinks had a, you know, further out angle.
And I think they believed that those Monster players ended up being the players who came on to short kill Magisk or something, because, oh, they let their guard down. 30 seconds. One spotted. ZywOo can't hit it.
Nice, Brolin. Gets behind the barrels. Crouches, uncrouches, come back. Good little engagements here from Brolin there. Playing dodgeball with ZywOo's AK and getting himself to a 12-1 start.
Yeah, he feels really good right now. Again, he was a kill leader over on Mirage. That's a great sign.
Nice fight out of Brolin.
Whoa, DJL yelling.
Good. Good. This is a big moment. Still early days. They can still throw it. They can still lose it. But you've at least started 4-1. And you're trying to bank on keeping Brolin as hot as he is for as long as possible. Flashes popping inside sight. And we've got Vitality making past the first defenders. Now, they still have short. Apex. Oh, yeah. He gets there. That Tech 9 fires off, and it is Vitality to puncture through the B site, thanks to Flamesy.
Yeah.
And eventually Apex.
Yeah, Apex got there, but Apex didn't even need both, really. That was a very, very solid first kill, and then, but Flamesy's entry was quite difficult, actually, so when he adjusted, took some damage, but got the headshot, that's when everything was over. There was no one in back pit, no one in CT, no one in heaven to stop that forceful attack from coming on, and we saw that Ninjas were trying to throw as many flashbangs as they possibly could to the Monster Rush to make sure that Vitality couldn't do something like that, but they kind of just ran through them. And that was definitely the right idea, as we see.
Ooh. Headtrick choosing to fight, chooses violence.
That is the kind of audacity you need to win rounds on T side over pass, though. You can't play totally perfect and standard. If you don't take any sort of risk, aren't a little bit over aggressive in certain spots, then you will lose to the massive CT advantages. You see that adjustment from Flamesy. It's actually a Galil double headshot instant 190-degree flick.
190. Specific. Sonic wants to get some input in. Said Magisk, is your mic on?
Honestly, it was more like 140, but I just...
Now you're thinking about it. Pull out your protractor, noob. Couple rounds back and forth. See how nitty-gritty Vitality have to get. Doors open in this one. 3 pistols, but that op's still alive. You know, and the reason Headtrick doesn't have 12 kills like Brolin is just because he's had less to shoot at. When they come at him, he kills them. Softened up the economy as well of Vitality towards the tail end of that last round. Fought to keep this op and to give Nip a fighting chance in round 7. Just goes immediately to the peak on short. He's also got Config ahead of him to work. So pistols surrounding this Opper. That puts them in a good position to grab any guns that they can manage to get down on the ground.
Yeah, this is like the Secret Service right now coming in to support Headtrick, and they are doing a great job. They've escorted him to a prime spot. It looks like a freebie's on the way.
Nice.
And now plans may be made obvious. Rez with the 5-7, but Flamesy opens the door.
Op goes down for a second. Config also killed. And 3 players out of Vitality, all with a kill apiece. So nice connector door swing. There was a player in there at the gate, but Ninjas kind of got pressured back by the utility. Apex finds a home for that random shot, and we've got Vitality through the B site yet again.
So 5-1 start over on Mirage. This one a touch less serious, but still impressive start for Ninjas, but the answer's back. Been also impressive.
It's just one of those moments where like people are now starting to tune in because they've heard through the grapevine. Like, wait, Ninjas beat Vitality? Wait, what? For a spot at the fall fun? What? And now everybody's coming in to get that serving of Counter-Strike off of the player break. This one's big. Not a lot of stock in the Ninjas overpass, but a decent start would have helped.
Yeah, this one would turn heads for sure for Nip. Win them a lot of confidence and there's some stress off their shoulders. Job done early on, the beginning of the season. You know, some people come in and they're like, okay, we'll see how good we're going to play. We made some changes. Let's see. Start of the season. Nip were definitely one of those teams. Vitality were sort of one of those teams, but, you know, less serious change. Only one guy out. So what a win it would be. Oh, my goodness.
Doesn't see him. Spinks afforded a chance to lock in. Roland's Famas, all they're working with.
If Spinks looked up.
Like that? Everybody's here. Spinks could smell them.
Oh my God. Every idea. Oh my goodness. Okay, that's 2 spotted, but it's 2 spotted, but Bomb hasn't actually made a decision. So, I mean, CTs aren't going to overreact because they're just sitting here. They go for the attack. Worth an effort.
I mean, all 5 players here. Might as well try to jump on top of that AK. We'll take down Spinks. The monster player in Apex is looking to rack up some frags if needed. Famas keeps changing hands. CTs keep on falling. And he's got it. So that is a 4th for Vitality, as they were always going to get versus Glocks.
Yeah, now we've got an interesting situation, I'd say, with the money right around 4,500 for everybody. I'm not sure if an op's here. So not thinking we're going to have full grenades. This might be a situation where Vitality want to do something fast, and because some of their faster rounds towards B have worked out, this could be a scary prospect for Nip. The sort of situation where you might overreact on grenades early. We'll see. And yeah, they're missing some mollies here at the beginning of the round. Sort of a hard one to read for Vitality. But let's see what kind of tempo they bring with it. Oh, Config, that's a spam through the wood wall.
Damn. Take what you can get.
As the rotator, and is it Config as the rotator on B? Hemp is playing A site this time around because Headtrick is down on that side of the map. This is just a temporary setup for the CT side. But you got to appreciate how much Hampus has brought in variation with where Headtrick has started out rounds.
Moving him around, not letting Vitality get a full read. Vitality not playing with a full hand.
And he's sort of unleashed Brolin now to start walking, and there's a great timing for him to catch as well on ZywOo.
He turns around but misses. Fair duel. Brolin bests him. Hands down, sharpest player in the server now. Because even on that first map, he wasn't too far off competing with the ZywOo performance.
And the Spinks just set to die. They made some noise on this boost. Yeah, he still went for it because they're 3v5. So they want to try to do something, but at the 40-second mark, are they totally without wind in their sails? I don't know. They can group up for a monster hit, but the double monster setup is pragmatic from Ninja. It's the exact thing you want to do. They don't have worries about the A site for a good amount of time. Easy first one for Headtrick.
Ooh! Ooh!
Clean one for
rifles. Sharp as necessary. Config's putting up the multi-kills. Brolin's besting ZywOo towards Fountain. Ninjas say, give me that lead back. This is how it all started. Config just spamming the wood wall, taking a chance. Flamesy walks into his death.
I appreciate seeing the taps.
Yeah.
Because, like, your spray atrophies so much from that range that if you spam through the wood wall, like, and you look at the bullet impacts on the wall, the back of connector, they're so far apart. But if you just tap, I mean, yeah, it takes a little bit more effort. But if you tap, might be more bullets in the head.
And, of course, try it again. Tried every round for the rest of the game. Ooh, Config, nice! Hangs on. It's Rez to give him a little bit of help, and 2 kills still come out of Vitality. Hampus waits up in heaven. Short peek, almost there, but the smoke blocked that line of sight. Fire within the sight. And we've got Hampus just hanging on to the corner of heaven. No rush from Hampus. He starts to look, starts to scour, puts himself in the open, but the peek, oh, it gets denied. ZywOo looked like he was going to fall to Brolin a second time, but so sharp are Spinks and ZywOo that Vitality pull off 2v3, and that could reset Ninjas.
Yeah, you got to laugh about that one because everybody on NIP had a good fight, and they all lost. There's a lot of individual strength between ZywOo and Spinks, I'll give him that.
Yeah, I was surprised once I saw Hampus kind of just tucked in heaven for as long as he was, but then he took the risk and stood out in the open.
Well, I thought it was weird, but then you see right here, Brolin had actually moved out at the same time.
Oh, okay.
So it was sort of, I was thinking the same thing, like
tethered.
Doesn't need a peek, no bomb plant, short control, and that's probably still true. But with Brolin coming out, kind of just felt like he was helping out his friend. And again, you look back and all 3 players had a chance to get 1 kill. None of them did.
That's what happens.
Man, they almost denied a very important round there. It was Vitality had been trying to go B over and over again, and that was one where Ninjas completely shut them down.
Now they're winning duels, man. Vitality getting sharper. Magisk double kill down in connector. See a Config.
Now it's like, look who's tapping. It's the T's back through the wood wall, not the CTs anymore.
Yeah, making a good half for themselves.
Head trick.
Now.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah?
I mean, oh, wow. They've still got Magis back here. He's in an interesting spot, no let.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, Spinks.
That was nice. Pre-fired it.
Yep. Rifles kicking it up a notch. Because, I mean, throughout Mirage, dude, there was a period of time where Vitality just didn't have the sharper shots.
That's true. They didn't have better players.
ZywOo did all he could. And it's been a long time since we had to look at a Vitality where ZywOo's dropping 30 kills and you're losing maps because there is no second fragger.
Yeah.
So, B's going to be taken with the bomb. That's easy. Vitality, 6-5. But it certainly helps ZywOo. We've got Spinks and Magisk popping heads down in connector. I said 6-5, but the CTs float around here. Smoke may deter them. Nade comes out, won't deny the bomb plant. And a retake is needed. But they've had no control of this site, so it shouldn't be a surprise to them that we've already got somebody deep in graffiti. And once they start to fight site, Spinks is going to swing. Way too easy for Spinks. 3 headshots on the round. Mows down what was left of him.
That was a good start for NIP, but, you know, it's... You know, you can't let this many T rounds go. It gets a little scary for you. You're on overpass. Man, crazy money-wise how it's actually sort of pivotal that round where they stopped him in B and then Spinks and ZywOo won their 2v3. Money would have been gone for Vitality, an important sort of feather in the cap to be able to shut down the fast B play again. They wouldn't be able to try that probably for the rest of the half. Instead, now we're talking about a force buy into no buy. But Ninjas survived a lot on Mirage, too, you gotta say. They survived the ace on the pistol in the second half.
Now they're working with Diddly Squat. Got a P250 on Head Trick. P250 on Brolin. And a B site that Spinks is about to find for free. To start this whole event, once Vitality get to that CT side, I mean, we saw them attempted to be challenged in that bomb site. Dude, Magis, look, a beast. Rock solid B holds that we could have queued up for the second half. We'll see once we get there, and we'll see what state Ninjas are in when we get there, but these pistols aren't going to achieve much. Money is still a sensitive subject for some of the Vitality players, but others, like ZywOo, are thriving. 10K in his back pocket, 6 rounds, turned into 7.
Yeah, he's content. I think we're just trying to figure out what the shape of this game is. You know, is this going to be a map that that Vitality can lose? You know, should win overpass. They look good normally. They're putting together a T side here. They start off a little slow like they did on Mirage. Is this a game that's going to slip through their fingers? And are NiP just playing well enough that they can sort of catch this momentum? A big win on Mirage. A strong feeling on overpass. At least knowing that they were once good on it, that they have the right pieces to play the map, even if people don't have their, you know, favorite CT spots at the moment. Can they still catch lightning in a bottle? This would be an awesome series to win today. And everyone's fully warm now.
Yeah.
You know, in this group. No longer about warming up.
Vitality rifles heating up. Flash through. ZywOo doesn't wait. And nobody's going to get too crazy here for the Ninjas. And of course, we've got Vertigo after this, assuming it's a total blowout. You know, Ninjas hit that critical point. GG go next. We didn't want to play overpass anyways. We'll see how this story unfolds, but for now...
They've been avoiding Brolin. Yeah,
I understand why.
Yeah, they go into head trick and Brolin's site. Yeah, it's closed as usual.
What are you gonna do? Keep trying to press into it? Brolin sees this as a chance to just reclaim some space. Why not? Head trick got the pick. Brolin's gonna go vacuum all that map control. Hoover it up. Well done. Honestly, well done. You're not the sound effect guy. Wow, good for you.
I can do a vacuum.
Good for you, man.
It's like the opposite of noise.
Okay. In some way, I get you. Little short push. Yeah, Hampus, nice time peek. Magisk will still clear the 2 outside monster, but Brolin's getting frags on the other half of the map as he comes out from con. Spinks, he's been sharp, but the right pieces in the right place, and that head trick Brolin kickoff up towards the A site make it all too comfortable.
It's a shame for Brolin. They should be, I mean, it would be nice for them to test, but you know, it's always been like an Zonic, Glaive, Astralis sort of way of playing to like identify which side's weaker, who's having the most insecurity or trouble. Like we saw on Mirage, they tried to make that the B site, but Hampus, he was well fortified, lots of players to help him out in a lot of those situations, but now trying to go B again, they're like just really focused and tunnel vision in on this, and here they are looking to run through a smoke and a couple of mollies, and there's a fresh one burning them alive.
Getting crazy. Apex is inside of the site, but everybody else kind of got stalled out, so he just dies with nothing. Short players coming. That's Spinks. Spinks has been sharp. Concerned about connector. The threat really looms ahead of him. 3 inside of the bomb site.
Now, they've been adamant about their belief in being able to hit this site, but is it also stubborn in the negative connotation? Because for the most part, the early attacks, those parts of it, NiP have done great. And their defense is calcified. They're getting better and better by the round.
And the stack is still justified because we've got Brolin doing his own thing.
That's how much they want to avoid this kid.
We'll give him everything and force the fight down to the B site where Config succeeds. Still 3 in here. Spinks is getting hungry. Peek off pillar. Rez as well. They're trying to squeeze him, and he was hoping to just pre-fire that peek from Rez. Not today. Not this time. And ZywOo with such little health, highly unlikely.
Yeah, this one's effectively less close now.
Brolin's still a bit concerned about Fountain. There is time for ZywOo to just take Brolin's head off and run A. But it's such little health.
He knows Brolin's going to come peek this.
Yeah. Brolin's just going to give him a little room.
All right, now ZywOo just run, I guess. Oh, there it is.
Yeah. Oh, he got the kill. Wow. That makes it a little more interesting.
Look how well he threw
there.
that smoke. Oh my goodness.
He just knows. You know, at least get the plant. At least give yourself the chance. Config. Whoa, okay, dude. All right. Could have put himself in an awful spot. Make sure he stops the
ran
plant.
through the molly, but yeah.
I know, but it's ZywOo, dude. He calculates every half second. He would come off that bomb plant spinning. Oh, headshot. You never know. You never know.
Overall, perfect round here for Ninja, you know.
Nice.
Trying to rack him up as this CT side comes to an end.
Close as it gets.
Good. Make him sweat. We get the Spink step up, and now ZywOo's fallen quiet. And the rest of the team's just not there yet. Spinks comes through again and again. Config's still down into the water. He's calling for the teammates to come in. Config's bot time. He's in the middle of it all. No Spinks is pressed out, but Magisk, that second out from Monster, taps into Head Trick. And it will indeed be Vitality with that 8-7 half. They've won the half. An excellent T side with the defense up next. Hello everybody and welcome to Skin Guesser by CS Money. I'm joined by Astralis and FaZe Clan today. We asked the community some questions ahead of the start of the fall groups, and now it's your guys' job to guess the answers of the fans. Each correct answer is worth 100 points. Each incorrect answer is worth 50 points, as in a negative 50. If you get 2 incorrect answers, you then switch control of the question to the other team. Whoever gets the 8th and final answer gets an additional 100 points. Astralis, you guys are gonna start. Question number 1. What is the best AK skin?
Wild Lotus.
Wild Lotus is correct.
Oh wait, just need to fill them out?
You gotta fill all 8.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, you're
Fire
gonna have to do the whole 8. Fire Serpent.
Case happens.
Both correct.
Neon Rider.
Neon Rider is the skin that starts with an N.
Asimov.
Asimov, that's 5.
Okay, we're gonna pass.
I like that.
So B is Bloodsport.
Correct.
And V is Vulcan.
Correct.
Redline.
Correct.
Oh, yeah. There we go, Finn. You're back.
All right, nicely done. Okay, so FaZe, get ready for your second question. What is the best team sticker with an animal on it?
First one, Furia.
Furia, correct.
Vitality, the B.
A bee is not an animal. I would say Virtus Pro.
Correct.
We play against so many teams. How the f do we not know, man?
What is team?
Is Team Liquid.
Team Liquid is correct.
I Buy Power as well.
I Buy Power is correct.
Mouse.
Correct.
Is it? Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
It is a mouse.
It's mouse walks.
Are you guys done?
You wanna pass it, no?
Astralis, the floor is yours.
I would say Copenhagen Wolves.
Copenhagen Wolves is correct.
I played there.
And, and then I would say North.
North is also correct. Okay, I'm gonna have to address this.
No.
It's the definition around animal. What is the best team sticker with a creature on it?
I deserve my chance. I deserve my chance. Bro, I deserve my chance to guess again.
You guys got an answer?
Dignitas.
Correct. Last round of the game. We asked the viewers, name a skin you would give to your friend. You don't want the most popular answer, straight up. FaZe, you can choose whether you start or close.
We will start.
So,
Asimov.
With that correct answer, Astralis, it is your turn.
Wild Lotus.
Wild Lotus is correct.
Gamma Doppler.
Incorrect. Negative 50 points.
Gut Knife.
Astralis says Gut Knife with a chance to close the gap, with a chance to steal the win.
But it's wrong.
Incorrect answer. It's a good effort.
Almost.
But congratulations, FaZe. You guys have won. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me in the CS Money segment.
Where's the trophy?
There's actually something.
Congratulations, Finn. You are now the primary opper.
Thank you. I'm back, guys.
You've been promoted.
Going back to years 2008.
Okay, go. 3, 2, 1, flash.
Pillar, two guys.
Two dildo. One more dildo.
Pillar.
Another ground. I smoke mid side.
Shot,
One
shot,
heaven.
close shot.
He's peeking from short. Let's pick heaven.
I'm taking city.
One city, one shot.
You have Molotov for short.
I'm checking one
I
step.
have a smoke. Wait. One will come fast behind.
Yes,
They were 3.
okay. Heaven dead.
Nice.
Have a smoke.
Wait. Dead. He was shot.
He's on
Yeah,
plan.
let's go city.
Oh, no. I don't know.
Nice! He was a
Nice
with you.
solo. No.
Nice, good headshot,
No, it's
boys.
fine. Nice solo.
What I think is Vitality tried to maximize the fun in that half. They kept it really fun.
Okay.
They tried to spar basically inside the B site. They're like, even if you know we're coming, we're still going to break down the door. And they did. They honestly did a few times. And they know how good they are on CT side. So I would say...
Feeling like they did enough.
Feeling like they did enough.
But also, they're not here to have fun, okay?
That's
they're
true.
competing to win, to qualify for the Blast Fall final. You can have fun when you're off the clock. This is the closest the odds have gotten. And Vitality will begin their CT side endeavor. We saw that ZywOo hard carry attempt on map 1, not enough. We see Spinx with a 16-8 first half. Maybe not enough.
Yeah,
But it's still 8 on a T side, so you can't write it off.
No, that's great. And he's insane on CT on this map.
Right. And we saw great things from Magisk down on this B site previously at this event. Flamesy in the mix as well. We just don't have the kill count in this moment right now. ZywOo gonna pressure the site. They get into Graffiti with the double. Config, 2 headshots. ZywOo's Beretta's looking for something more, but he's lost all his teammates essentially already. He's got more bullets where those ones come from, but both pistols. And
You know
that's
what?
Config with instant deletes.
Yeah, and Config's been doing good on these pistols. Let's say this is basically them winning 4 pistols. On the second half of Mirage, they ecoed right after the first. They denied the conversion. So we've got no free rounds in this series so far for Vitality, and it might only get worse. These are the elements, the ingredients for an upset.
It's all starting to come together.
Now they're just going to start stirring it a little bit.
Yeah.
See if they can
bring it to a boil.
Yeah.
Reduce heat. Let it simmer.
Let it simmer. Put the lid on. Just chill for a bit, maybe. You know, cruise through a couple of ecos out there to break the money again in the second half. We'll see.
They've done the prep. They're cooking. CT's banking on this Spinx ZywOo upper A setup. That's the scout in the front, the Deagle behind it. Couple smokes as well. The minute 5 mark. If Nip aren't fast enough, things could get sketchy. We're not at that critical territory yet. Brolin 15-9. Head trick 12-8. Doing what they have to. Rez comes through with the opening. That is the A site not entirely dismantled. ZywOo still sticking, excuse me, Spinx still sticking around. But Rez just keeps poking and prodding, and poor Apex is now surrounded by the MAC-10s and the rifles, and so down he goes. It is Ninjas in Pajamas with early T-side success and a lead.
Okay, I'm going to look for something new. When's the last time that Vitality got 2-0'd? Oh, no, it was also Imperial.
Well, you're fast.
And that was also... and it was also Imperial 16-3ing them on Overpass. But, you know what? That's Imperial.
Yeah.
But you know what? The 3 best Overpass teams in the world, probably, in my perspective, from NA, Imperial, Complexity, and then maybe Nip.
If you squint enough, maybe they're North American.
It's almost yellow, that logo. Looks sort of like a bee. Everyone's pretty good on Overpass, actually. All the good guys are good. Even some of the bad guys are good.
Again, it's all subjective.
You mean like what's bad or good?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like Heroic are the bad guys, but they're good. This is starting to turn this dog into a crow.
I hope he keeps it up on, like, you know, playoff stages.
Yeah, do it on stage.
You know, Stewie 2K, Katie, and they're jumping on desks. Imagine Hampus just gets on all 4s, starts barking. I wouldn't put it past him. Galil for Spinks. That's the one guy Vitality want Ninjas to walk into, and sure enough, Brolin gives him that opening. Config though, yeah, easy kill versus Magis. ZywOo comes out with the Desert Eagle. It's a man advantage.
It is.
They've
Bomb
managed.
back of, sorry, bomb's top of the ladder, no problem. Rez, this kill, it could be it. Apex. A little bit too high on the shot.
Spinks is gonna find this. Or is he not?
I think he knows where the bomb's defaulted. I think that would be one thing for sure. So he's got to pick a timing, right? But they know that Spinks is down here. So what is the contingency plan for Spinks? Is there at the 40-second mark when they need to get the bomb? Is that when he peaks? It looks like he's getting a little frisky. Yeah, he's starting to feel it now. I think he knows exactly what's about to happen, just not exactly what time.
Yep.
But they're coming in from both sides.
Oh, he wasn't
and they're
far
careful
off.
enough, yes.
You could all see a world where he manages that. Now, ZywOo could be anywhere on this map.
Still possible.
He could be anywhere.
Anywhere.
And Ninjas know that. Imagine the fear in the back of your mind knowing ZywOo is anywhere.
Anywhere.
Sits in the water.
Water.
They both get out. Utility around him, and he's still headhunting. They're going to put up all the smokes they can, but it's right there.
He's so close.
Whoa, fresh mag and head tricks got him. Okay. Close to the edge of that smoke.
Very close.
His feet or hands could have come out. And then ZywOo would have grabbed his head and smashed it into the ground. Picked up his gun and slammed that over Rez. And then broke it over his knee like a baguette. But none of that actually happens because Ninjas take 10 instead. Down by 2. Where were you when the Ninjas upset?
Anybody in Kappa Bar watching this?
Oh, he's stuck in. Config's pretty low. Spinks could decide to push the issue, but there's more players there.
Nate goes too high, trying to catch him falling back, but he didn't even leave. Spinks has to be a nightmare for Ninjas in this half. He has to be. He knows it.
He's waiting for somebody else to try and help, but, I mean, we're not getting it out of Flamesy this series. We're not getting it out of Magisk. We're not getting it out of Apex.
He's truly the hardest to kill rifler on the A site. Flash, great. Spinks takes it.
Yep.
But now he's known. Apex through the wood wall.
Yes. Yeah, he needed that support. Spinks comes out for his 20th. 5v3 for Vitality. The CT side seems like it gets to start now. Magisk safely on the angle. Yeah, everything's looking good now. Brolin trying to return the favor. Everybody's ready for him, and it is 4 alive for Vitality. Everybody contributing, and nice set of helping hands for each and every engagement.
I think the main character of this half is going to be Spinks, okay? At least from his perspective right now, he knows the work he has to do, and it's also by how many aggressive spots he is going to take control of. You put your best rifler on bathrooms, but they're going to be playing connector. They're going to be rotating to catch flanks. They're going to be playing to support ZywOo. They're going to be doing the full flanks just like Brolin was, and they're going to have lots of opportunities to get kills. And most people get away with a good to or decent T side. Spinks already on 21 kills. But there's a lot of weight on his shoulders, in my opinion. Ninja's coming for it today.
Coming for Monster this round. Limited nades.
Spinks died.
Good opening kills. Magisk makes sure to hold on. As he tucks his head, throws the smoke out preemptively. He's got temporary shelter, but 7 health. And Ninjas disappear.
It's a big find, though, to take Spinks down inside a con, so they could wrap around if they want to. The middle of the map control is still kind of, in some sense, the T's. Like, they aren't probably too worried about anyone going down unless it was ZywOo, who looks like hasn't shown himself just yet. So passively on the A site, he patrols between 2 angles. We'll see. It looks like eyes on long is the right call. I'm not sure this is going to work out for Ninjas with ZywOo in this spot, but well, he's sort of come off the angle a little bit.
Lets him get that much closer. I mean, they can just hug this wall all the way to the bomb site, and he's still worried about bathroom, so you know that internal timing could end up costing him. He puts a smoke front sight. Now he knows they're coming. Oh, collateral, that helps. And head trick, he's got 100 health to pull this off. He's got the talent too. Magisk is low, ZywOo's position known, and then it's just Apex to deal with. This is not impossible, but the shots start to connect and it looks way too easy for Magisk. So all that excitement, ZywOo's collat takes the wind out their sails.
He played that so well, and I actually love his smoke too, because normally the T's will throw that smoke to connect Dicebox to long so that they can run up and plant for bank and go in. But when ZywOo throws that smoke, that means that his teammate could be inside of bathrooms and they can't run through the front of it. So now he's like, I have the op and you have to fight me. Double swing, collat, and it's all over.
Yeah. Bank op. An op that struck them down. Tie game. Pistols back up for Ninjas. This was never going to be an easy T-side. ZywOo going to keep racking them up. It's tough to get anywhere close to that bomb site without giving him at least one. Give ZywOo enough time, he will try to catch up to Spinks. And just having ZywOo and Spinks kind of inside this A site makes it feel closed. But then you've got Magisk. It's a rock solid B anchor. The reality of your overpass shortcomings all start to sink in. Deep long smoke. ZywOo gonna be fighting blind for a moment. Spinks getting a bit risky. Whoa, don't turn. Yeah, I saw Rez's hands, but still, sitting out there opens up the possibility of Brolin doing that. And what's left of the Ninjas following through. ZywOo's gonna play ahead of the smoke. He's got support on Dumpster, but he knows that long player's coming. He waits his time. This shot, USP's out. Apex looking to finish up, and this will be Vitality taking it to 11-10. So you can't even get on that bomb site. You better hope your guns pack more of a punch.
Let's see if Nip can try to make him pay for the pistol losses and stuff like that. Like, they at least have set themselves up to drop a few rounds and still be in a sort of fine position. Like, it's not going to be an easy T-side, but it definitely feels like they're playing well enough right now that there's going to be some ideas. Perfect time for DJL to chime in. Definitely going to take note of this, see what the next rifle round looks like. It's possible that DJL knows more than, you know, Hampus does about what they should be doing on Overpass right now.
Sure.
Depending on where Hampus put a lot of his time and prep into in the map pool.
Still time for adaptations. That much is for certain. Frag grenade rolls onto Brolin's feet. He's been quieted down by Vitality. Still doing well. Looked pretty untouchable on the first half. Trying to suss out what the hell's going on upstairs. We've had varying levels of aggression from Vitality. And this time we've got Flamesy posted on long A. So adding an extra defender definitely opens up the B site. But instead you're going to get ZywOo down there. So pick your poison. The majority of Vitality or ZywOo's op. No connector control. We've seen Spinks thrive in here. And if not thriving, at least pressuring Ninjas that they just felt so uncomfortable. But now we've got a whole pack of them outside of the B site. Apex is starting to cheat downstairs.
That's a good...
Gotta see it if ZywOo can hold them.
Oh, they're gonna go no. Oh, another collapse for ZywOo. Eat him up.
Triple kills way too easy, and Spinks attacks from the back. Nice reposition of ZywOo. Apex ahead of the game.
Yeah, they decided to go really low telegraph on that play by just contacting up, but they didn't interrupt the CT default enough to catch people rotating around. You know what I mean? Like, the only thing we saw was at the top of stairs, Hampus shooting some bullets into the wall. Meanwhile, there was a 2-bathroom setup. They didn't see anyone exit the door. There was no one to actually push those bathrooms players back. So it sort of feels like there was a little bit of faff here from Ninjas, where they just roamed around for a while, didn't die. Those are two good things, but
waffling.
You know, exactly. They sort of waffled. Like, there was no one inside of bathrooms that was worried about the A site being hit.
Right.
So why would B site be nervous?
Like, oh, you shot 6 bullets through the wall.
Yeah.
ZywOo's been sat on that ramp the entire time waiting.
Sorry, we're in a full passive setup just because you shot those bullets through the wall. So,
but
oh, well, wait.
Lord.
Oh my God.
He starts to move.
Side-eyed him a little bit.
Yeah. ZywOo's spidey senses started tingling. This could be big. Oh, this could be massive.
Oh my God.
Not only do you have 2 kills, but you've got the 2 stars that are actually finding kills dead. Apex can't even beat Brolin.
He didn't even know that Long was there. They were shooting him on the side. He was trying to move forward at the same time, and that's it.
Oh, Lord. Config just getting up into bathrooms, puts that Tech 9 to the side of ZywOo's head.
And we have no armor even on Brolin or Headtrick. Can Flamesy still win this? It may be possible.
Would be a perfect moment to show his value, to show that he can keep it calm and cool in a crunch. Forces Hampus into the crosshair. He's got a teammate with him. But, I mean, they have no smoke for the bomb.
Yeah,
they both got kits. He's going to throw the flashback. Magic's looking to set him up. But we've got 2 players tucked to the left side. They're just going to go for the save. And sure enough, Ninjas throw Config at the problem, and he solves it.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's also Brolin with the Eagle shot, 1-to-1, head-to-head, face-to-face with Spinks inside bathrooms. It looked like we switched to the winner POV for a second, and instantly he dies. So, you know, that kills key. And it's going to be harder for him to have... Sort of had this enigmatic CT side where it didn't feel like they went A very much, and he still had this amazing scoreline, right? Mm-hmm. And now on T side, you know, he could have maybe got more in the first half. He might be playing even better than his scoreline shows at the moment. And Vitality did a good job of giving him limited chances to answer back. So... they will need him on T side. We know he can play T sides, but we know he can be inconsistent all the same. About finding out what version we get.
Man, what a boon as well to the economy of Ninjas. I mean, that just... oh, that feels like a saving grace. Still a lot of work set out for them, but at least a little sigh of relief. And Config, a bit of pride. He knows he was the one that kick-started all of that.
Does he hit it? Oh my...
on scopes. Spinks, careful. Careful on that swing. There's multiple players waiting. They start to pull out a connector.
Yeah, some of that might be spotted. So not
like
just the up of the rifle, but do they know it's 2? They're running up long. They're not cheating anything, though. I was in a really fine position at the moment, but they can clear out top bathrooms at a minute 15. That's a nice win, no matter what happens. And we've seen that Ninjas are just... they're focused on map control. Like, they're focused on map control without any seeming, you know, direction for where they want to end the round. They just follow the frags, it feels like, at first. And then we'll take it wherever. But we've got multiple CT ideas coming forward. Rez dodging a flash. But most importantly, getting the info, not dying. I think this is another good win for the T side. And Magisk runs right into him.
No trade potential on that.
Okay, whoa. Sorry. Jeez, sorry,
it wasn't far off.
Looked at the kill feed. It was still there. All right.
Yeah, it wasn't far off. Flamesy able to get away, but they're nice coming for him. And like you're saying, right? Get into the default, find your opening pick, and then work with that. But in trying to chase it, they've offered Flamesy back a frag. Oh, but he can't best Rez. It's a Rez multi-kill round, and it's a follow-through into the monster. Spinks dead. Triple out of Rez, but Apex is already here, and he's got ZywOo working with him. What? Op takes down the head of Hampus. Repeat punished. It has to be Apex, or Ninjas tie this up. Rez with a trio of frags opens the B site.
They're moving different today, and that's a ridiculous shot from ZywOo, and they still go through with barely any resistance. No fight there from Apex. A double push gets shut down by Rez. He turns that into an entry play, taking down FaZe after FaZe gets one frag at least. But a fantastic round out of him at a key point in the game. 12-12. They got to feel fantastic about this. This was Vitality bringing a lot of ideas, trying a lot of things in one single round, and none of them actually working out.
Oh, Spinks though right back to it.
Oh.
Magisk also into the short side. Take some wind out of their sails.
Damn, what a close game, man. Every single round, back and forth.
CT's just played that one faster. Into the boost as well. They're keeping it active. They're making moves. They're not just hoping that the win comes to them. Actively seeking out success round after round. Different ideas, different avenues of attack.
You know, Nep now, they're going to wait this out. There's not going to be any early execs for them. They've been taking it slow. Preying on impatience. FaZe pervading the scene. Smoke down on Monster. It's calm here as Vitality still have 5. They don't have to overreact, but we've kept a good amount of grenades here for Vitality. Rez going to have to watch this one from the bench, sadly. But they've got a couple of good entry players to work with. Flashes starts to come out. Here's the exec.
Entry concerned of the flank. It's going to put the pressure on the double Monster push.
No one right side Monster either.
But there's so many defenders already here, comfortable in position, awaiting these peaks from the T's. And they've got this one easily wrapped up. They're just so ready. It's so desperate in that 3v5 to get anything done. Vitality lean back on their laurels. And they're going to pull off that 13th round win. So slowly but surely getting closer.
Yeah, they melt them down. They don't give up on their ideas here to push, be aggressive on CT side, to be fluid and transitioning from tactic to tactic. And that's betting on yourself, and that's always a good thing to do. So Vitality, they keep it simple. They put Spinks in power positions on the A site. They say, if you want to go take this fight, go do it. We know you're good enough to win it. They don't tighten up at all. They don't look stale. They just have to go back to the whiteboard on their last timeout for DJL to get involved. And he's going to have to be silent for the rest of the game. And it feels like Ninjas need every little bit in the way of ideas and a little extra X factor to pull out something special today early. So shaping up to be their best chance to end this series. I think Vitality know that too. There's a full buy again, except for Hampus, but honestly, four with full AKs and then one on a Deagle with full nades, that's pretty much the same thing. You don't need everyone to have a gun on T side.
Go find one in the dirt eventually.
You know, this round could be Roland versus Spinks, but they're peeling back. I think they need to not exec at the 39 seconds though. They need to do it a little bit earlier because Vitality are getting too good at reading into this.
Magisk has been stellar on the B-hold. Last time ZywOo was here, he got that collateral shot.
Oh, they want it to be B.
You never know where ZywOo's going to be.
Playing Monster though. This could be a risk. Rez is alive.
Magisk has to give up the barrels angle. ZywOo coming back. Missed shot. They're going to press him. Brolin gets the best of him. Magisk falls into the water. FaZe a massive chance to shine. He shoots one in the back. More crossing over. It's no multi-kill from the kid. Rez trades. Apex, nothing. And Ninjas in pajamas press through.
Wow. That's off the tack. They do that one. And that's to bring him to 13. This keeps them completely afloat. They lose that round, this is almost over. They do this without killing Spinks. They do it versus a B-site setup with an op, 2 other riflers in play. But Vitality for another round, for some reason, do not want to play Monster side. They're playing from the site. And I'm not exactly sure why they want to do that, but it's not working out.
Not just any op either, but ZywOo. Missed chance to strike that first player down.
Yeah, that could have completely changed it for sure. But yeah, no 2Ks. And in fact, only 1 kill in total on the Resistance. 13 all.
Man, that's the perfect time.
Yeah, perfect timing.
Screw over this
great
CT
call,
economy.
and finally a little bit earlier.
Yeah, not at 30 seconds.
Sometimes magic happens just because you hit him at a different timing.
Shake up the system. Everybody coming through from the Ninjas. That was a key to their success on Mirage as well.
Vitality
all of them contributing.
Vitality won all those rounds, wrapping the right side of Pillar because we know how strong it is for the T attack to get to that point on the B site. And Vitality want to let them do that, but can they afford to? Is that too risky? Do they chalk it up to the one op shot being missed? You know, we'll have to see based on the reactions moving forward. But now there are no promises for Vitality in this series. Some would have called this a wrap before the game started, and now we are far from that story. Snip with the pen in their hand. An eco here for Vitality. Spinks the only one with a gun.
Oh, man. All of these games at the Blast groups warming up and leading to this. Ninjas, given an opportunity, have seized their chance with both hands and are just trying to drag it over the line. To start their season, the return of Hampus with a best-of-3 win over Vitality to get the Royal Arena locked in. Hampus, contact long. We don't have Spinks working forward towards connector, up on party, anywhere in the bathrooms. It's just leaning in the bomb site on Zywoo.
You see him jump fawning from backside, but they're already starting to caterpillar up through bathrooms. Not finding any more CTs in place and understanding that he's probably pistoling. They can smell the eco. They know one was alive on a gun last round, and here's that A attack. They saved it for the anti-eco. Might be the perfect time to do it.
Definitely is. Good flash support. That one AK, nothing. Other than the frag on config, which doesn't stop the bomb plant, doesn't stop the res trade, doesn't stop Ninjas from getting to 14.
It's crazy how much they're playing alike. You know, we saw Vitality do similar things on Mirage, then we swift over sides, and Ninjas had the same idea. And now it feels like on Overpass, it's been all about the B site. They're pretending they like A by using it on anti-ecos, but for the most part are just saving it for the weaker rounds. But when do they do a change-up? It's critical territory here. And a nice little find here for Flamesy as he'll fall back. Well, they look up at the scoreboard, 14 rounds for the Ninjas. And now some money as well for the Ninjas. Vitality will have to chew through 2 full rifles to get to 15 rounds. That's guaranteed.
Brolin has now surpassed his performance on Mirage, 23-16 on that map, sitting 24-16 in this moment. 2 back-to-back world-class performances versus one of the world's current best from Brolin. Head Trick and Config were right behind him on Mirage. They're trailing now, but that doesn't matter. 2 rounds away from a stunning best-of-3 upset.
And we're talking about Vitality virtually $0, right? They win this round.
It seems like a shoe-in.
This could be worth 2, so and they know it. Money should be almost transparent.
It feels
crystal
like
clear.
Even Vitality kind of know it because we don't get that forward-facing Spinks. He's in the bomb site from the get-go.
Yeah, but as soon as he's straight from the game plan, do things only get worse? He wasn't even having that many problems in the last few rounds. And at this point, maybe Vitality are betting on the fact that NIP are going to go back to what worked before, and that sort of interim B hit when the monster smoke comes up around the minute 30 mark or something like that. But no, it's been a minute. Spinks is moving in. This calls for an op to come up behind him, but there is no op support this time in this setup. This attack is looking fearsome.
Getting ever closer. Creeping their way down long with some grenades into the corner, just softening up the possibility of Spinks sitting inside it. Instead, outside of Bath, smoke for him to work and 2 teammates into the site as well. He doesn't like that corner. decides to start to move. Now they could flash out. He's gonna have to hold them both back. A little disjointed, but Config gets the trade frag, even though it costs him almost all his health. Apex takes down Hampus. Magisk leaning back. And as he presses close to the truck, now 15 seconds left, and it's Rez who could very well make this difference.
No!
Sure enough, by dropping ZywOo, 15.
And you love to see Rez in the feed. His entries, critical round at 12-12, brought Nip back into this game, and now they lock up match point on his final word.
And Vitality are busted. They are broke. They are bruised.
And that's a full A play versus a full rifle where Vitality read wrong and stacked B and hoped that ZywOo would get a second chance at stopping the hit on that side of the map. It's an IGL win for Hampus. It's his flash to make sure that Spinks doesn't get two kills outside bathrooms. Every single juncture was critical, and at every single juncture, it went Nip's way.
Config putting up as well. Surviving on that little bit of health makes a world of difference. Immediate trade out of Headtrick as well with the op. And Rez comes through, smacks ZywOo. And with that 15 map advantage, 1 round away. Two opportunities to close out this series. A godlike T-side. And a couple FAMASes and an MP9 to try and hold this off. Oh, Brolin continues his 25th back-to-back top frag performances from Ludwig Brolin. Flamesy looking for something to pull back, looking to contribute in this series because he basically hasn't. He will now. Catches Config up in connector, knows there's a second player there, and a wall bang. Better late than never. And he falls back into the site. Man advantage Vitality. They will fight tooth and nail. They'll press. Flash. Fantastic. And Flamesy on the brink of a quad. Puts himself into the kill feed. Tears Ninjas apart.
That was something that was missing, but now it's not. And that's a concession from Headtrick. He realizes there's no chance of him getting back into this round. He'll take this off to throw it away somewhere else. 45 seconds. 1v3, and he can pick up a better gun, but his health is so low. You know, I think he should actually still be looking for kills. This one's going around 30, folks. And that's fantastic for Vitality. There are a couple of deaths that I'm not sure they're going to be able to sustain. They have to pick up some guns after this. Headtrick is not deciding to watch over them. I actually feel like this is sort of a mistake here from Headtrick. Not covering guns, not looking for kills. Even if he were to give one up, he has time to do what?
Plant the bomb? No.
Okay. No way.
If he kept running?
He had to do this so much sooner, but now they go and upgrade both the weapons that they have.
Like 2 seconds off from a post plant with no one here.
If that was his intention, he should have started running earlier, right?
Yeah.
Like, that would have been an interesting situation, but 30 health and whatever.
No, it's his routing. He's like kind of like kept clearing corners. I'm like, if you're going to take this, bro, you better go. Misses it by a couple. Flamesy, I mean, he gets the headshot in the background. Take what you can get. Whew. Did Ninjas in Pajamas celebrate early? Because that was an eruption. Flamesy gave them something to think about. 4K from the sidelines. Fast. Spinks gets into the fountain. The rumblings of A control. He's got ZywOo behind him.
ZywOo's holding that balloons angle. And oh my goodness. You know, it's a shy away from that fight, but like ZywOo cannot stay there as comfortably anymore. He doesn't have an op, actually. He's just sitting here.
What?
Same situation, but he goes to jump up to transition the setup, but ZywOo's a little bit too late.
Oh no. Now all of a sudden, ZywOo's gonna have to bring it back. Apex could catch them off. Missed shots. Hampus bests him in the battle of the IGLs on the bottom of the scoreboards.
Config needs to take this bomb, all right, before they think about anything else. Rez holding a push. This is a chance here for Vitality.
It's also a chance here for Ninjas. A chance to take down Vitality.
Oh, and they're gonna go B with it. Oh my God, they're taking it back to B. This might be a hard thing to read because for Vitality, they're thinking they have every right to go long in this spot. but they're going to cross by a rifle right now. It was Flamesy to do so much work in round 29. Now he's got a better gun and another chance.
They can peek it from both sides. If they want to play it cautious, Brolin just creeps over, and Flamesy can't get the kill.
And they've got a stairs lurk.
ZywOo's in the sight. Magisk is going to come help him. Short's going to get compromised. Smoke in the middle of it all. He's had so many clutches on that first map, and as they walk past him, ZywOo gets damaged, but Ninjas get the frag. And oh no, Magisk wrap back around A. It's a 1v3 with 19 health, or we've got Ninjas in pajamas in the Royal Arena. They dismantled EG, they whooped Complexity, but they fall to NIP tonight. And they need this, because they fought for it and they wanted it. So close, those matches versus Complexity, but they powered up. And I invite Brolin to take a bow. Masterclass of a best of 3.
Yeah. And there's Jonas getting into the hugs. That is a proud win. A huge victory for the organization to do this at the end of groups. A huge way to start the season.
Wow.
It's something to be massively proud of if you're NIP. They looked good throughout these 2 maps. They played over and above expectations. They survived so many almost heartbreaks at different junctures, and they even pulled it off on a T side of Overpass versus Vitality's CT side. That's something to behold.
From the brink of tears in Paris on Head Trick, from a soul-crushing loss, to now suddenly locking yourself in at one of the biggest lands that is left in 2023. That grin on Head Trick is deserved. Big moments from Brolin, an excellent first map from Config as well. We throw this down to James Banks and your winners.
For NIP here, you lose out to Complexity in a close series. You try to beat through EG, but it wasn't easy. You then battle back on the last minute against Complexity again, and now you just take down Vitality. You find yourself in the full finals for the Royal Arena for the first time since 2021 for you, mate. How does that feel?
Feels great. I think I just want to say thank you to all my teammates and my coach. Feels great.
Now, looking at it, right, going into this Mirage game straight away, obviously ZywOo was on fire with it. It can get very scary at moments in there, but you guys held your composure throughout all of it. What was going on inside the server, though?
I mean, we were a little bit scared, honestly. You know, ZywOo, when he turns on, like he did in the P250 round, like, what can you do? Like, he's just too good. Props to him for being this strong. Like, it's crazy.
And Overpass, you guys have not had much success in it, right? Hamber spoke about the problems with the sites and where everyone wanted to play and what was going on, but then we see Broland step it up beyond what we've seen in a long time coming into this. What did that take from you guys, and how much was the preparation and what Vitality was going to show?
I mean, me and Riz, we talked for 30 minutes, I think. So we were just made some setups, talked about like what we could do, and then Lude Broland just dominated on A, which made it a lot easier, of course.
So this is all just like kind of recent, just, you know, because you only played it yesterday?
I mean, we got dominated yesterday on it, so we just had to change things up, and I think we managed to do that. So I think it's insane. It feels great.
And did it feel like Vitality just didn't have the answers for these changes you'd made?
No, I think they did, but I also think that we had some really good plays and some really good rounds that we threw in, and I think we caught them a little bit off guard by how aggro we were and the things that we did. So, I mean, we have to look at it again. I think like right now it's kind of like blurred for me.
I'm not surprised at all there, mate, with how it went. Now I've got a Blast TV question for you here, and it is my special question. What is your favourite anime, if you even watch any?
I don't.
Oh, Config, we have to get you on top of it. Hey, your teammates, they watch any?
I think some of them have watched some, but I don't really know anything about it. But if you can hook me up with a good one, I'll be down to give it a show.
There we go. Tweet Config and let him know which anime we're going to see. Thanks a lot, mate.
Tweet Config some anime, and Tweet Config a big congratulations, because holy hell, these underdogs have some claws. We thought this had Vitality written all over it. We thought that Black and Yellow squad would be the ones netting their spot in the Royal Arena. Hell no. NIP, what a bounce back from the beginning of this tournament.
That's a massive W for NIP, from struggling to beat EG, from losing to Complexity, to all of a sudden be the first team who qualifies for the Royal Arena, and doing it in this fashion. They take down Vitality 2-0. We came into this game saying the only thing we want from NIP is them to pressure Vitality, just to see if there's anything to be rattled with right there. Not only did they pressure them, they absolutely beat them 2-0 and sent them down into that gauntlet.
Oh, and I always wanted to know what it is to work in a circus, and today I feel like a clown. Mission accomplished. I feel like a clown.
Matthew, that with you. Like, come on, let's be real.
Holy hell, have we been wrong today?
Oh my lord.
Wow, listen, we said we want NIP to pressure Vitality. The starts of all of these halves went in favor of NIP. I just thought that Vitality had way more to answer. I didn't think we would see Vitality get into these modes where the crosshairs look shaky and full of doubt and hesitant and second-guessing themselves. I mean, aside from Spinks on map 2 and Zai on map 1, we're looking at Vitality who were a little bit lost. And on the other hand, Brolin, a player through we had asked for way more for so many weeks and so many months, comes alive massively on this map of Overpass, basically shuts the A side. I mean, this action right here tells you everything you need to know about this series when Brolin takes down 3 opponents fully armed and loses exactly 13 HP. Shutdown of the A side, completely massive performance from Brolin.
It was the complete turnaround for Brolin. He was great on map number 1, he was great here on map 2, by far the best performing player on the server, I would argue. We saw him yesterday against Complexity when they were down 15 to 10. He was the one struggling on Nuke. He was the one who couldn't find his footing whatsoever. So in the span of 24 hours, he went from being the guy who could have lost NIP the game against Complexity to the one carrying them over against Vitality. It's a complete turnaround for Brolin, and it's a massive performance.
I mean, this is low-key unacceptable on the side of Vitality, notwithstanding the roster change and blah, 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 blah. Just spare me that song for half a second. You were 12 to 10 on the CT side in the lead of your own map.
That's the issue.
You were put in the position that you wanted to be in, right? You arguably get punished on Mirage. We know it's a good map for NIP. Maybe you don't have all your setups down to a T. It's a bit wanky. Okay, fair enough. I'm not happy about it, but fair enough. I'll give it to you. Now you move on to Overpass, and you have the T side that you were dreaming of. We're talking about down 0-3 at the beginning, and then winning 9 rounds off that back, or 8 rounds rather off that. Beautiful job. T side, high five. On the CT side, you put 4 rounds on the board, you create an economy, and then after this, you only win 2 rounds out of 8? What the hell is going on? What are these rounds?
Yeah, no, it's incredibly perplexing when you're looking at Vitality arguably going on to that favored side, right? I want to throw round 26 under the microscope because this is NIP just showing full force dominance on that T side.
I think it summarized the entire game. The B executes. They came in at a weird timing. I think it was Corner who said during the cast that NIP needs to do it in the middle of the round instead of late stages. And that's what they did. They come in here, Cybo gets caught off guard, misses atypical a shot, and it's just falling apart for Vitality. They have a guy down in pit, they have a guy on short, even gets a free kill right here, but it's simply not enough. The trading, the spacing, everything coming out from NIP here is excellent. But we saw this over and over and over again. NIP, as we knew it on their CT side, they were struggling massively with the B-bomb side. Brolin and Hetrick, that was a wonderful duo on towards A, but B side was completely open for the taking. The same problem Vitality had. They couldn't hold it down over on the B-bomb side.
Isn't that the crazy thing? Because we literally heard from Hampus, what was it, a couple of days ago, that they feel like they're struggling on Overpass because they're not all on the same page. They don't exactly know where they want to be playing all over the map. The A site is way more heavily favored than that B-bomb site. That's why I expected Vitality becoming and walking through this one, easy pushing us to it.
I think that's why I agree with your sentiment. That was make it unacceptable for me. The fact that Vitality couldn't beat NIP despite NIP openly admitted that they haven't practiced Overpass, openly admitted that the CT side is struggling, openly admitted that the B-bomb side is a massive issue, and you still lose.
Look, but that was still the case. Vitality still found a buttload of T round once again, even though they were 0-3 down, and we did see a little bit of B fight simulator with a couple of... That was the case. That condition was already fulfilled. What actually fell apart is the CT side of Vitality, fully armed against an offense of an NIP that is not ready yet. That's where everything, or rather shit, hit the fan. That's what happened.
Yeah, no, a heartbreaking result for Vitality, of course. Not eliminated from the Blast for All groups just yet. They will be moving on into the Gauntlet. So let's get a few thoughts from Zonic.
Danny, obviously not the result you wanted when you come up against NIP here and not getting a map, but I want to start by looking at the veto side of things. Were you expecting the Mirage pick to come out from them?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely had it as one of the picks. They, at least with the statistics, they look really strong on Mirage. Obviously, they got Hampus back, and one of the maps, the few maps they won throughout this group stage was on Mirage quite convincingly. So yeah, we expected it.
And what was the problem that you saw going on when you got into the server? Were you guys just not ready for what they had to offer?
I actually think they played really well and did some mix-up from what we saw, but also I think communication today was not on point, and we did some mistakes, and yeah, Matu Saivu tried to save us multiple times and was close, but yeah, two bad starts I would say on Mirage, but it made it just difficult for us to come back.
And when it comes to Overpass, obviously it looked really bad for NIP, and for you guys it's a good map throughout. I was just hearing from Config, they said they changed some things up on there. Was it more different than what you guys expected? Were you surprised at all?
A little bit more slow, I would say, but I think for us it was just playing a bit too passive, not getting information, not trying to play on our strength and trying to get more picks. And I think, but then playing slow, it was quite difficult because you get in that mix where you're afraid to make peaks if they're just waiting for you, and then a mix of saving some utility for the right time. That was just unfortunate, but yeah, we'll hopefully bounce back.
And in moments like that for you, right, what can you do when you're saying like the communication isn't there and you guys need to adapt things? Obviously, you have such a small amount of time to try and change it, but what are you saying to the guys to try and get them back onto the track you want them to have?
I mean, it can be a tactical input, but it can also be trying to play a little bit more from our playbook, playing a little bit more aggressive, because I think it was especially mid-round when they have done a first kill 3v3, 4v4. I think that was where our communication was a bit lackluster in some sense. Didn't talk about the ifs that we have on our team. If they do this, what do we do? How do we react? Who has what? Like these small updates that can create some confidence around the team, because you know you only have to focus on one point. There we felt a bit. It was a bit poor today, but also have to give credit to NIP. They definitely played better than what I saw in the first 2 games.
Thank you, Val.
Yeah, of course, not the end of the line for Vitality going forward. They will be progressing on into the gauntlet, but not the smooth sailing that they wanted to potentially be netting themselves a spot there.
Exactly. Think about the consequences for the very short-term calendar of Vitality moving into Cologne. What could have been is a win tonight, fly home, regroup, regather. They don't have to play the play-in. They're already in main stage of Cologne. They
got
can
6
work.
days, yeah.
Exactly. They can work on whatever it is they have to work and focus on the next trophy that's coming tonight. Now, instead, they have to stay here, wait, keep on going with that bootcamp of theirs, wait for their opponent to show up, and they're not guaranteed at all. Because this is a fall from grace that we just lived here, right? I myself just gaslit completely about whatever happens, they're gonna destroy them, it's gonna be fine. Return to reality immediately, and Vitality have a wake-up call. If you lose sight of the Counter-Strike you want to play and some of the individuals don't perform, you are in fact mortal.
That's true. You said consequences for Vitality. Look at the consequences for Big and OG. I'm not going to lie. That's going to be a tough way going into the Royal Arena. I think they're the biggest losers right now.
True.
I know. Vitality are not going to feel happy about losing this game. And of course, the first loss will hurt a little bit with Flame C, but hopefully it's going to be a learning experience. Now, for Big and OG, that just made their route into that qualified place in Royal Arena much harder.
Yeah, I am not envious of them one bit. Already got to beat their opponent there, and then Vitality lays in wait. But for NIP, the first team to be netting the spot in the Royal Arena, I love that Banks picked Config to be chatting to after that victory, because it was 2021 the last time we saw him. He was wearing an Astralis jersey there. He's going to be feeling pretty good now.
He's going to feel pretty good if he makes it inside the arena. There's a long way in there still yet. It's crazy with NIP, right? They started out by losing to Complexity. We saw them play against EG, where they should have lost the map at the very least. Had a very narrow win yesterday against Complexity once more, where they should have lost down 15-10. And today, 24 hours later, we're standing here and we're crowning them the winners of the group. It's a complete turnaround, and honestly, I don't think anyone saw that.
Yeah, absolute insanity. Let's move on to take a look at Group C, because that's what we had beginning off our day. That was FaZe versus G2, which was another surprising 2-0. I hoped that G2 would bolster more of a fight. Was not the case, but now we get a very tasty rematch. Liquid versus FaZe Clan Matthew. I'm excited for that.
I mean, the real question is going to be, which FaZe do we get? Do we get the FaZe fired up with crazy individuals, with the triumvirate of doom, aka I'll multi-kill you every single round?
With some good T-sides, maybe.
Good T-sides as well, some great calls. Or do we get the FaZe that was a little bit defeated against that very Liquid? So we're going to have to toss the coin on that one.
Questions. You know what I don't want to look at, actually? Our unicorn predictions, because my lord, were we wrong today? Every single fucking one of us. So hang your head in shame, guys. I'm just going to...
I actually asked our beautiful and lovely makeup artist if she could make me a clown face for this segment, but it was a little bit too short on time. We didn't know who was going to win. But chat, I want you to know, in my head, I feel like a clown right now. My nose is red and I have some mascara.
Should we do some mimes?
I can do
Hey guys, actually, do you want to mime out our CS Money plays of the day? It doesn't really make any sense because we can't have a picture-in-picture, but maybe we should check in and see who was actually succeeding today. You got 3 choices. Vote on Instagram. Matthew, who's up first?
And the first, it's a Nico. And the Nico is in the clutch. Hey, it's a me. It's a man in the cloud. And it's a Nico the clutch. And it was beautiful. Over to you, Jacob.
I think we had enough clownery today. Brokey coming in as the second option for the CS Money player of the day. He had a fantastic showing, and this Deagle player has to win. There's no doubt. He gets 4 kills, starting off very crisp right here, and he's always in movement in every single one of these kills. The third one is just dirty. He gets a 4th one right here, and we were hoping he would get the 5th, but he didn't. You done?
Yeah, I'm not going to do that voice twice again. Of course, I'm back. And we have ZywOo with an ace. Man, I would like to tell you that this was the beginning of the great story, but in fact, this was nothing but a flirt, nothing but a tease from ZywOo with a 30 kill, of course. Beautiful ace from him here. Not going to be enough for Vitality, who will have to play a bit longer here in Copenhagen.
No, sadly not. I mean, selfishly, love that we get to see more of Vitality. Love that we got to hear Matthew's clown voice as well. Banks, what do you make of that whilst you're doing the maths on your Maersk MVP?
Thankfully, I didn't have to listen to Maniac at all during any of that. God, that was that sounded terrible for you guys. But it is time for our Maersk MVP, and it's time to check in and see how things are shaping up. Now, remember, it was all Vitality jerseys, and now there's only one that remains. It is the superstar ZywOo. We see Cadian, BlameF, and Twist all now in with the running. Stown still just above by 0.1, but ZywOo was playing today, and he was playing lights out. He tried his best to save Vitality in this game. Monstrous performance from start to finish, but this is a team game of Counter-Strike, and the rest of the team certainly didn't show up. This is a huge problem for ZywOo, and ultimately, you know, they weren't making it to the full finals this way. They needed a bit of a test, and well, that test came in the form of NIP. Let's see how they get on throughout the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, a lot more time to be dissecting our potential Maersk MVP candidates. And of course, that comes down to some of tomorrow's matches as well, because we've got plenty more qualification games on the line. We got some tasty treats in store for you guys at home. Heroic versus Na'Vi once again, then Liquid versus FaZe once again. Again, I'm loving rematch life, and I'm loving it when there's a lot on the line.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line right there. Heroic versus Na'Vi. We're going to have to find another team making it into the Royal Arena. Same can be said for Liquid FaZe. I think there's only quality tomorrow, and that makes me happy.
I like these names. I like these names, and I like the games.
I like it very much indeed. So we'll see you same time, same place tomorrow. Hopefully a bit less clownery from us, and definitely 2 teams qualified for the Royal Arena.